the deserving, and of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we commence with the correction of votes and proceedings of the 18th sitting, the third meeting, held on Wednesday, 24th November 2021. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10. Yes, Honourable Member.
Most grateful, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, please at page 9, item number 9, question number 506. The last line, it should be building of offices for members of parliament in their respective constituencies, not their respective constituencies.
Very well, the table office will take note. Page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Page 11. So, Speaker, before we adjourned yesterday, you gave some indication that today, whatever stage we get to by 6 p.m., we will adjourn till Friday. And my thinking was that that should be captured so that we'll know that it was on record before we adjourned yesterday. Then today we can keep to that, because some of us cannot sit here all through, and like you said, some people are able to get out and come in. It is not being captured. I think that it should be captured.
That will be captured in the Hansard, the official report, not in the votes and proceedings. Honourable members, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, the 24th November 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We have an official report. The official report of Thursday, November 4th, 2021. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was here yesterday. I've been marked absent. So.
Kindly see the table office for the correction.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Yes, official report. Any corrections? Yes, Honourable Member for Northern.
I'm grateful, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, please at column 42, the second paragraph, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization should be properly captured. It has not been captured accurately. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Any other corrections? Any other corrections? Subject to the correction made, the official report of Thursday, November 4th, 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable Chief Whip, I don't have any indication as to who you want to speak on your behalf. Very well. So we will proceed straight to continue with the debate for the approval of the budget statement read by an honorable minister a week ago. To start today is Honorable Kofi Ahenkramafu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for 2022 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I want to move straight to the expansion of Takoradi and Tema Port. Mr. Speaker, since the inception of this government, Takoradi Port has seen a facelift, and as we speak now, a multi-purpose terminal with a 600-meter quay wall is underway, and 90% of this project has been completed. So we are left with only 10% of it, and from my understanding, by 2022, we will be done with this construction or the construction of this multi-purpose terminal. Mr. Speaker, this multi-purpose terminal has a 3-component in it, which is very critical for us to look at. Mr. Speaker, the first one is about opening up this terminal for bigger and larger vessels to be able to come into the port. What it means is that there is going to be a lot of vessels, bigger vessels, and by so doing, a lot of cargoes coming into the Takoradi port. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is about job creation. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, over 1,000 of our youth are getting jobs even during the construction of this terminal. So it presupposes that when the terminal is completed, thousands of our youth will get opportunity to work in this terminal. Mr. Speaker, this is the work of President Akufo-Addo. The last one is about revenue mobilization. Because, the terminal has been opened up, it is going to compete. Takoradi port is the oldest port, but when you compare the Takoradi port with Abidjan port, with Tema and Lagos, you realize that Takoradi port is the smallest among them. But with this expansion, Mr. Speaker, there is going to be a lot of inflow. The transit trade will also be taken care of. It is not only going to be Tema. Takoradi is also going to get its fair share in the transit trade. That is goods moving from Tema to Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. Mr. Speaker, let me move to Tema Port. Tema Port has also seen a tremendous improvement in the terminal work. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, Terminal 3, that is being constructed by Meridian Port Service, a dedicated container terminal by MPS, that is Meridian Port Service, has been completed. All the 4 beds has been completed. And Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the cargo throughput was 13.4 million tons. But as I speak with you, in 2020, we had about 18.9 million tons. And this is under President Akufo-Addo. 18.9 metric tons were cargoes that came into the country. And this means that now that all the 4 beds are ready, we are going to get more of these cargoes. Mr. Speaker, we cannot talk about Tema Port expansion without talking about the paperless port regime that was introduced by our able Vice President Bawumia in 2018. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, Vice President Bawumia introduced the paperless regime in our ports. Mr. Speaker, as I speak with you now, you can sit in the comfort of your office. All that you need is a laptop, and you can do your transactions, including sending your declarations, paying your import duties, and raising your waybills in the comfort of your office. And this is the work of President Akufo-Addo. When you are done, you only go to MPS and you can get your goods cleared. Mr. Speaker, we have the 24-hour port service. 24-hour port service. Under President Akufo-Addo, you only have to get your documents ready and you go to the port at any given time. At any given time. Even at 12 midnight, you can go to the port and clear your goods. And this is the work of President Akufo-Addo. And we have to understand that President Akufo-Addo is on his way to open up this port service and give the facelift that it deserves. Mr. Speaker, post-COVID freight increases. As for that one, there is nothing anybody can do about it because the freight charges are not local charges, so we can't do anything about it. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, we were paying $4,000 for a 40-footer container from China. But as I speak with you, it's $13,000. And that one, we need to do something about it. And it's a global issue. So I believe Ghana will now have to seek the opportunity of knowing how and why is it so. Mr. Speaker, let me move to road transport. Metro Mass, Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, about 100 buses are on its way to Ghana from Belgium, and it is coming from VDL. I'm saying 100 from Belgium, and then there's another 200 that is also coming from China. 200 buses are coming from China, and we are in the stage of value for money assessment. When we are done, Mr. Speaker, we are getting another 200 from China, and then we'll get another 300 from Korea exit. And this is for our transport sector. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why it is important for us to accept this yield levy, because a component of this yield levy is going to our public transport financing. As we speak and as we are here now, all of us, both sides, we need buses. We need buses in our various constituencies. How do we get the buses if we don't approve this budget? We need the buses, because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that each of us here, if we are able to get a bus or two in our constituencies, we will come back to this chamber again. So we need to approve. This yield levy must be accepted, and then the financial statement, the budget should be approved. Mr. Speaker, finally, when we started this 1992 Constitution of the Fourth Republic, since 1997, MPP as a party, we've given NDC government alternatives, good alternatives. From 2029 to 2016, Mr. Speaker, MPP as a party gave alternatives to NDC. So we are asking NDC now, what is their alternative to this post-COVID economy that we have? That is what we are asking from NDC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Andrew Chiwete.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the motion that this Honourable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Right, Honourable Speaker, before I begin my debate around the water sector, sanitation, sea defence, drainage, if time permits me, and probably housing as well. Let me take this opportunity to find out whether the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has been sleeping since 2017. If he's been sleeping, I call on the media to wake him up, to let him know that he's been in government for 5 years. Why am I calling for the media to wake Bawumia up? Mr. Speaker, before Bawumia became the Vice President, he told Ghanaians that 2 years into the MPP government, every village in Ghana will have a toilet. Every village in Ghana will have potable water.
He said it.
Dr. Bawumia, you are 5 years into government.
Yes.
We still have villages that do not have toilets. We have even cities that do not have water running through their taps.
Yes.
And so the media must wake Bawumia up and let him know that he is leading a team that has failed Ghanaians woefully. And let Bawumia also know that this year's budget should be labeled anti-Bawumia budget. Why am I saying so? Akufo-Addo and the Minister for Finance have deliberately refused to give Ghanaians water as directed by the Vice President. Akufo-Addo and Ken Ofori-Atta have deliberately tasked Ghanaians. They have asked us to pay e-levy, which Dr. Bawumia kicked against strongly. And so that is why I'm thinking that this budget is anti-Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, to talk briefly on the water sector, this government is not a serious government. 5 years in office, they cannot tell Ghanaians that this is their policy direction as far as delivering of water to Ghanaians is concerned. What is their policy direction? 2 weeks ago, your committee, Western Housing Committee, we went to a meeting to look at the policy for water in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the meeting failed. Even the ministers in charge of that sector, the deputy minister just came in, opened the ceremony and left. This shows that the government is not serious. Mr. Speaker, once again, I will say this government is not serious because this year's budget, the allocation that they made for the water and sanitation, Mr. Speaker, donors are providing 88.40% of the budget. Is this a serious country? You rely on donors for water supply and sanitation, so that donors should give 88% of your budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are all in this country, and like that musician said, Kroma Eshe, and we are all in it. No matter how Ghana is boiling, whether you are NDC or MPP, we are also in Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, what I want to say again in the water sector is that Ghana has a lot of water resources. So I don't see why we should be struggling to deliver water to our people. But you see, when you have leaders that are not serious, this is what happens. Before NDC left office, Mr. Speaker, we delivered over 1,000 boreholes to the people of Ghana. This government in 2020, Mr. Speaker, 2020 budget, paragraph 800 of the 2021 budget. Mr. Kenneth Rata, when he came to deliver the statement, he told us that they were going to deliver 622 boreholes. 654 boreholes. And that out of the 654 boreholes, they were going to get 622 fitted with hand pumps. Mr. Speaker, 2022 budget, the same statement is repeated. Mr. Speaker, what is baffling so much is that in the 2021 budget, they indicated they have already delivered 535 boreholes. 2022 budget, They said they have delivered 533 boreholes. Which of them should we believe? Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to start labeling some of the paragraphs as scam alert.
Yeah.
And for me, if you all agree with me, this whole budget statement, we can print boldly on net and let Ghanaians know that it is a scam. And so scam alert, that should be the title for this. Or better still, 419 budget. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians deserve better. The group of people that are leading the country now, they came into office lying to the people of Ghana that they could do better. They came to office telling people that they could perform better than John Dramani Mahama and his team. Today, they have led the team, and even the leader of the economic team, who has now become a pious pastor, Reverend Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the church elder, he looks straight into the eyes of congregants and tells them that they are delivering to the people of Ghana. Yet you go out and it's only difficulty. Mr. Speaker, the President Akufo-Addo, told Ghanaians that he was going to make Accra the cleanest city in Africa. Mr. Speaker, take a stroll to town and you see some of the portions, some of the areas of Accra, and you regret for paying your taxes. Mr. Speaker, sanitation tax. My people in Solatona Kalba constituency, the people of Soma, the people of Beneiri, the people of Kalba, who do not contribute to the front in Accra, are forced to pay taxes. Yeah. Let me sound a word of caution to the minister, Honorable Abna, Honorable Cecilia Dapa, that when she is coming before the committee, she should be prepared to let us know where every CD they collected went to. We must let the people who paid these taxes get to know. Let me shout, Ayeshi. So I have to let people know that Kroma Ayeshi. Yes, we are suffering. Bawumia had a song that the whole country we were all responding to. Ghanaians are suffering, women are suffering, children are suffering. We are suffering. Honorable Yabuama, we are suffering, and that is why I'm sounding. We are suffering. If you are not aware, if you are enjoying, we are suffering. Mr. Speaker, the challenges in Ghana are too enormous. This is a government that we can describe as the most insensitive government of our time. Yeah. Why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? Looking at the budget for 2022, before the Minister of Finance came to present the budget, we all heard the sad news in Volta region. The people of Keta, the people of Anglo. Mr. Speaker, the minister came to present a statement here without capturing anything about the sea defense walls in the Volta region.
Yes.
The Blekusu Sea Defense Wall, it was started in 2015 and completed in 2019. Mr. Speaker, when we went to visit the community to see the extent of work done at Blekusu, fortunately that day, Mr. Speaker, your committee was there with the minister in charge, Honorable Atachia, and Honorable Atachia, in his own words, told the people of Volta region that they were going to continue with the phase 2 as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, we are in 2021, getting to 2022. It took the leader of the majority side to bring the minister to come and tell the people of Ketu Ketu and Keta when the phase 2 of the sea defense will be started. Mr. Speaker, we are all surprised at the answer the minister came to give. This is what we describe as leadership that is not sensitive to the people that they serve. Mr. Speaker, the budget of 2022 never captured a single sea defense wall. The budget of 2022 never talked about how they are going to protect the people who live around the coast. Even the projects that NDC started, that this government came to continue, they have not indicated that they're going to source funding for us to continue with those projects. It is sad. Mr. Speaker, let me say something briefly on drainage. Mr. Speaker, your own budget, this is a report that was submitted to this Honorable House, performance audit report of the Auditor General on the provision of flood control drains. Mr. Speaker, it was submitted to this House in July of this year. This report laments so much about the performance of this government. The insensitivity that we are seeing now. Mr. Speaker, government owes a lot of contractors. Government has not been able to pay contractors who work on drainage. Mr. Speaker, government intentionally delayed payment of contractors. Go to town and see. You those who have big drains around your constituency, go and see. They are all choked. 2021, we could not work on drains. 2022, we still have these challenges. And so, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when we hear our colleagues on this side, me hailing this budget, hailing the president, hailing the vice president, I wonder whether when they get back to their constituencies, they don't listen to their constituents.
Yes.
If you do listen to your constituents, you will realize that this budget, like Honorable Doyo, my leader said, it belongs to the dustbin.
Oh,
it doesn't belong here because it doesn't carry any good message to the people of Ghana.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not concluding yet. I want to talk about housing because you people came again 2017, 2018. I served on the committee, Western Housing Committee. I moved with Honorable Atachian a lot. And Mr. Speaker, this government came, started commissioning projects that the NDC, led by President John Mahama, started.
Yes.
When they came, they were only commissioning. And at a point, our own president was on salt cutting spree.
Yes.
He was just going about cutting salt. Mr. Speaker, all the salt that the president cut, has he been able to commission one project?
No.
This is what we call insensitivity. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the housing sector faces a lot of challenges. Ghana, we have a housing deficit of over 2 million. And Mr. Speaker, the recent population census that was carried out tells us we have about 30.8 million people. And Mr. Speaker, the structures captured by the population census says we have over 10 million structures. And Mr. Speaker, out of these 10 million structures, about 20% of them are either wooden structure or metal structures. So it tells you that Ghanaians are in dire need of houses. And here's the case. We have houses that were built by a government. Then a government came and those houses are left to rot.
Wicked.
This is wickedness. This is wickedness. And so, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are fed up with this government. Ghanaians do not know when 2024 will come. So they will throw Akufo-Addo and his Bamia out of the country. We can't continue to live under this government that do not care about the people that put them to power. All they care about is their own comfort. All they care about is traveling up and down. All the president cares about it is, look, and when you say this, it pains people. People get up and want to interact. It is a fact that our president pays so much on his travels. He should cut down those travels and build houses for Ghanaians to live.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by calling on all of us to throw away this budget.
Yes.
All of us to throw away this budget because it doesn't carry anything good for the people of. Yes, Mr. Speaker, someone is shouting Sagleme. Yes, we did something that we call Sagleme. Beat your chest and tell Ghanaians what you also did.
Yeah.
We built something we call Sagleme for people to live in, but because of your wickedness, but because you do not have concern for the people who put you there. Sagleme housing project, beautiful edifice. Get there and see how they are. They are left to rot. And so if you are shouting Sagleme, let me tell you, also go and build something and name it.
Yeah.
You came into power riding on lies. Now, the whole country, the whole world,
You have 1 more minute.
the kind of leadership that we have.
President, your pregnancy is exposed.
Mr. Speaker, that I should tell you that your pregnancy is exposed.
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I call on the House to reject this budget that does not carry anything. It doesn't have any solution for the people of Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Senior.
Honorable Amangwe Siama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to your motion on the floor. That is the approval of the budget statement of the economic policy of the government for the year ending 2022. Mr. Speaker, I would use this opportunity to thank the President of the nation, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the able manner that he handled the COVID-19 in our schools, especially the senior high school, when they were having their final exams, they were sick. During the time, Mr. Speaker, the President fed all the students, both public and private, with one hot meal a day for several weeks. That is the mark of a good leader who never discriminates. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, infrared thermometers were given out to schools. They also fumigated and disinfected many of the schools and other logistics. Nose masks were given to all schools, reusable ones, of course, and it did help. Many are those who thought the COVID would break out in our schools. The doomsayers were there when it happened to Accra Girls School, when some few students had COVID in those days. People cried for closure of schools. I would like to use this opportunity also to thank the headmasters and headmistresses who had the outbreak but were able to control them. My regards go to the President for such an able management of the COVID. Mr. Speaker, education is a universal investment in human beings. Universal investment, not Ghana investment. Every government, everywhere in the world, makes sure that it provides quality education. Apart from investment in education, it is also a value resource for the economic benefit of all nations. Mr. Speaker, education, apart from its significance of being an economic resource, it is also a good in itself and a basic fundamental human right. Mr. Speaker, that's why governments all over the world pursue education with alacrity. Mr. Speaker, education does not exist in a vacuum, I must say so. It thrives, Mr. Speaker, in a structured condition of physical infrastructure and material resources. This is critical. Material and physical infrastructure resources is what we need to give a quality education to every member of every nation. The dichotomy is clear, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the schools in the advanced countries, we can perfectly say that they are far more better than our schools, and therefore the economies are very, very good and better than our economies. Why does it happen so? Because they take pains to invest in education. Why? How would they have money to invest in education? It all comes from the people who live in the country. It comes from nowhere than the people. Mr. Speaker, I will use this opportunity to introduce the teacher to the equation of our quest to look out for good education for our people. Mr. Speaker, prior to now, in the previous government, teachers who came out of colleges and taught for 3 years were paid for only 3 months. They were paid for only 3 months. Now, you work for 2 years, 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, you are paid for your full days of work. This is the mark of a good government. That's right. Mr. Speaker, there have been several improvements in the life of a teacher as far as this government is concerned. Mr. Speaker, training colleges are now giving out BEds. Now they do 4-year programs that leads to a full degree. That's right. Now we have changed the type of teacher that we want to be in our schools. Teachers are being trained well. Mr. Speaker, just last year we employed over 20,000 teachers, bringing them up to 93,000 teachers since this government came to power. Good. Mr. Speaker, where were the 93,000 teachers? And where were they posted to? And the schools that they were posted to during the previous government, weren't they in existence? They were in existence. They were in existence. They had no teachers. In my constituency, for instance, in the previous administration of NDC, 8 classrooms had only 2 or 3 teachers. The classrooms were empty, the teachers were not there. This government has tried to fill all the classrooms, though not complete, yet we think that what this government has done, employing 93,000 teachers to take our appointments to go into the empty classrooms, is a mark that we have to commend. Mr. Speaker, what again do we say we have improved the teacher? We always say that not until we motivate the teacher, not until the teacher is robust in the classroom, not until the teacher has given the required material and ability, we will always continue to suspect the academic purity of our students. And it is true indeed. That is why this government has taken upon itself to make sure that we train the teachers and send them to the classroom. Next year, government is employing 16,850 teachers to classrooms. Again, it's going to fill places of those who will go on pension, those who will leave out, and the extra classrooms that are not being filled. This is the mark of good governance. Mr. Speaker, I will go on to free senior higher education. Or one may ask, has this educational improvement come out with any benefits? Yes, the maths and science program that is currently going on depicts clearly that this government is not only looking up to the schools that you know, the renowned schools, but to all schools in Ghana. Keta Secondary School, look at where they are now. Look at Chemu Secondary School. These are secondary schools that are not that are not in the mainstream educational ladder, that people would even like the awards to go. But because of good education, because of good investment in the education sector, these boys and girls are coming out and bringing out what they have for the whole world to see. Mr. Speaker, if there is any one thing that has happened to the landscape of this nation, then it is the free senior high school. Yeah. People don't want to hear free senior high school, but they enjoy it. Yes. People don't want to hear it, but they enjoy it. How do we have free senior high school? No government takes out money, from his own coffers to do what? To promote free senior high school. The citizens will have to pay for senior high school. Mr. Speaker, senior high school, as I've said, is one thing that has happened to our landscape that we should continue to thank this president for making sure that it comes on no matter what. Many are those doomsayers who said senior high school cannot thrive. Mr. Speaker, because of the challenges, some challenges that the senior high school face. In any development, in any new development, when it is teaching, INCO Act, when it's something new, it's bound to face difficulties. But the mark of a good leader is how these problems will be solved and his will carried out. Because it is good, Mr. Speaker, many are those of us who are here, whose classmates couldn't go up again from where they left them. Form 4, Form 2, Class 6 in those days. And even in JSS, they couldn't pursue any more education. But they are always counting free senior high school. This is the magnanimity of the president, seeing that he wouldn't like this to happen again. Coming from the rural area, president said no. I wouldn't have to hear that because my father died, because the resourceful person in my family died, or because my mother was not there or my grandmother was not there, I couldn't pursue education. Education is something that should cost every citizen in this nation, and we have to buy that cost. We have to buy into education. Gone are the days where one had, did it for many people. No. Now, if you want to win, you have to include the services, the intelligence, the knowledge of all, so that you can move the people along. It is said that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with the people. Yeah. The president is going along with the youth. They are our future. We live for them. If you don't prepare them now for good education, it's going to cost this nation that we can even not fathom. Jeffrey Thomas, a USA president, once said that if you think education is expensive, let us wait and see these young guys grow to become burden on the society, and you will look at the expense that it will cost us to bring them to the law. Education is something that we have to do to change our existence. Once education is good, everything in the country can go on well. There will be a perfect understanding. And when you speak to people who don't sometimes go to school and don't want to change their mind, you see that there's a remarkable difference between what they say and what you intend doing for him or for her. Nelson Mandela once said that if there is education is the most important weapon that we can use to change the world. Therefore, that is to change Ghana. We cannot say education is expensive, but we want it. Once we say so, then we are not being truthful to ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I'll go on to Get Fund. Get Fund is one thing that has happened to the landscape of education that is very, very good. The syndicated loan plus the bond by Dachi is what is making the game changer in the physical infrastructure provision in the education landscape. Mr. Speaker, about 881 schools were constructed at the basic level. As I speak, over 613 are fully completed and are in use. The senior high school, the combustion of our educational system, had 964 schools, and as I speak now, over 700 are being completed. Mr. Speaker, over 677,400 desks have been, furniture have been supplied to the Ministry of Education. Now the ministry, with the help of GetFund, is funding laptops for 280,000 junior secondary school and secondary school children. Why do we say that this government is not doing well in education? this government has done that which no other government has done. Look at the many schools that they have built. Mr. Speaker, Get Fund raised an amount of 2.7 billion from the syndicated and the bond program, and it is that which is making the change in the physical infrastructure provision in our schools. Mr. Speaker, I can never end if I don't speak about CODVET. And TVET is changing us. This is what we have to say about CODVET. It is the practical situation where students can go and have.
Your time is up. Can you wind up?
Mr. Speaker, the government has spent over $1 million in the provision of infrastructure, tools, and machinery to the CODVET Institute, and it is changing the world. It is changing Ghana. Mr. Speaker, if we can change everything like that, then the Ghana will be a place to work. I would appeal to my colleagues to vote massively for this budget, and we cannot.
Your time is up. Thank you. Taking a list away. Taking. Honorable Kwame Government Sagbeja.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget. Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record. I don't understand why my chairman always wants to speak after me. Normally, the chairman should speak and the ranking should respond. But systematically, he wants to speak after me. So I will take the lead. He can come and respond to me. Mr. Speaker, we have been told by the President that we are in tight situation, that we should all tighten our belts so that we can develop the country. But Mr. Speaker, while the finance minister is telling us this, the President was on holiday in a foreign country. Mr. Speaker, I don't know any father who is so broke, cannot provide food for the children, cannot pay school fees, but the only thing he thinks about is to take a luxurious holiday elsewhere. That cannot be a good father. Mr. Speaker, the solution to the mess in which Dr. Baumia and President Akufo-Addo have put us is not to introduce more tax. It's to do what we call prudence. Prudence is what will take us out of this. By today, by the end of this week, the President will bring a bill to this country. That bill will include the renting of a luxurious presidential jet. Yet my grandmother in the village is told that the small monies I sent to you to do Momo, it will be taxed, so that the President will travel more. Yet we are not going to do that one. Mr. Speaker, this Dr. Baumia tax is very retrogressive. Mr. Speaker, just to limit myself to road and transport. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my very good colleague, Honorable Mafu, talking about how paperless port and other things have been done recently. Mr. Speaker, somebody did the building of the port. President Mahama built the port, and you said you were bringing what? Paperless port. Mr. Speaker, guess what? After the introduction of the paperless port, the cost of carrying goods at the port is now more expensive than it used to be, Mr. Speaker. So the point is, we would have been better with the paper port under the previous regime, because your paperless port has actually increased the cost of doing business at the port. So what have you added? Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the transport sector, Mr. Speaker, the only thing I say is that they haven't had enough, how do you call it, allocation. The only thing that the Minister of Aviation told us was to bring Ghana Airways back. It's in the budget. That by the end of 2021, we will see Ghana Airways back. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Ghana Airways is nowhere to be found. So that is another promise made and cannot be fulfilled. When it comes to railway, Mr. Speaker, yes, this House agreed on some loans and other things, but yes, we are still under construction. None of those projects is yielding any fruit yet. Mr. Speaker, let me come to roads, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are going into the 3rd year of roads. What we have seen, Mr. Speaker, after a record borrowing of a single government, a record tax collected by a single government, what we have seen is a non-performance on the road in the road sector. Mr. Speaker, we have record incompetence, record of talking, sloganeering, and everything, Mr. Speaker. The only thing the government can tout is that they have done asphaltic overlay in few places. Some regions didn't even get 1 millimeter of asphalt. So where is your record, Mr. Speaker, after borrowing billions? Mr. Speaker, let's go to the budget itself. When you take the budget, page 877, the minister is still having courage to present what Sino Hydro has been doing. In 2021, they told us, for instance, Accra Inner City Road, contractor mobilizing. 2022, commencement date delayed. Contractor was mobilizing in 2021. 2022 is delayed. Mr. Speaker, Kumasi Inner City Roads, 2021, contractor mobilizing. 2022, commencement delayed. Mr. Speaker, when you come to a new one, Mr. Speaker, you see that in 2021, the dualization of whole main road, 55%. In 2022, dualization of whole main road, 53%. Mr. Speaker, what kind of statistics is this? In 2021, you achieved 55% completion. In 2022, you are going to achieve 53%. It is only Dr. Bawumia that can do these statistics. Mr. Speaker, let's come to the road. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our roads, Mr. Speaker, the summary that Honorable Opon Nkrumah gave in the House 2 days ago is very succinct. He said, and I quote, "You will see demonstrations in every constituency every day across the country because their roads are bad." That is the summary of our roads in this country. And it was said by Honorable Opon Nkrumah, and I agree with him entirely that this is the nature of our road. And what are we doing about our roads, Mr. Speaker? The government systematically goes on to come to this House and put very little money in the budget, but then go outside and speak a lot about what they are doing. Mr. Speaker, people forget that in the 2021 budget, the amount left in the budget for the real road construction was just about 1 billion Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, this budget is reporting that road fund accrued almost 2 billion Ghana cedi this year. Guess what? Only 1 billion of that is given to the road fund. So the reason I say the solution to the mess in which Dr. Bawumia placed us is not more taxes, it's prudence. If you take 2 billion from Ghanaians that want to fix roads, and then you use capping law and take 1 billion out and give them 1 million, even if you bring e-levy and we give you 10 trillion, you take half away out of capping. That is why you don't deserve 1 cedi extra in terms of tax revenue. All you deserve is prudence. Mr. Speaker, out of that, the government has left the biggest ever debt in the road sector. Over 8 billion owed to Ghanaian contractors. And this budget doesn't even have one sentence as to how you are going to pay these contractors. These contractors will recruit more people than NACO, will recruit more people than the so-called U-Start. The solution to job creation in this country is not to recruit young people to the police, immigration, or military. It is to empower the private sector so they are recruited. If you pay the contractors, all those people will find jobs in the private sector. In any case, you claim only 800,000 people are on the government payroll. When are we going to get to 2 million people in terms of a recruitment, how many people you can pay? So stop lying to the people of this country. Government can never use any of the things, use that or NAPO to recruit enough people. Mr. Speaker, let me get to the motorway. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad today. Extremely sad. Not too long ago, the finance minister came here and write the budget. Mr. Speaker, whilst he was reading the budget, there were our compatriots who were around the toll booths in this country plying their own job. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister came here and claimed that, actually he used it as an achievement, that they have achieved, Mr. Speaker, listen, 50% of the people who are collecting the tolls at our barriers are disabled people. The finance minister stood here and used it as an achievement. Only did the people know that he was about to sack all of them. You sack the people, you can be so heartless. You sack the people, yet you put it in your budget as an achievement. This morning, those disabled people, those young mothers, fathers who have been selling around the toll booth, show me where they are working this morning that you are using them as an achievement in your budget. Where are they working? How heartless can you be as a government? Mr. Speaker, to add to it, the road minister is a senior member of this house, Mr. Speaker. I take strong exception to the fact that he breached a law in this country. He breached a law by arrogating to himself the right to determine whether we collect taxes or not. And when Mr. Speaker gave a directive that the road minister, who is also a lawyer, should backtrack and do the right thing, the road minister refused. Rather, senior members of the New Patriotic Party have sought to denigrate this house. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, Black Rasta said something about this house. He was held before here. So what is the difference between what Black Rasta did and what John Boedu did in Central Region by telling you, Mr. Speaker, that if you want to collect the tolls, you should go to the toll booths and collect the tolls yourself? Why is John Boedu not being held before Parliament? The senior minister said that if Mr. Speaker doesn't know that the road minister can refuse to collect the tax, then Mr. Speaker doesn't know what he's doing. Let me ask. Listen, let me ask you. What is the difference between what we did to Professor Dodu and senior minister? Mr. Speaker, why is Mr. Senior Minister not being held before this house for his misconduct against this house? Mr. Speaker, if we don't take action against John Boedu and senior minister in the future, it will be difficult for any citizen to understand why Parliament will bring them here to be able to do something. Mr. Speaker, I challenge this house to make sure that John Boedu and senior minister are held before the Privileges Committee of this house. Mr. Speaker, let me go on to say this. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the road minister suggested that under the PPP, the contract for the Accra-Temamoto Way financial closure has been achieved. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that that contract is an illegitimate contract. Motor Angels is a foreign company. Motor Angels, under the original PPP agreement, was supposed to bring money for them to do this work. As we speak, Motor Angels cannot raise even $1. Yet the minister has gone ahead to sign a contract claiming that Ghana Infrastructure Fund will fund this job. Mr. Speaker, for the past 3 years, President Akufo-Addo hasn't paid $1 into the Ghana Infrastructure Fund. So where is the money in the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund for you to do this? Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something that is very, very wrong with the contract. If you see the discussions they had at the negotiation level, Mr. Speaker, let me read out to you. The committee is saying that the contract price of 570 million Ghana cedis, dollars, has been jacked up by 39%. Mr. Speaker, it is in the contract that the ministry is saying that the contract price quoted by Motor Angels is 39% more than the ministry's own figure. Yet the minister went ahead and signed a contract including the 39%. What is the interest of the minister and the MPP in this? If you yourself declares the contract has been inflated by 39%, how did you sign that contract, Mr. Speaker? Secondly, we are told that the minister says there will be local content. Mr. Speaker, the minister stood here and told us that Ghanaian contractors are not capable of doing this work. So how come he's offering them 40%? If they can do 40%, why can't they do 100%? Mr. Speaker, in the contract there's no local content in part as part of the agreement. There's no local content as part of the Motor Angels contract. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, my point is very simple. The road sector has suffered a lot. All we've seen so far as part of the over 8 billion that we owe the contractors, which are not being paid. Mr. Speaker, the road minister is unable to account for the reason he stopped the collection of over 10 million Ghana cedi by the end of December. Because we get 210,000 Ghana cedis every day at the toll booth from the day he stopped it, because that is scientific. By the time we get to 31st December, we would have lost 10 million Ghana cedi. That is equivalent to 20 chief compound, 20 chief compound with staff accommodation. Yet the finance minister, including our colleague is sitting here, cannot tell the road minister that you claim you are broke. Yet you've given him the opportunity to collect 10 million Ghana cedi. You said we will not collect it. The Speaker of Parliament should go to the toll booth and collect it. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I have no reason to believe that this government has lost its track. This government is not on course, and the e-levy Bawumia tax has nothing to do with development of this country. It's just to give more money to the government to keep wasting. And for this reason, I call on all people in this country to support Parliament, for the Speaker to insist that the right thing is done. And all those members of the New Patriotic Party who want to undermine the Speaker by telling him to go and collect the toll booth should know that the days are coming where the powers that be, the principalities that work to undermine the Parliament shall fall, and Parliament will be able to stand and do whatever we are supposed to do. For this reason, I call on every member of this House to vote massively against this budget. It is not in the interest of our people. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'll say, Honorable Kennedy, I'll say, Nyaku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to my main subject, I would like to address some falsehood that my colleague, Rankin, just peddled in the room here. It's going everywhere. I'm sure a lot of people outside who are watching, following the conversation or the discussion in this room, because of maybe that kind of falsehood that my colleague has passed on. He made mention, he was categorically stated that no money, this government has not paid a penny into the gift account. As if he doesn't even have a copy of the budget. Or he didn't even read the budget. Go to page 230. You look at grants infrastructure fund. Go and see how much they've given to, you're going to give. About 337 million. Is that? Don't you have a copy? Mr. Speaker, I'll put it there. That is the stock of trade of my colleague. That is how he behaves. So I will pardon him for that. He also again said, under this government is owing contractors to the tune of 8 billion. Let me tell you, that 8 billion arrears that we are talking about, it started, we still have IPCs way back, which is dated from 2010. It's there. Go to road fund. Go to road fund. So if you come and sit here and create them, but let me go on with my substantive submission. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the people of this country, every time, they have to know the truth. And it is important that we set the record straight when it comes to road infrastructure in this country. I'm going to demonstrate for Ghanaians to know, if we want to assess the performance of the NDC government, the 4 years, and the Akufo-Addo government, we know who is doing what. No, 8 years. 8 years. No, let me limit it to 4 years. I want to limit it to 4 years. That is former President John Mahama. Tenure, I want to limit it to it. Mr. Speaker, if you want to know, since independent, the MPP government led by Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we have made the largest investment in road sector. No government in the history of this country. No government. No government. No government. And I'm talking about capital expenditure. CapEx. I'm not talking about any other expenses. Mr. Speaker, for the 5 years that we have been in government, for the past 5 years, we have invested in capital expenditure, in road infrastructure in this country. 6.4, a total of 6.4 billion. Wow. 6.4 billion. Why is what? Where is the data? You don't have budgets. You are a member of parliament. When you come to this house, your first assignment is to make sure that when you are handed over budget, you read it. Read and you know that this government, Mr. Speaker, the NDC inherited a total road network in this country of 69,000 from President Kufuor in 2009. When they left office, 8 years after 8 years, our total road network was just about 73,000 kilometers. They added only 4. They expanded our road network by 4,000. These are records. It's there. You don't need to, from your own budget. Go to your own budget. All road that you have done, it is in there from 2013 to 2016. Mr. Speaker, within 4 years, let me even add 1 year to make it 5 years of a Akufo-Addo tenure. We have expanded our road network from the 73 that we inherited from you currently to 80,000 kilometers. 7,000 additional. We have expanded it. Mr. Speaker. So when you come here, when we are talking about road, even the 4,000 kilometers that they were able to add to our total road network in this country, you know how much they were able to even reconstruct it, do proper construction and put bitumen surfacing on it. They were able to do a total of 1,068 kilometers. In 8 years, 1,068 kilometers. 500 of that kilometers were just for bitumen surfacing, and 568 was for asphalt. I want to tell you, within that 4 years, though we have expanded our road network by 7,000. Do you know how much within that 4 years we have been able to work on? We are talking about 3,800. No government in even this city have been able to done or tar the road for 3,000 kilometers for 4 years. No government. It's only under President Akufo-Addo that we are able to do it. So when you come to this room and you go to your constituency, you ask your people, demonstrate. The roads are not good. Go on demonstration. You painted the picture. You told the whole world that President Mahama has done majority of our roads, and that go to your green book and you touted everybody. And we have solved the road problem in this country. Can you solve the road problem in this country? No. Out of the total road network, do you know how many of the kilometers are bad in this country? We need money to fix this road. You are aware, you are a ranking member. Ghanaians are listening. You know that out of these 80,000 kilometers that we are talking about, almost about 45,000 of these kilometers are in poor shape, and we need to solve it. How do you want the government to solve it? You should go and borrow money. You should go to external credit facility so that you come down the debt. We are increasing it. Is that how we build nation? You travel, you go to America. You travel, you go to Europe. Is that how they build their roads? No. They go to other foreign countries to take money to build their roads. No. We have to be sincere to ourselves as members of parliament. You can't come and sit here and paint yourself as a pious. When you go, you are clearly you want roads to your constituency. You want government to go and construct roads to your constituency. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about road records in this country, the NDC should be the last political party to talk about road issues in this country. This year, in 2022, government has increased its capital expenditure into the road sector by 108%. 108%. You don't even know. You don't even know. 20, just he has increased it by 108% if you compare to the 2021 budget that was given to the road sector. But you see, you need to do your own analysis. They will not state it for you. Go to the appendices. Go and put it together. That is why you have been given to the budget. Sit down and analyze it, read it, and compile the figures. And you know. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in total, money that is going to capital expenditure in the road sector, I'm not saying any other expenditure, capital expenditure, we are going to use that money to construct roads. We are going to use it. They have allocated in total the one that is coming from ABFA, the one coming from GOG, the one coming from external credit facility, which we call it DP, donor funding, which government has programmed that they will for. We are going to have about 3.9 billion going to the road sector. Mr. Speaker, I've seen my ranking. I've seen my ranking. My ranking is shaking his head. Let me tell you, you can go to Appendix 4A, item 24. Go and check the columns. Government has three. When it comes to the infrastructure, I'm just letting me educate. When it comes to the infrastructure of this infrastructure project in this country, government has three main sources of funding. The DP, the one that you use, we call it, we normally take it from the external credit facility. The one from the oil money, okay, and the one that will also come from our own consolidated fund. And this one, we put it together. Mr. Speaker, the 3.9 that we are talking about, the 3.9 billion that we are talking about, it represents, if we are to find the percentage that represents of the total capital expenditure in the budget, we are talking about 23.7%. No government in the history has spent 23.7% of its capital expenditure or its expenditure on roads, capital expenditure on roads. And you come and sit here. This is a clear demonstration by the Akufo-Addo government that when we come to tackling bad road, fixing bad road in this country, they have every constituency, every district at heart. That is the more reason why he has come to you. That yes, I've heard of our members, not from your side alone, even from our side too, who are crying that let us get our road to fix. The last time I was asked that how much approximately do you think if we are to construct our roads in this country, the bad one, is it going to cost this country? With just a rough estimate, we all know how much a kilometer of road costs if it is a bitumen surfacing, if it is about asphalt, if it is about dual carriage asphalting. We know how much it costs in this country. We will need not less than, this country will need not less than $60 billion to fix all bad roads in this country. Where do you want the country to go and find that $16 billion to fix all those countries? So I will be able to fix our road 100% in this country. We don't have that money. Even if it is reduced, even if that 16 billion is reduced to even $4 billion, do we have the money to do it? Why do you want the government to go and find the money? Mr. Speaker, that is why we all need to be very careful. The kind of pronouncement that we make about this budget, we have to be very careful, because when we are making this pronouncement, it will be very difficult for you tomorrow to go to any place. Can you go to the minister lobbying for project road for your constituency? Which money do you want that minister to use to award that contract for you so that you get your road fixed? I'm not sure all of us in this room will be able to go to the minister that gets my road fixed for me. But some will have the privilege to go. Others will not have the privilege. So that is why it is important that government says that I have listened to the concern and the plight of the people. I'm trying to find a way that we can be able to mitigate this problem. And one of the ways that we can use to mitigate this problem is that let us find a new and innovative way to get revenue to be able to solve this problem. And government comes out that, okay, let us do a year levy. A year levy. This money, for the first time, and I have demonstrated that government has increased its budget, which is going to the infrastructure, CAPEX for road sector, for almost about 108%. Last year, the total allocation they gave it to us for infrastructure, CAPEX, which you are aware, was at only 1 billion. This year, if you put all this together, let me even take, even DP, the donor partners, let me take that figure out and focus on ABFA and GOG for CAPEX. We are talking about 1.75%. The 1.75%, do you know how much we represent? We are talking about an increase of 2021 budget by 80%. We are increasing it, our budget. So the 2022 budget have gone up. It is there. Please, I've asked you to go to 4A, Appendix 4A. You will see it there. Mr. Speaker, so it is important that we appreciate that efforts are being made to resolve and solve our problem. Good roads, it is the gateway, or let's say it is the best opportunity to expand our economic frontiers. No country has been able to develop or succeed with bad roads. So if we don't have a good road, then what we are literally meaning that we are not ready to even push our economic agenda forward. You have people who produces in the villages and they find it difficult. They are farmers and they are not able to, because of bad roads, they are not able to transport their goods, their farm goods to even the market center because the roads are very bad. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important that as members of parliament who are representing the people, we are representing a population of about 30.8 million people. The only thing that we can do for them, if we have nothing to do for them, is to support this government and get that road that you have been fighting every day, get it fixed. I will be happy if my roads are fixed, because at least it will be a legacy in my name. When I'm gone, when I'm no more an MP, it will be a legacy for me. And that should be your priority. It should be your legacy, that you get your roads fixed. And if you can even put your names on it, you enable it, that was done by you. But it can never be done if we don't have enough resources to do it. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that this budget,
Honourable Member, kindly conclude.
Nobody, and in concluding, I want to encourage every member of this house to understand and to know that the yield levy that government intends to put out and take something small, little from the citizenry, and to fix the road for us is the best way, and that we cannot afford to lose this opportunity, because losing this opportunity, not approving this budget, I am sure we will never come back and get to this opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to urge my colleagues, both sides, not only my friends on the NDC side, but both sides, that this is the opportunity for us to show to Ghanaians that we really care. We don't only need their vote.
Honourable Isaac J. Mensah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the ongoing debate on the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate and my heart is bleeding that you see a whole chairman, the chairman of Road Committee, misleading the House. So he knows, in the budget, it is reported that the total road network is 78,000 401. And just last year, when the Minister of Roads gave the press conference, he did indicate that that was the total road network. He is here telling us that the total road network is 80,000. Where did he get his 80,000? Where did you get your 80,000? Please, you know, this is House of Records. And I expect the chairman to be honest with himself. So you know, it is not 80,000. You're saying, what happened? The road network now stands at 78,401. Check the details and see. Mr. Speaker, it is not a matter of coming here to lie. Because it's a House of Records. And I request that detail be expunged. It's so disappointing that the chairman of a committee will come here and mislead the House. We have consistently been monitoring the performance of this government as far as maintenance is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, or members of parliament, all we are talking about is the maintenance of our roads. Check in the budget. Where are your roads? Your constituents. Where did they lie? You don't have reasonable or significant numbers representing your roads. He's just talking about his roads. What the program, Mr. Speaker, we have is about what's happening. This government has consistently not performed to be responsible in the maintenance of our roads. Why do I say this? If you check the budget, monitor the 2017 budget, the 2018 budget, the 2019 through to, you realize that an average of 34,000, a little over 34,000, has been worked on or dedicated to road maintenance, routine road maintenance. What is routine road maintenance, Mr. Speaker? It's the reshaping of the shaping of grading of our roads, pothole patching, and vegetation control. That is what most of our roads require. And if a government, if an NPP government would just dedicate or just spend on only 34,000, a little over 34,000 on average, are you telling me that the government is performing? Where are the roads? You remember last year we had the slogan of Year of Roads. Where are the roads? And so I challenge him. I need anybody from this side, Mr. Chairman of the committee, give us the records as we speak now. The last inventory, road inventory of the ministry was conducted in 2016. Check, the chief director and co, they are all here. I had opportunity to serve in the ministry. And I wasn't going to go to these details, but for the life, with all due respect, it is not true. I challenge you to provide the details. The last inventory that was conducted, road inventory that was conducted in the ministry, was in 2016. So the 78,401 was in the interest of President Muhammad. So from check the records, from 2012 to 2016, a total of 10,300 kilometers has been added to the road network. So until you come up with the details, and I'm challenging you, the doctors are there, until you come up with the details of road inventory, you have nothing to show. What Nana Akufo-Addo has done is the maintenance. Is that asphalt overlay and many things. How has asphalt overlay benefited us? How many of you have all your roads have an asphalt overlay? The basic maintenance is not being working. If you are dedicating a budget, check the budget and see. The dedication of road, the money dedicated for road, basic road maintenance routine, is just a little about 44,000 kilometers. If you have 78,400 work kilometers, and you are dedicating funds, budget for just 34,000. What are you talking about? Mr. Speaker, I'm very much disappointed. Now back to the need for money, injecting money into road fund. Road fund in 2016, we came to Parliament here and requested that the fuel levy of 4 pesos per 7 pesos be increased to 40 pesos. When we did that, there was enough money in the kitty. So at the end of the month, we were getting 100 million. That was prudent money. Maintenance of our roads are key. So as we speak now, at the end of the year, we have about 1.8 billion, close to 1.9 billion accruing into the fund. And if you check the releases, Honorable Abuja was very benevolent. The releases, about 500 million has been the releases. If you give the ministry $1 billion, when you get a capping out, the ministry will be able to do so many things. Now, even in the budget that you are calling for more money, you have just budgeted for just 44,000, a little 44,000 out of the 78,400 for road maintenance. What are you talking about? Mr. Speaker, this budget does not give any hope to all of you people. Your roads are not covered. Show me where your roads are. You don't have them. The sloganeering is an issue. Where are your roads? is just a mere lie. And I'm challenging this side. I'm challenging the chairman to bring details, to bring evidence to that effect. But, Mr. Speaker, apart from the maintenance, I think that the issue of our roads, our main issues are maintenance of our roads. My friend or my family in Chimbasa and Co. don't need the asphalt and so. What they need is that just shape the road every year, just grade it. This is not happening. Majority of you who are feeding roads, your roads are bad. Your constituents watching down here know that your roads are very bad. You sit down here for the chairman to lie to you. Your roads are bad. How do you get it? What is the guarantee? What is the guarantee that the levy that they are costing 1.2 billion will be for roads? Even the 1.8 billion, if half of it is provided for us, a lot of us will get our roads in good shape. Now sit down here and lie. Mr. Speaker, the other aspect of the road sector that I want to talk about is the cocoa roads. Cocoa roads. You are here where cocoa roads were under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. This government came in and said they are reassigning cocoa roads to our agriculture ministry. Now we don't even have records. If you check the records, cocoa roads are in a very bad shape. The Ministry of Agriculture has not been able to account for the monies. Last year, 2020-2021, they requested for 456 million Ghana cedis. Where are the roads? Where is the money? And in the budget, they've not been able to provide anything. I'm worried that this side, we expect that they'll be honest, they'll be humble, and plead with us that if there could be the need, we should support them. We are saying, I plead with you also, that because of the fact that there has been irresponsibility, the mismanagement of the road sector, we expect you people, because you don't have your road need fixed, to support this budget, not being accepted. Don't approve this budget. If you approve this budget, it means that your roads are not going to be done. Your roads are not going to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that for the cocoa roads, who come from the cocoa growing areas, our roads are bad. Our roads are still going bad. And nothing of the sort has been done. We remember when MPP came to power in 2017, there was they said we were conducting forensic audit. We are not seeing any results. And Mr. Chairman, from this session, we need to know the copy of the forensic audit that was conducted on cocoa roads. Where is it? And at the end of the day, there's been reports. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the records must be placed with. The other aspect of it that I want to talk about, is the tolling. Can you imagine you have 78 million in your hands that can do so many things? The 78 million a year from the toll that can be used for just the shaping of our rural roads. Shaping of rural roads. Then you throw it away for the yield levy. What is the guarantee that the yield levy you use it for the road preparation? All over the world, all roads are tolled. Now you are talking about the PPP at one hand, and you are talking about the closure of our toll roads. And you see, Mr. Speaker, the worry is that our Abidjan-Lagos corridor is an international highway, and we have about 50% of the road covered in Ghana. Now you cross all these toll booths, you go to Nigeria, it is there, you go to Ivory Coast, it is there. What hope are you giving to investors? You are talking about the PPP. Who brings his money when you've closed all toll roads? It's inconsistent, and we think that the government has not the clue. They have no clue, and I think that this is the basis for which you shouldn't support this budget, because of the fact that you want e-levy for roads. Have you demonstrated that even the little 1.8 billion you have in fund, you are capable of doing that? The minister is not releasing that. The Minister of Finance is not releasing the 1.8 billion. Then you are calling for more. What is the guarantee that even when that money is in your hands, you use it for the appropriate thing? So, Mr. Speaker, we are just putting the record straight. My ranking talked about the Sino Hydro project. We talked about Sino since several years back, 3 years. Show us one of the Sino projects that has been completed. Show us. Now approve for this government, and I say with authority, it should demonstrate to us which road they have started from scratch and they have finished. Nothing. 5 years. You haven't. Mr. Chairman, I'm saying this, and it's on record. MPP should demonstrate which road that they started from scratch. By scratch, I mean the designing, financial source and everything that they have completed. Every day you see them repeat the project in the budget. If you Volivo Bridge, that we sought funding from Japan, it continuously showing in the budget every year. So, Mr. Speaker, we are just worried and want to share records. Because of the fact that this budget does not give us because of the fact that this budget is not,
wind up.
We pray and tell you and be with you that reject the budget. The very fact that this budget is not providing answers to your roads, So because of that, this budget must be disallowed, it must be rejected, and it must not find space in the scheme of things because it doesn't give us the hope for our roads and many things. So, Mr. Speaker.
Is Honorable Ambrose Derry here? Yes, Honorable Ambrose Derry. Yes, Honorable Ambrose Derry. Honorable Minister for Interior, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to put on record the government and my appreciation to this August House for supporting the President's retooling and transformation agenda. Anytime we come to issues of security, this House has risen above partisan considerations. And I want to hope that that is exactly the attitude that would attend this budget. Mr. Speaker, I submit that this House should approve the President's budget financial statement for 2022 and also the 1.75 e-levy on BOMO money transfers. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the minority say we will not approve. If you don't approve the budget, if the result will be a lockdown, there will be no salaries for workers, there will be no social services, there will be nothing. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think that is the intention of the minority. Mr. Speaker, the 1.75% levy on Momo money transfers, the opposition is that it is against poor people. Mr. Speaker, the definition of a poor person is a person who earns below the minimum wage. You don't have to like my face. The definition of a poor person is the one who earns below the minimum wage, that is from 0 to below 12.5 cedis a day. The Momo levy exempts 100 cedis a day, which is 8 times the daily wage, and therefore it cannot be for the protection of poor that we shouldn't pay that. In addition, you can only pay after the first 100, and therefore this 100 that you pay would be if you transfer 200. Mr. Speaker, will it affect the Momo market? No. I come from a village called Kokoligu. If I'm sending 200 cedis to my relative in Kokoligu, I'm going to have to pay 1 cedi 75 pesos. There is no alternative means of sending the same quality service at a lower rate at all. If the alternative rate is, it will involve lorry fare in and out, and in the end, it will be most expensive. Mr. Speaker, we need the levy to be able to raise funds to do what this House wishes for the security sector, wishes for employment of the youth, wishes for roads. Mr. Speaker, this country has 2 sources of funding, either revenue from the tax or borrowing. Borrowing is a chance approach. You can refuse the money. The levy is a more reliable one. Mr. Speaker, are we going to leave the employment of our youth to a chance source of funding? Mr. Speaker, tax to GDP, Ghana is performing badly. Ours is 14.3%, one of the lowest in the ECOWAS region. The target is supposed to be 20%. Most ECOWAS countries are doing 18%. Therefore, there is room for us to be able to raise these funds, and I think that we should approve. They say that it will affect the digitalization. Ghana card is part of the digitalization. We have heard the enthusiasm of citizens to register, but we would need the funding to be able to do so. We will need the funding to be able to get a card which will be an e-passport subsequently, so it will not affect digitalization. Mr. Speaker, what I now have to say is this. We have, in respect of the transformation of the security agencies, achieved a lot which is contained in this budget. And what do we have? First of all, we are empowering, increasing staffing. So today, Ghana, the agencies under the Ministry of Interior are recruiting 11,000 applicants. We need more. How do we get more? We will get more if we allow the e-levy to raise the monies for us to be able to do so. Except that we want to tell our children that we do not care about their employment, and all we want is that we leave it to chance. That should another country give us money, we should. This house is not that minded. We should deal with it, and deal with it drastically. Northern border protection, and indeed all the border protections, is in the budget, and we need money to do that. And Mr. Speaker, let me talk of health security. What is health security? When we close the border, we close for two reasons. One for security, the other for health. When we came to say it, people thought we were joking. COVID, there's a fourth wave all over the world. But as at midnight 21st November, the active cases in Ghana were 641. 641. The way it is increasing internationally, you would see. And what was the daily rate of increase on 21st November? The whole country, all the regions put together, the daily increase was 4. 4, all the regions. But at the Kotoka International Airport, the new cases were 8. Mr. Speaker, that epitomizes the relationship between the situation here and the situation there. But it does help us. The police, if I may start with them, have been really supported and have created several new units. That is not all. The police is taking the development now to another level. And what is that level? The level is that we are going to have unprecedented community engagement policy where you have friendly police with the communities. We're going to have anti-crime that is proactive, but we'll also have a de-escalation policy towards non-civilian protests. We are going to have scientific intelligence policing. We are going to have traffic checks dealing with other ministries to make sure we reduce the carnage, and we are going to have the welfare. What have we done? Each region has an intelligence department. It helps us. Each region has a high-risk anti-robbery department. And now we've established a cold cases unit under CID. Cold cases unit is to deal with those cases that we have not been able to resolve, and there's a delay in investigation. We are not going to allow them to die. We've established a unit that will work on it to make sure that we get the cases determined and prosecuted. Then we're also going to have friendly relations with victims of rape, defilement, robbery, murder, where the police station would move now to the victim and not the victim coming to the police station. So, Mr. Speaker, the other aspect has to do with the COVID, the NACOP. We passed the law. We are moving. One, for the establishment. Two, we are bringing to the Parliament the LI that will allow cultivation of industrial and medicinal cannabis. It is not to legalize any recreational use of cannabis. Then, the various other places, you would see that the prisons, we have shown that the prisons is not an end station, but it's meant to educate our people to come out to be more useful. And you see in the budget the numbers that went to Mercy, the numbers that went to SAS, the numbers that went to the university. Now we have got support from the Pentecost Church of Ghana, which I think Mr. Speaker must put on record, built an ultra-modern prison camp at Ejura. One is almost completing in Isawam, and others following in Damongo and rest of them, for us to decongest. And we are also working on the alternative sentencing, that there is going to be a workshop now involving the stakeholders to make sure that we have a reduction in custodial sentencing. Mr. Speaker, fire service is doing a lot. We've now got the LI established. We are going to get fire tenders that are going to come on. We have immigration all over. We are pursuing what His Excellency the President has identified to be the way forward for prisons and other agencies. What is it? The aim of the President is to make Ghanaians feel safe. And you agree that the aggressiveness combined with the professionalism of the security agencies, taking it to the next level under the new IGP, is actually, and therefore we will need your support. But we need your support in terms of funding. We need your support in terms of reliable source of funding. We cannot expect foreign countries to give us loans to keep out COVID infested persons who are coming from their place. We cannot expect to depend on our security on foreign assistance. It's like a chance game. It's like lotto. And we shouldn't allow our roads and the programs to employ our youth to equally depend on such approach. Mr. Speaker, we are also taking very serious view of arms. So the Small Arms Commission is working very hard in marking. We are going to continue to school swoop. Yesterday we were compelled to impose a curfew in Boko, and we think that there is still the challenge of tracing arms, and we are going to work with other agencies to make sure that we do get all these things sorted out. Mr. Speaker, the National Peace Council is being proactive. It played a role in the unfortunate occurrences during the election, but we are making them proactive, and we are learning from that to promote the accountability of personnel. We are not only equipping them, we also want to give them body cams that give us the full record of their activities, so that we hold them accountable for whatever they might do wrong. Mr. Speaker, it therefore means that we are talking of responsible security work within democratic context. And therefore, when we raise alarm that there's too much of military involvement, we are only going to be able to do that when we decouple the actions of the internal security, such as the police, from the army. And therefore, this House accepted a proposal for 4 police units in all the regions that will have the capacity to go in to back up the police when they are in crisis, and then the military only comes in as a last resort. But all these APUs we need money. So far, it's only Kumasi that we have been able to establish, and we need money to be able to do that. Mr. Speaker, we can't have a parliament that says that we are borrowing too much, and at the same say we shouldn't pay taxes. God must have mercy on us. Where are we going to get the money to deal with that? But I believe that that is all the partisan gap. But when it comes to this, Mr. Speaker, I am encouraging my colleagues that for them to be able to get all the police stations that they asked me for, all the fire stations that they asked me for, all the employment for their youth in their constituencies into the services, we have to raise the requisite funds. And the reliable way is to do it on the money transfer, which is very, very constructive way of dealing with the matter. Mr. Speaker, not more. I'm invited several times to come and answer questions because the disasters do come when we are not prepared for it. We pass a law here for 3% of common fund to be paid. It's increasingly inadequate for
Honorable, you have 1 more minute.
And Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that all the good work that we intend to do to keep us safe, to always go and come back and continue to be jovial here, to make sure that our children are employed, to make sure roads are constructed, to make sure that the Ghanaian worker is paid, and that we then leave them in a chaos, unemployed. Let's rise above partisanship. Approve the budget. Approve the 1.75% on Momo money transfer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Honorable Peter Kwesi Nochukotoi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the year 2022, as presented by the Minister for Finance on behalf of the President. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start my contribution with a quotation from Malcolm X, and I quote, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." Mr. Speaker, reading through this statement by Malcolm X, I have looked at what is happening in the country, especially with regards to basic education as we have it today. Mr. Speaker, I have come to conclude that there is a deliberate at this government, led by President Nana Akufo-Addo, to destroy the basic foundation of education in Ghana, which is aimed at eliminating the poor from giving quality education to their children, but offering the upper class the opportunity to provide quality education to their children through private school system so that they can continue to be educated and remain in the ruling class of the country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the basic education level in this country, it is continually receiving the lowest attention. In 2014, the expenditure on basic education was 23% of allocation to the Ministry of Education or for the education sector. But as at this year, it has reduced to 16%. That shows that the investment being made in basic education is declining by the year. And that is affecting the foundation of education in this country. Mr. Speaker, if you go to our basic schools, the infrastructure there is nothing to write home about. If you look at the structures that our children are said to be studying in, it's not the best. We still have schools under trees in this country. The project that was started by the previous government to make sure that all basic schools that were under trees got eliminated still remain. Schools are still under trees in this 20. Why are we doing this to the foundation of education in Ghana? Mr. Speaker, it is rather unfortunate that we are only paying lip service to basic education in the country. Classrooms, as we have now, remain without teachers. Teachers who completed teacher education in 2020 are yet to be posted. Why are we doing that to them? Meanwhile, there are vacancies in our primary schools, in our junior high schools. I am told there are plans to recruit them in 2022. Why? Why do we keep the children in the classroom without teachers? And we are saying that we are going to employ 16,000 teachers, as if it is something new. This is because posting of teachers is an annual ritual. Every year, teachers complete teacher education from colleges of education. So it is no new employment that is offered to them. Because you have trained them, they must be employed, they must be posted. That is the underlying principle. So, keeping the teachers in the house, while there are so many vacancies in our schools. In my district alone, Akati North, there are 143 vacancies as of today. So, and we are keeping the teachers at home. What are we doing? Is it our inability to pay them, or to raise money to pay them, or what? And we say we are committed to education in this country. We are not doing anything good to our generation. Mr. Speaker, if you look at teachers in our colleges of education, they are to receive allowances. Since July, the Ministry of Education or the government is owing them, they have not paid them. So how do they meet their needs? You have not paid them. How are you going to pay them? And when are you going to pay them? You have promised that you are going to restore teacher training allowances. Pay them. The peanut that you are paying to, you cannot pay. Mr. Speaker, if you still look at what is happening at the basic level, these days, our teachers are made to pay for continuous training programs. Why are we doing that to them? Teachers are employed by the state. So if you want to give them in-service training, you must make sure that you make provision for that. That's why NAT has taken up the issue now and has written to those who are concerned that they should stop asking teachers to pay for service, in-service training. It is not the best. Is that done in other agencies or departments that employees have to pay for in-service training? Why are we doing that to the poor teacher in the country? Are we helping them? Mr. Speaker, what is even more annoying is that instead of providing teaching learning materials for teachers to teach, they are being asked to pay for it. You are providing laptops for teachers to go and then use. You are asking them to pay part for it. And I don't know why the teacher unions even agreed to that arrangement, that they were going to pay a certain percentage. It is the responsibility of the employer and the state to provide materials for every employee to work with. So what are you telling us? Laptops, you ask teachers to pay for it, and you are using their allowances to pay for it. So it is just giving what? Giving it to Peter, robbing it for me. So what are you doing? Robbing Peter to pay Paul. It is not the best. So if you are not in the position to provide those things, then don't provide it at all, why do you ask them to pay? Is it because they are going to own it after some time? So, Mr. Minister, I would like you to make sure that the materials that the teachers need in the schools are provided. They should not pay for it. So, I have decided, or I am going to make sure that we make a motion in this house so that the KA technologies that have been asked to provide these materials, we find out how the contract was awarded. What were the terms and conditions of the agreement for the provision of these laptops to teachers in our secondary schools and basic schools? Mr. Speaker, looking at the issue very well, you will also discover that years ago, or a few years ago, there was the provision of free exercise books in this country. What has gone wrong that we have stopped providing exercise books to children in our basic schools? If we say free senior high school is there, why don't we make sure that those in the basic schools, the primary schools, also receive equal attention? What has happened to the free school uniforms? We want to know. What has happened to the free sandals? We want to know. What has happened to the sanitary pads that we are supplying to the girl child in our basic schools? What has happened to all these things? Mr. Speaker, what is happening now in our rural areas even is that parents are now even taking their wards to private schools because they have realized that the basic level is not receiving attention from government. Because they realize that only those who are in the upper class are making sure that their children have better education at the basic level. So they are also struggling to make sure. So there is this apathy that parents don't want to send their children to basic schools, public basic schools again. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that you go to some of the basic schools now and the materials to work with are not there for the teachers to do so. Mr. Speaker, if you look at senior high school level, the infrastructure deficit is still high. The E-blocks that were started by President Mahama, most of them have remained abandoned. If these blocks were completed, I don't think the double track will still exist. And I don't see anything in this budget saying that the E-blocks will be completed this year or next year or come 2 years' time. Why are we making these resources go waste? Is it because somebody started it, so if you completed it, that person will take credit? It is for the benefit of this country. It's not for the benefit of anybody. Our children in this country will benefit from it. So why have you abandoned those projects? Mr. Speaker, if you look at what is happening now, Get Fund is under serious threat of collapse. Get Fund got support with a law passed by this House in 2000. And VAT allocation was to be made to it. Now, as we speak today, the Ministry of Finance is withholding over 500 million Ghana cedis to Get Fund. That is a misapplication of funds. The Ministry of Finance is violating the law that established Get Fund. And when we say it is possible that they will get the money, you have even gone far to securitize Get Fund. The 40% given to Get Fund is also not going there. And you tell us that you have done this, you have done that. Mr. Speaker, when Get Fund was granted 1.5 billion facility by this House, a total amount of 1,179,542,131 Ghana cedis was realized in the first attempt. 53%
of that amount was used to pay for supplies and 47% for projects. Mr. Speaker, when we realized that our schools were in dire need of infrastructure and we approved the facility, we have gone to use 53% for supplies. And meanwhile, our students are congested in dormitories. When you go to the dormitories, you will close your eyes. You wouldn't like to see what is happening over there. So much congestion that we are spending this money in this manner. I think it is high time we stop the frivolous expenditures on a number of things and pay attention to education in this country. As we talk today, school heads are finding to feed students in senior high schools. They are finding it difficult because the buffer stock is not able to provide the necessary food items needed to feed the students. Meanwhile, we have managed to print over 1.2 million T-shirts and write on it, "Free senior high school is good for us." Why that frivolous expenditure? When we need money to feed the students, we are printing T-shirts. Why? So, Mr. Speaker, there's the need for us to pay attention to education in this country and make sure that the right thing is done. Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 941 of the budget, there's going to be a national standardized test in December this year. But the fact is, or the issue is that, Mr. Speaker, we organize tests based on curriculum and syllabus. We have adored a curriculum, but there are no textbooks to support this curriculum. Mr. Speaker, on June 10, 2021, the Minister for Education, in an answer to a question I answered, Mr. Speaker, I quote, "I would like to ask the Minister for Education what plans the ministry has to provide all basic schools in the country with state-owned public textbooks on the new curriculum adopted about 2 years ago." Mr. Speaker, the Minister, in part of his answer, as recorded in the official report of Thursday, 10th June 2021, the shortlisted publishers have been invited to the ministry for a negotiation meeting by mid-June 2021 to agree on a price for the supply of the various selected books. The successful negotiation of price will lead to the award of contracts to the publishers to supply textbooks to all public basic schools. Mr. Speaker, 5 months down the lane, the schools are there without the textbooks. What is the ministry doing? Because if you are going to test somebody, you must test somebody on curriculum and on subjects. So, Mr. Speaker, we want the ministry to wake up because it is not helping this country. Education is not receiving the necessary attention that we should give them in this country. Mr. Speaker, going forward, you also realize,
Chairman, your time is up.
That
wind up.
Okay, in winding up, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that there is the need for the Ministry of Education and, for that matter, Government of Ghana to make sure that the funds that are allocated for the various institutions, for the various departments and agencies are made available to them so that we can have the better offer of education to our youth in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ophelia Mensah. Yes, Ophelia Hayford. That's all right. Ophelia Mensah is here. Sorry, I'm confused about it, but it's you, Honorable Ophelia Mensah. That's what.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year. Mr. Speaker, listening to the debates going on from both sides, I do not understand why we all not come together to approve this budget. Because this budget, Mr. Speaker, I can say it's a sensitive budget. That has touched on all the issues pertaining to the economy and the development of both the private and the public sector. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that this budget seeks to build blocks for the recovery and hope for the economy, and the numerous interventions amid COVID-19 pandemic, the government, Mr. Speaker, has not relented in making adequate provisions to heighten security within the country. Mr. Speaker, we all know that security is key to the development of a country. And that is exactly what the Nana Addo Dankwa government is doing. Yes. Mr. Speaker, when we look around us, all around the sub-regions, this insurgency and criminal activities going on, bandits, terrorism, drug trafficking, human trafficking, Mr. Speaker, just to mention a few. Mr. Speaker, in the 2021 budget, the government of Ghana, the Nana Addo Dankwa, the Nana Akufo-Addo government made mention of retooling our security services to beef up security within the country. Mr. Speaker, the government is in the process of doing it. And he is still doing it. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the government is in the process of procuring 6 fighter jets for the armed forces. Mr. Speaker, when we come to the Navy, the government is also securing 6 speedboats for the Ghana Navy to combat piracy and other territorial crimes. Mr. Speaker, we all know combating crime and ensuring security within a country does not come in a vacuum. I'm therefore surprised when our brothers from the other side are saying the 1.7 e-tax levy the government is requesting for to be approved to ensure security is heightened is too much. Mr. Speaker, to combat crime, transnational and transboundary crime, we all know we need the required resources, the retooling to do this.
Tell them.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot do it in the vacuum. And to get these resources, we need to levy, to get tax, to be able to purchase all the sophisticated gadgets or equipment to ensure crime combating. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the individual is insecure when he or she does not have the capacity to purchase his or her needs to realize her aspirations. And this also increases crime within a country. Mr. Speaker, that is the very reason why the government has come up with interventions such as the You Start intervention, the Obata podcast. Mr. Speaker, this is all in the way to get the youth empowered. And this will also lead to employment and then it will curb insecurity and, for that matter, joblessness, which leads to crime within a country. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 1120 of the budget statement has outlined the various interventions that the Nadu government wants to bring to resource the Ghana Police Service. Few days ago or few months ago, our colleagues were calling on us that there was insecurity within the country. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that the police, when resourced and retooled, will be able to combat crime. Recently, my committee had to embark on an investigation in the Wa region because there was an information that the military had gone to brutalize the civilians. Mr. Speaker, the Nadu government want to break the police and civilian ratio. Therefore, there is the need for us to get more people recruited into the Ghana Police Service to be able to combat crime. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that this will come with a levy or resources. How are we going to get these resources? We need to task the good people of Ghana to be able to provide the adequate security that will be needed for our country. Mr. Speaker, to get employment for our people, we need this money to initiate the youth start and the Obatampa cares. We are all confronted within our constituencies with employment issues. I want to ask my brothers from the other side, do we want our constituents to be employed? Do we want our constituents to be employed?
They can answer. Answer. Answer.
Do we want to see our siblings and our children get good work within the country?
Answer. Answer. Answer.
Mr. Speaker, if there is no answer from my colleagues on the other side, then it means they are going to help us approve this budget. Because the government of Ghana, the Nana Abdudankwa Ekufuado's government, needs this levy to ensure that the good people of Ghana get the good jobs, the security that is needed for us to get the development that we are all fighting for.
Who's the question to us? The question must be put to us. Same question to us. Flow.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Nana government is a sensitive government who understands the plight of the citizenry. The 2022 budget is a sensitive budget which have come for all. No wonder my colleagues have given it a name, a Jinkwa project. Mr. Speaker, I therefore join the many people who are calling for the approval of this budget because this is a people-centered budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable James Adam. James Adam. James Agaga is not there. I thought you were not hearing you. Very well, James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the budget statement and economic policy of government. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I would like to make it very clear that the security agencies of our country have been retooled by successive governments when we did not introduce an obnoxious tax such as the electronic transactions tax. And so, under President Rawlings, under President Mills, under President Mahama, our security agencies saw massive retooling. So let it not be said that we can only retool our security agencies if this obnoxious tax is passed. Mr. Speaker, the very day the Minister of Finance announced in the budget statement that the electronic transaction levy, which is pegged at 1.75%, was going to be passed, resulted in panic withdrawal of money across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is a publication I have carried out from social media, which captures Ghanaians queuing to withdraw money from mobile money vendors following the announcement. Mr. Speaker, my interest is on security, and so I would like to link these happenings to our security. Mr. Speaker, there is no gainsaying that the withdrawals that hit mobile money vendors in this country has dire consequences for our country's security. Why? Mr. Speaker, the mobile money vendors you see sitting in kiosks, whilst citizens of this country queue before them, have been employed as a result of savings made by Ghanaians who think that mobile money transactions is one way of banking. But with the panic withdrawals, the consequence is that all the people you see sitting in the kiosks are going to be thrown out of their jobs. When this happens, Mr. Speaker, crime wave in this country will spike. Crime wave will spike because those people who would be thrown out of their jobs would have to find work to do. The devil finds work for the idle hands. And so, with this tax, Mr. Speaker, we're going to see a spike in crime wave in our country. So this tax, Mr. Speaker, is objectionable. We will not support it. And so I want to remind the speakers before me, the Minister for Interior has left, but my Vice Chairman has spoken and think that everything about our country's security should revolve around the obnoxious tax that they intend to impose. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quickly make reference to paragraph 1135, page 219 of the budget statement. In page 219, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry for National Security clearly has positioned itself as the ministry responsible for churning out policy for the management of our country's security. And so, true to its mandate, Mr. Speaker, about 6 months ago, a strategy was launched in this country known as the National Security Strategy. Very important document. Mr. Speaker, the National Security Strategy that was launched by President Akufo-Addo amidst a lot of fanfare was actually supposed to result in, Mr. Speaker, the integration, the consolidation of all the scattered, fragmented security initiatives that we have adapted for ourselves over the period into a single comprehensive national security framework which would blend traditional security responses and human security responses to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, this country is safe and well protected from terrorism, from piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, from cyber security threats, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, when the strategy was launched, I had occasion to indicate that the strategy was an excellent document because the Minister for National Security sought input from so many stakeholders, including the National Democratic Congress. And so we brought together our security experts and we made our input. So this document, as we see, Mr. Speaker, is nothing but a reflection of the aspirations of the people of this country to live in a safe and secure environment. But I had a word of caution for this government, that in this country we have a disease, and that the disease is the lack of implementation of very excellent laws and policies passed by our country since independence. Mr. Speaker, I therefore admonish that this document we should all take very seriously and ensure that it is implemented. I have the shock of my life, Mr. Speaker, having gone through the budget statement read by the finance minister, that there is no single paragraph in this budget statement which talks about implementation of this strategy. And yet it was launched amidst fanfare by President Akufo-Addo. He told the whole world that Ghana now had a blueprint to deal with security issues in our country. Unfortunately, this is the budget. There is no single paragraph, there is no policy statement in this paragraph which talks about implementation. So, Mr. Speaker, are we taking our national security as a matter of priority? No. Security is not a priority for President Akufo-Addo's government. If you look at the document, the National Security Strategy, Mr. Speaker, because of the problems we have had with implementation, the framers of this document, those who crafted it, made provision for implementation. And in that particular paragraph in the strategy, indication was given that MDAs, the intelligence community, the agencies responsible for the management of our national security, would come out with budget lines for the finance ministry to implement alongside the introduction of a national security fund. Mr. Speaker, all these good ideas have been shelved because there is nothing in the budget which talks about implementation. And yet we are faced with so many threats. So many threats. Our northern frontier is faced with the threat of terrorism, which is existential. Gulf of Guinea, piracy is a problem that we have to contend with. Our oil resources are embedded in the belly of the sea. And so when you have a document like this as a blueprint, you have no choice but to ensure that it is implemented. But Mr. Speaker, this is where we are. Lack of commitment in dealing with issues of national security by President Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior said a lot about our country's security. He talked about how they are retooling the security services, and that when they retool the security service, particularly with the passage of the electronic transactions levy, will be able to reduce crime. But Mr. Speaker, point needs to be made that this government has not committed to fighting crime in our country. They have never been committed to doing this. Apart from their electioneering, sloganeering in 2016, where they created the impression that our country's security was in tatters and that this country was unsafe and insecure. In 2016, I have their manifesto in my hands, where they stated that under an MPP government, and I quote, Ghanaians will feel safe on the streets and in their homes. Ghanaians will go about their daily business in the secure knowledge that their persons, properties, lives are safe under an MPP government. Mr. Speaker, this was in 2016. In 2020, there is no single policy statement in the MPP manifesto in respect of security, and that is why I have alluded to the 2016 manifesto of the NPP. But today, what is the reality, Mr. Speaker? What is the reality on the ground? Are we safe? Do we feel secure? Crime statistics will bear me out that this country has witnessed unprecedented surge in crimes. Police statistics will confirm this. I am not the one saying it. And so before somebody rises to raise objections, Mr. Speaker, let me quickly refer you to crime statistics from the police service itself. When the NDC handed over the reins of governance to the MPP, Mr. Speaker, we saw a massive reduction in crime wave in this country. In respect of armed robberies alone, Mr. Speaker, we recorded 16% drop in respect of armed robberies between 2016 and 2015. But in 2017, Mr. Speaker, we saw a massive surge. by 27 percentage points. That was in 2017. The story was totally different in 2018. Then in 2019, Mr. Speaker, we recorded as many as 1,083 cases of robberies. In 2020, this year, Mr. Speaker, we have already recorded 1,086 cases or incidents of robbery. And so whether you are in your house, or whether you are in the streets, or whether you are traveling on our highways, Mr. Speaker, we no longer feel safe under the presidency of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. This is the reality on the ground. But, Mr. Speaker, we are told in the budget statement that they intend to replicate form police units as part of the measures intended to deal with public order and crowd control in our country. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior made this statement. But, Mr. Speaker, what he failed to admit or to acknowledge is that the very concept of FPU was birthed by President Mahama when he was chairman of the Police Council as vice president of this republic. And so in 2012, the formed police unit was set up. If they have now found it necessary to replicate the formed police units in the 18 police regions established, Mr. Speaker, let them do the needful. Let them give credit where credit is due. For 5 years, Mr. Speaker, they knew that there was need for us to replicate the creation of formed police units in our regions, because we had the blueprint to replicate the formed police units in our regions. They came, and for 5 years this project stalled. It has now dawned on them that there is need for us to have formed police units in our regional capitals. So be it, we shall support them. But, Mr. Speaker, let the replication of the formed police units in our regional capitals result in a reduction in military visibility so far as internal security operations are concerned. Mr. Speaker, it is still fresh in our minds how the deployment of the military in the 2020 elections resulted in the butchering to death of 8 innocent Ghanaians. Their only crime was that they had come out to exercise their franchise. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior told us in his submissions that there is a new sheriff in town. The new sheriff in town has the onerous responsibility to ensure that those who perpetrated the murders are not let off the hook. That is his responsibility. But, Mr. Speaker, so far, what has been the track record of the new sheriff in town? He has not channeled his energy and focus on identifying and arresting the perpetrators of the murders that we witnessed in Techiman, Ablekuma Central, and elsewhere during the conduct of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. Rather, what he has done, Mr. Speaker, is to launch a blistering assault on parliamentary privilege and immunity. Mr. Speaker, when the police attempted to unlawfully arrest our colleague, Honorable Xavier Francis Sosu, Mr. Speaker, they ought to have known that the Constitution in Articles 117, 118, 122 clothes members of Parliament with some level of immunity. Parliament is not above the law. But let it be made clear that the police are equally not above the law and must operate within the ambit of Articles 117, 118, and 122 in dealing with members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, from this side of the House, our members, why, have been prosecuted time without number. Is that not evidence that we are not above the law? When this matter came up, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked that our members on the other side, Mr. Speaker, made statements as though the issue of parliamentary immunity and privilege is not something we should all speak for in unison. I found that to be very unfortunate. Today we find ourselves on this side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, not long from now, we would be on the other side. When that time comes, Mr. Speaker, should we condone the breach of parliamentary privilege? Not at all. So when these matters happen, we must think about the institution of parliament. We must strengthen same. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the ECOWAS protocol on democracy and good governance even recognizes parliamentary immunity and privilege. So those who think that parliament is acting as though it is above the law, Mr. Speaker, should have veered their minds to some of these key provisions in our laws. Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear that in respect of international peace and security, and I've seen statements made in paragraph 6564 and page 123 of the budget statement that President Akufo-Addo's effective leadership has resulted in...
Honorable, you have already exceeded your time by 1 minute. So
okay, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo is to blame for the coups that have happened in Mali and Guinea. When people were shot dead in Guinea as a result of the alteration of that country's constitution,
Honorable,
President Akufo-Addo did nothing.
I direct that you withdraw that. I'll wait for any objection, please. Don't bring us into any international conflict. Please withdraw that comment.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, in the paragraph I have alluded to, page 123 of the budget statement, Mr. Speaker, with your permission,
It says that President Akufo-Addo is responsible for the coups in Mali.
No, I said we should hold him responsible as ECOWAS chair.
No, please.
As ECOWAS chair.
No, please. Kindly withdraw that.
Very well,
I direct
Mr.
that. That
Mr.
is
Speaker, I happily withdraw that part of my submissions. Thank you.
Honorable Afenyo Makin, Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this treasure space to express my own views about the budget presented by...
Before you start, sorry, honorable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may now take your time, your turn.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this treasure space to express my own views about the budget presented to this House by the Finance Minister on behalf of Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, we've had very interesting matters arising out of this debate. I've enjoyed it. I've benefited from the pearls of wisdom of colleagues. Suffice to say that the minority in this House has made it a point not to see anything good in this government. It was clear right from 2017, when they have just exited government, they had something to say about our first budget. 2018, they continued. 2019, they continued. And it's been so to date. Mr. Speaker, clearly they are doing politics and partisan politics. No. Nothing about the specific interventions made. And Mr. Speaker, speaker after speaker, we hear them singling out Dr. Bawumia for attack. But you see, Mr. Speaker, whether they like it or not, Dr. Bawumia, the gentle, calm, technocrat, economist, a man with a vision for this country, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, with Dr. Bawumia, a Muslim who represents the aspirations of the many Muslims in the high office he occupied. And Mr. Speaker, he has proven that he has what it takes to lead an economic management team to deliver beyond expectation. Mr. Speaker, in this debate, our friends have argued that we have introduced taxes. I shall contend in my submission that when they had 8 years in government, they did worse, and I'll prove to them. Mr. Speaker, first, I shall limit myself to electricity tariffs. Mr. Speaker, as late as 2016, Ghanaians were calling on President Mahama to reduce electricity tariffs. President Mahama was bold in telling Ghanaians that the cost of production was so high, such that if he even decreases same by a percentage point, government could not survive. What did we see in 2017 and 18, Mr. Speaker? We came in and the tariffs were reduced. I want to dare my colleagues to challenge this submission, and I will yield to them to tell me that indeed we never reduced electricity tariffs. Yet when you had the opportunity to govern, you told Ghanaians that it's so expensive to produce electricity and that you could not reduce. You continue to increase electricity tariffs year on year. Your records will expose you. NDC, your record will expose you. Mr. Speaker, let me point again out to them. When we came into office, we took steps to reduce taxes. We took steps to introduce incentives. I am referring them to paragraph 796 of the 2017 budget. Mr. Speaker, and to remind them, these were taxes and levies that existed before we came into office, which Ghanaians complain about. I shall go over them one after the other because they have soon forgotten. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 1% special import levy. We abolished the 17.5% VAT NHR on financial services. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 17.5% on selected import medicines that are not produced locally. Mr. Speaker, even Kaya years who were taxed, we made sure that at the local authority level, these were removed. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 17.5% VAT on NHIL on domestic airline tickets. We abolished the 5% VAT NHIL on real estate sales. We abolished excise duty on petroleum. Mr. Speaker, the special petroleum tax rate from 17.5% went down to 15%. We reduced the National Electrification Scheme levy from 5% to 3%. Mr. Speaker, these are for the records. Page 136, paragraph 796. Mr. Speaker, these were taxes and levies that your 8-year rule, you told Ghanaians that you needed these to govern. We came in, we realized that no, your Ethiopia approach, the Ekroma Yeshi at the time needed some relief. Mr. Speaker, in all of these, Mr. Speaker, in all of these, we didn't just rest there. We didn't just bring these reliefs, but we also introduced social intervention programs. And because you don't want to listen, and because you often forget, I'm going to remind you again and again and again. Mr. Speaker, the NDC administration and all its parliamentarians told us that implementing free SHS was impossible. That is what you said. I shall contend that you have shamelessly reserved from that position you took. But today, in the midst of COVID, in the midst of all the crises we face, this government continues to sustain such an important social intervention program. We are helping the poor to acquire knowledge. Today, St. Augustine, Infantipim, Prempeh, Achimota are not the preserve of the middle class kids. No. Everybody, Mr. Speaker, yeah, Mr. Speaker, my boss says St. Peter's. Yes, he's reminded me. Mr. Speaker, my boss reminded me of St. Peter's. I've added. Mr. Speaker, St. Peter's is not the preserve of the rich in society. Mr. Speaker, ordinary people are having access. The Minister of Education is in this house.
Even my school.
Mr. Speaker, your school, correct.
It's not the preserve of the
Very well. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education is in this house. He can attest to the number.
Yes,
the increase in enrollment.
Can you hold on? I don't think around intervention, but leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you are taking part in the debate. Mr. Speaker, we can all mention our schools. So
when you become the speaker, mention your school. But for now,
my school is going for the final contest. Kita Secondary School. Kita Secondary School. That is
when you come to debate, announce Kita Secondary School.
Yeah, Kita Secondary School, and we are going to take the trophy.
For now, I'm only taking advantage of being here to announce that my school is the best in Ghana. That's my choice. Yes, leader, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, apart from the free SHS, government acknowledged the fact that unemployment was a national threat and took a major step. When the nation builders core policy was introduced, the NDC said, hey, can you implement it? Mr. Speaker, a policy that was for 2 years, today government has successfully sustained it. And in the midst of COVID, we are still sustaining it. Yeah. And it is in the budget. Mr. Speaker, government took steps to address the unemployment situation in this country. Mr. Speaker, how did government do it? Apart from the nation builders corps, Mr. Speaker, the unprecedented recruitment in our various security agencies. Mr. Speaker, the NDC, when you confront them with records, they chicken out. But when it's about free-for-all propaganda, well, they would want to entertain debate. Mr. Speaker, I dare challenge them once again to disprove this fact. Whether or not we have recruited more into security agencies within the 4 years than they ever did. Mr. Speaker, these are steps that government took to ensure that we reduce the number of the unemployed youth on our streets. Mr. Speaker, this NDC must acknowledge. Mr. Speaker, we have introduced the 1.75% electronic levy. Mr. Speaker, this e-levy...
Honorable Deputy Leader, hold on. I was hoping that the leaders will assist me implement what we agreed in the pre-sitting.
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
the honorable Deputy Leader is saying that they have recruited more people into the security services. Mr. Speaker, without supporting it with data, how many people were recruited? How were they recruited, Mr. Speaker? For 5 good years. This is the only year that they have advertised for recruitment to the services. How did they recruit the people in the 4 years? How did they recruit them to the security services? This is not only this year that you have advertised for young ones to apply. How did you recruit them?
Honorable Leader, I don't think this is an objectionable
Speaker, I have said my colleagues in NDC are intolerant. I've been sitting here quietly taking all the punches. You can't take this one, a crying baby. You should take it. Sit down in silence and take notes. You can't take it. You are a crying baby. Mr. Speaker, you are a crying baby. You deputy minority leader. Keep quiet and take the notes and rebut me at the appropriate time.
Honorable majority leader, I wonder why the leaders are making life difficult for me. The deputy leaders. After I rule, you go and invite him in by making a comment which is unacceptable. Please withdraw the crybaby comment.
Speaker, he has a white beard. He's not a crying baby. I've withdrawn it. So sit down. I've withdrawn. You are not a crying baby again. It's okay. Which one again? I will withdraw.
Which one? That you should keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, I've returned, you should keep quiet. I've returned, you should keep quiet. A crying old man. I've returned that one too. So, Mr. Speaker, we have introduced this electronic levy, the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, we've made it clear that this levy will serve two purposes. Two. One, we are going to invest part of the funds in the private sector. Mr. Speaker, Kwame Agboja on his feet in his argument contended that government should never dream of absorbing the many unemployment youth in the public sector, and that he contends that there should rather be a space in the private sector. Honorable Agboja, the question you've asked, the answer is in the e-levy. Kwame Agboja, the answer is in the e-levy. Because in that e-levy, opportunities are being created. Opportunities are being created from the district level. Young entrepreneurs who need 10,000, those who need 50,000. And this time it's being structured through the banks so that they can also start their own business. After all, the greatness of America rests on the private sector. When they talk about the American dream, because the American government puts money in the pocket of the people. What are we seeing here? So, Mr. Speaker, no matter how you criticize, no matter how you poison the minds of Ghanaians, this government means well. We shall remain resolute. We shall not be carried away by your propaganda. The e-levy has come, embrace it. It will benefit the people of Ghana. In one breath, Atu Forson will argue loudly in this house that our tax, the debt burden, we are taking too much loans. Government says, yes, we are departing from that. We want to look within, expand the tax net, and make sure that the ordinary Ghanaian, all of us contribute. That one too, you say no. But I can understand. Your fear is that government would get sufficient resources to develop the country. You are afraid that when things are done, you may not have the opportunity of coming back to power. That is all why you are making noise. And Kwame Agboja, today, I want to tell you, the youth of Adaku, who have entrepreneurial energy in them, are going to have an equal chance of benefiting. And if you come and vote, if you vote against this bill, trust me, prosperity, your people who elected you into this house will never forgive you, Kwame Agboja. And all those who are thinking like you, this e-levy is a savior. Yes. The road construction, you and I know. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's face facts. Let's deal with the real issue. By the grace of God, one of you chairs the road fund in this house. The burden there, the contractors who have worked and have no payment, they don't know even when they will be paid. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that they are so burdened. People's businesses are collapsing. Now, a structured way to deal with the problem is to get funds, reliable funds, dedicated funds, over and above what you're already getting, so that contractors can be paid. We file questions for road construction in this house more than any other department or ministry. If you check our records, every MP is asking for roads. Nesikano Wahi, where is the money? Tell them. Where is the money? We don't want to borrow. We are not going to take loans. But you see, Mr. Speaker, NDC argues with mischief, with respect. With respect because, Mr. Speaker, with mischief because in all their submissions, they have not told us what the alternative plan is. And today, you are led by your deputy minority leader. I am challenging your leadership. Tell us what your alternative plan is. Tell us. Because in 2016, you raised your hands up in despair and said you could do nothing. That is what you said.
And it's the same stock of politicians who are today making noise and telling us that our policies are not good. So tell us what your policies are. But Mr. Speaker, the time has not come yet. We have confidence in the head of our economic management team. Dr. Baumia.
You have 1 more minute. Can you conclude?
We have confidence in him.
Please, I'm not.
We have confidence in him.
Please, let him conclude so you can answer. Conclude, really,
Mr.
please
Speaker,
conclude.
A point of information to the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. Point of information to the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. He asserts that this side, we are against the E-levy because when they get the money, they will develop the country in such a way that we will not be able to win elections and come to power. The same statement was made in 2001-2002 in this parliament by the late J.H. Mensah, sitting where he is now, when he was majority leader. That year they had gone for a $1 billion loan. And when we resisted it in this parliament, he said that the NDC were afraid of the loan because if the loan went through, they would develop the country. He said, NDC will never come to power in this country. He said it, J.H. Mensah. 2008, we won election and came back to power for 8 years. So take note of that and advise yourself.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Cletus Abuka is a very good friend, a veteran member of this House. Indeed, a former majority leader. And he knows that if he comes through the vehicle of elucidation or providing information, the person on his feet must be persuaded to yield. He just bursts onto the scene like a whirlwind and seizes control of the platform. And he knows that he cannot do that.
Yes, Honorable Minority Deputy Leader, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by strongly rebutting the submission by Honorable Ajay Mensah when he had the space to argue. Mr. Speaker, under this government, the following roads have been completed. The rehabilitation of the Kwabenya Taifa Road, the Obuasi Junction Dunkwa Road, the Tinkrom Amanfro Road, the Kwabin Ekropon Road, the rehabilitation, the reconstruction of the Otano School Junction Road, Mr. Speaker, the Bore Junction to Pandai Lot 2, as well as the Princess Junction to Princess Town roads. Mr. Speaker, for the records, these are roads. Few, I can say, because of the space of time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kind audience, and I thank my colleagues for indulging me.
Honorable Apart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion titled, "This House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending December 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I must confess that I am not in a very prime state. I have been battling a sore throat for a few days. I prayed fervently last night for God to grant me mercies so that I will be able to also contribute to this debate. Thankfully, I'm not doing too badly. Mr. Speaker, my comments will be confined to the area of education. And let's be honest and blunt and truthful. Any serious and objective mind who has followed and monitored the evolution of our country's education since the MPP took over the reins of this country, would come to the conclusion that today our educational system can be described as a caricature. Mr. Speaker, I say so because my able ranking member has already elucidated and demonstrated how basic education has suffered and continued to suffer. Mr. Speaker, the suffering is not only confined to basic education, but even tertiary education is also facing similar neglect. Mr. Speaker, a lot of attention and resources have gone towards the implementation and sustenance of the free senior high school. But even there, with the quantum of resources applied, we are still bedeviled with the challenges that we want our colleagues on the other side to pay heed to and to address, to which they refused. 5 years down the line, Charles, NAGRAC, Africa Education Watch, almost every stakeholder, besides government and its appointees, agree that it is not well with our educational system, and particularly secondary education. Mr. Speaker, by and large, this debate has been reduced to taxes and whether or not we should support the 1.75 e-levy. Our side has been very clear, and we are not going to budge. It is not going to matter the level of intimidation, coercion, or even enticements. We will reject this budget. We cannot vote for this budget. Because this is not a budget that gives Ghanaians hope. As a member of Parliament for Busa South, my constituents have told me that should I make the mistake of voting in favor of this budget, I should remain in Accra. And I would not remain in Accra. They sent me here to work on their behalf. Their instructions are very clear. In Buni, they told me, Abasina, Feranchem, can't vote it a budget one. To win Abasina, when you go, don't vote for this budget. And so our position is clear. We represent our people, and we are going to do what they have asked us to do. Mr. Speaker, earlier the chairman of my committee made a number of comments, and I just quickly want to run through them. It is not the case that we've ever been opposed to a free senior school policy. In fact, we started a comprehensively, we adopted a gradual approach to implement it. When they even came to power, for the first 2 years, the students who were in final year, 2017-2018, were not beneficiaries of the free senior school policy, implying that they were also doing it gradually. So they have no reason to try and chastise us for opposing a process that we began, that they came to continue. Mr. Speaker, I want to dwell on why we cannot vote for this budget and why we should not be giving the MPP Akufo-Addo-led government any more money than they deserve. Mr. Speaker, last year, the mid-year budget, the Minister for Finance indicated that cumulatively, government has spent 3.2 billion in financing the free senior school policy. This year, mid-year budget, after I had posed a question to the minister as to whether or not government had contracted a loan to finance the policy, in his response, he indicated that government had not contracted a loan, but government had spent 7.62 billion. Mr. Speaker, I went on to ask a supplementary question. as to why, just within the span of 1 year, there was such a quantum leap from 3.2 billion to 7.62. The minister's response, and it's captured in the Hansa, was that the year 2020 was a year in which various expenditures and expenses were undertaken, and that he will return to this house with details to account for the difference, which is about 4 billion. The Speaker, as we speak, we don't know what accounted for that quantum leap in just 1 year. And Mr. Speaker, it could not have been covered, because we know that in the same media budget, a whooping 600 million Ghana cedis had been allocated towards preparing schools for reopening. So, where is the 4 billion Ghana cedis? We ought to investigate. We ought to find out. That money ought to be accounted for. Mr. Speaker, in this House, I posed a question to the Minister for Education around the amount of money expended to procure past examination questions for students who wrote WASI in 2020 and 2021. The Minister responded and indicated that that was done to help prepare the students to do well in their exams. Mr. Speaker, 2 years in a row, a true contract valued at 68 million Ghana cedis were awarded to one company, Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, through sole sourcing. Mr. Speaker, WASI 2021 ended not long ago. I can tell you on authority that not all the 723, government now says 724, senior high schools in this country benefited from those procured past examination questions. Shouldn't we be asking for an investigation? Couldn't these monies have gone to do other things? Mr. Speaker, in this same House, a facility was passed with a tax waiver of $3.2 million for the procurement of mathematical sets, each costing 75 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when I posed a question to the Minister as to when the instruments arrived and whether they were available to the students who wrote WASI in 2020, the Minister could not respond. He said he would go back and check and come back because this is a house of records and he wanted to be happy. As we speak, that has not been done. I tell you honestly again that in the just past WASI, not all the candidates who wrote the WASI had access to these mathematical instruments. The Minister told us that because the supplier was unable to meet the contractual conditions, the contract had been abrogated. What has happened to the tax waiver? What has happened to the rest of the mathematical sets that were to be distributed? Mr. Speaker, when you add all of these things and you look at the fact that there is a lot of wastage in the import and export sector, we can speak about over-invoicing, under-invoicing, misclassification, re-exportation fraud. And don't take it from me, it is happening. All these are monies that should be coming to the state. Many are even aware of a case that involves a member of the Council of State, where a citizen has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor, making the case of tax evasion. If we do it right and avoid cronyism and avoid the tendency to allow our financiers to get away with cheating the state, I believe we should be able to mobilize enough resources and not to impose a regressive tax on the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, but in any case, the President and the MPP like to tout the free senior high school policy as their flagship policy. Have you noticed that in this year's budget allocation, just about 2.2 billion has been assigned to the flagship program, the free senior high school? Compare that to the Office of Government Machinery, the presidency, 3.1. So where's the priority? Which one is a flagship program? The engagement in luxurious travel? Because obviously that is taking precedence over the free senior school policy. Mr. Speaker, the issues challenging and bedeviling the implementation of the free senior school have not changed ever since we raised them. You can look at the PIAC monetary report of senior high schools, 2018-2019, dated December 2019. Matters to do with overcrowding, unwholesome expired food, overburdened teachers, intimidated headmasters who cannot speak, an erratic academic calendar. They have not changed. Just a week ago, just a month ago, I think, no, a few days, 21st November 2021, CHAS, we all know the role of CHAS. They held their annual conference in Bolgatanga. The issues are the same. Matters to do with buffer stock, insufficient food, erratic academic calendar, intimidated headmasters. They need to ensure that wholesome food is provided. These are the issues. They have not been addressed. I have told you how you can get money without this levy. Stop granting waivers. Ensure that revenue at the ports are collected. Prevent re-exportation fraud. Prevent under-invoicing. Prevent corruption. Stop chartering private planes. And you can save enough money to address the challenge. Mr. Speaker, let me quickly say a few words about the situation in the tertiary sector. And I want to begin with the promise to provide free Wi-Fi for all public educational institutions. It was talked about, touted in the MPP Manifesto 2016-2020. The Vice President even launched it. And we were told that about 90% of our senior high schools have all been connected to free Wi-Fi. When we challenged them to provide the list, till date, they've not been able to do it. In the case of the colleges of education where they started benefiting, the minister is right here, and this is his letter. He wrote to the colleges of education, telling them to pay back the amount. The date of the letter is 23rd July 2021. It was written to the Director General, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. They received it on the 12th of August 2021. That they should pay back a whooping 6.8 million. You told us that it was going to be a free service. They have started benefiting from it, although it wasn't the best. How can you then turn around and tell them to pay for something that you promised all of Ghana was going to be free? Why? Why can't you be sincere? And in that case, Mr. Speaker, just think about it. 724 senior schools in the country, 46 colleges of education, all the district directorates of education, the public secondary schools. Which companies have been contracted to provide these services, under what conditions, and how were they selected? Procurement fraud. And that is what is happening. In the case of the masters, sole sourcing. In the case of the PASCO, sole sourcing. I mean, this government has now become the bastions, the poster children of sole sourcing. And yet they were so critical of our side. Go and compare the records. So if we address the issues properly, and if we plug the revenue loopholes at the ports, Mr. Speaker, if we stop giving tax waivers to our cronies,
the time is up. 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, we will not have the need to adopt a regressive tax. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I, Clement Abasin Abapak, a son of John Azundem, I have been told not to vote by my constituents of Busa South. If I vote, I will remain in Accra. I will not remain in Accra. I will go home. Therefore, I and my side cannot disappoint the people of Ghana and my constituents voting for this hopeless budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You will vote the books away.
Honorable Minister for Education, I'll say to Educhu. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the wonderful opportunity allowing me to speak on the motion that this Honorable House approve the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be here this afternoon and to get the opportunity to speak on this motion. I'm sitting here and I'm wondering if we are reading from the same book. I'm surprised. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if my colleagues on the other side are reading from this book, painting a picture of doom and gloom. And some even went to the extent of saying that this budget should be thrown into the dustbin. I'll tell you one thing. God willing, when we create the National Education Hall of Fame, this budget will find itself there. When we create the National Education Hall of Fame, the name Ken Oforiatta will be etched in gold. When we create the National Education Hall of Fame, God willing, one day, the name Nana Addo Akufo-Addo will be etched in gold. Let me tell you this. Maybe sometimes I will cut you a slack. You probably do not understand some of the policies that have been written in here. When you talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, for the first time in the history of this country, it is not just rhetoric. It's here, boldly stated. And for those of you who have not read Appendix 10C, Appendix 10D, Appendix 10E, go and look. I always say the appendices are like the book of Revelation in the Bible. That is all the revelation is. If the statement by the minister is mere rhetoric, you're not going to find the kind of things he wants to do through the appendices. Let me tell you one thing. In education, at this time, there's something called Education 4.0, which is a direct response to Industry 4.0. The first industrial revolution was the steam engine. Of course, that was during our colonial era and we remains there. Then came the electricity revolution. We did not benefit from it. Then came electronics. That era also passes by. Now we are going to the fourth industrial revolution, the fusion of the physical and the biological. The era of the Internet of Things. The era where the young men and women of this country, if not properly trained, will not be able to secure jobs anywhere. We are in the fourth industrial revolution, and this budget is responding to the fourth industrial revolution. I'm not used to reading. I put it here and I say it. I think that's what we've been told in this parliament. I don't have to be reading. 10C, Appendix 10C. What does it say? 35 STEM high schools, 10 of which will be done this year. It's like building Presec 35 times in this country. Never happened before. Now, when you talk about your constituents say reject it, maybe you have not explained the budget to them. If you tell your constituents that this budget is going to give them the opportunity for their children to go to transform junior high schools that are just like high schools, your constituents will tell you, vote for it before you come to Accra. If you tell your constituents that this budget is making provision, God willing, to bring about 5 STEM universities, your constituents in the Savannah region, the Northeast region, are going to tell you, you better get that budget approved because we need a new university. So for those whose constituents have warned you not to pass the budget, maybe you haven't read the budget with them. If you have read the budget with them, they will tell you better approve it before you come back to the constituency. Because your constituents are going to say something. They are going to say that there's a STEM high school that is going to be built in Yampala. There's a STEM high school that is going to be built in Bosuno, and we better get one of them. And if God willing, the Minister for Finance, through the direction of the President, has agreed that 35 of such schools will be built in the country, maybe you want to say, hey, my constituent need one. Don't tell them you will not approve the budget. If you say you are not approving this budget, you are rejecting 5 potential new universities for the new regions. Is that what you want to tell Ghanaians? If you say that you are not approving this, it means you are stopping Hohoi from getting a brand new campus of UHAS. Is that what you want to tell Ghanaians? If you say you are not approving this budget, if you say you are not approving this budget, you are telling Ghanaians that you don't want 12 state-of-the-art vocational institutions. Is that what you want to tell Ghanaians? If you say you are not approving this budget, what it means is that you are not allowing this nation to recover from the 1987 education reform. The 1987 education reform that destroyed our education system, the PNDC, you don't want the country to recover from it. So let me tell you this. When you look at our secondary education system, on paper it's 6 years. In practice, it's 3 years. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo wants to reverse that. And that is why he has authorized that we build state-of-the-art junior high schools that has every facility as a high school to give us 6 years of quality secondary education. And you want your constituents to be deprived of this opportunity? So when you say your constituents say don't vote for a program, we haven't told them that there's a new junior high school coming, they can get one. And that is why they told you don't vote for it. I, the son of Bosomche, my constituents have told me I better get this budget approved before I come back. Let me tell you, we are in the 4th industrial revolution, and this nation will not be left behind. Under Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, we are moving full steam ahead, addressing issues at the basic level, ensuring that universities are prepared, ensuring that we move our gross tertiary enrollment ratio up from 18.8%, God willing, by 2030 we'll hit 40%, and the future of this country will be secure forever. So for those who are naysayers, I crave your indulgence to understand this budget is about education, education, and education. It is going to be the centerpiece of transformation of education. And as you know, in the 21st century, no country has transformed its fortunes without transforming education. And that is why the President has directed that we focus on education. And this budget has focused on education like none other. And I plead with you, for the sake of your constituency, read Appendix 10C, 10D, 10E, and tell your constituents that a better day is coming for education in this nation. And when you're able to explain 10C, 10D, 10E to them, they will tell you you better vote for this budget before you come back to the constituency. Mr. Speaker, it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity to be here today to speak on this budget and to say the better days of our nation is ahead of us and not behind us. Our better days are ahead of us and not behind us. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics is being promoted to make us competitive with the rest of the world. And how we do that is the 35 STEM schools. How we do that is 5 STEM universities. And how we do that is the transformed junior high school system, where students are going to learn about robotics, where they are learning about artificial intelligence, where we are going to compete with the rest of the world. We always talk about other nations. If you don't do what they do, how do you become like them? And Nana Addo Akufo-Addo said Ghana must do what Singapore is doing. Ghana must do what South Korea is doing, so that we can become competitive. So my brothers and sisters on the other side of the aisle, I plead with you to join all of us on this side and massively vote for this budget, because the future of Ghana is buried on the pages of this budget. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Zenator Ajuman Rollins. Dr. Rollins.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion laid by the Minister of Finance that this House adopts the budget and economic policy ending December 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is only when you are dying or drowning that you need to be saved. So I'm so glad that the MPP government has named this the Ajenkwa budget, because by their own admission, Ghana is drowning and needs to be saved. Mr. Speaker, my worry is that every time a budget is presented in this House since 2017 and given a very interesting slogan, the opposite of what the slogan declares is what happens to us in Ghana. Last year, the Wanyawahia budget has caused a level of regression which has now resulted in the new name Ajenkwa. So I dread to think what will happen in 2022. And I know that it is the patriotic members of the National Democratic Congress, the members of Parliament representing half of the constituencies in this country, who will take a brave position to stand against these harsh taxes that are being imposed on the already suffering masses of this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the Minister of Finance did not make reference to the national security strategy of this country, which was finalized under the watch of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, because in this security strategy, everything, including the management of the economy, was mentioned. Mr. Speaker, some of the risks that were highlighted under the national security strategy included capital flight, tax evasion and avoidance, illicit financial transfers and flows, and the downright theft of resources of Ghana. And this is a document that was laid within the tenure of the MPP government. It further speaks about the impact of our national economic security resulting from weak revenue collection systems, a high public sector wage bill, rising public debt losses, and debt accumulation in the energy and utilities sector, as well as economic sabotage. These have been identified as some of the threats informing national security risks to our national economic stability. The youth bulge, unemployment and poverty, bribery and corruption, ecological and environmental hazards are but a few of the issues mentioned under our national security strategy under the threats that Ghana faces as a nation. So I'm actually surprised that this budget was so silent on Galamsey, even though we know it still exists. This was highlighted as one of the threats to Ghana's security. Now, as part of the national security strategy, the vision has 7 pillars, one of which talks about pursuing prudent economic, trade, and investment policies that strengthen the overall national economy and create opportunity, employment, and prosperity for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, COVID as a pandemic has not disappeared yet, and somehow the poor people of Ghana are being asked to pay a COVID tax after being told that they were getting free utilities because of the pandemic. The very same people are being asked to shoulder the burden of money that came in, which we still have not received the full account of its utilization, and yet, once again, new taxes are being imposed, an e-levy. Such insensitivity, Mr. Speaker. As far as our national security is concerned, the demographic dividend, which in layman's terms is the youth bulge, has presented us with unprecedented levels of unemployment, which, based on our national security strategy, is a risk to our democracy in this country. When you have a country where the policy of education does not dovetail into the employment market, you end up with graduates who are unemployed. When you have an overemphasis on what was a manifesto promise, which is the free SHS, neglecting primary education and TVET, you end up with grown-ups who don't have the skills to fit into the job market. If the tens of thousands of youth queuing for the selection process into our security services is anything to go by, then we are in a crisis in this country. Paragraph 1091 on page 202 of this budget of the 2022, in the case of the Ghana Armed Forces, has mentioned that it shall recruit 3,000 personnel. Juxtapose that against the thousands more of people who were lining up to enter our security services. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, on page 212, paragraph 1089, and I read, Mr. Speaker, the structural design and financial proposal for the execution of phase 3 of the 37 military hospital expansion project are being reviewed. Construction works will commence in 2022. In previous budgets, Mr. Speaker, this paragraph would have been named the Military Health Program. But this time it falls in with no heading, and missing from here is the Afari Military Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I'll take us down a little trip on memory lane, because in 2017, the minister did tell us, and I quote, from page 124, paragraph 726, a 500-bed Afari Military Hospital expected to be completed and start operating in 2017. This is a hospital that was started under President Mahama when the NDC was in office before 2017. In 2018 budget, page 130, paragraph 731, and I repeat this, said, the ministry continued with the construction of the new 500-bed military hospital at Afari near Kumasi, which will be commissioned in 2018. And then again in the 2019 budget, on page 182, paragraph 944, it reads, to achieve universal health coverage for both the military and civilian personnel, the military continued with the construction of the new 500-bed military hospital at Afari near Kumasi, which surprisingly is now about 40% complete. And it says in 2019 the ministry will continue with this project. In 2020 budget, page 192, paragraph 1078, the ministry continued construction of the 500-bed military hospital at Afari, which it says is 81% completed and will be commissioned in 2020. In the 2021 budget, page 188, paragraph 1071, infrastructure works on the 500-bed military hospital at Afari, 85% complete, in December 2021. Mr. Speaker, following this budget, there's no mention of this hospital in the 2022 budget, and one wonders whether it magically disappeared, or perhaps there was an oversight like the Volta region roads of last year's budget. Mr. Speaker, when the imposition of taxes causes more hardship for the already struggling people of Ghana, it results in a widening gap between the rich and the poor.
We have 1 more minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the Directive Principles of State Policy, Article 35(7), as far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by previous governments. Mr. Speaker, this government has not shown a willingness to support our armed forces. They sacrifice their lives to ensure the territorial integrity of our country. They go on peace support operations to ensure that Ghana maintains its international reputation, and the hospital has not been taken care of, just like the 37 military hospital, and the police hospital as well, which is also in limbo. Mr. Speaker, I would urge that you kindly get Parliament to constitute a body or constitute a committee to look into this, because this also constitutes financial loss to the state. Our men and women in uniform deserve better. They should not have to be paying for their health care. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we will suspend sitting for 1 hour. It's exactly 3 p.m. We will resume at 4 p.m. On the financial statement. On the list of the minority now, I have Honorable John Aponte-Akuma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I begin my submission with a quotation from Lester R. Brown, who said that today more than ever, we need political leaders who can see the big picture, who understand the relationship between the economy and its environmental support systems. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues on the other side have threatened to vote against the 2022 budget statement and economic policy. And this is not the first time. With the 2021 budget, Mr. Speaker, they actually threatened and voted against the 2021 budget. But they said that they are voting against this budget on the grounds that they stand with the people. Mr. Speaker, we were all in these chambers when the people fiercely opposed car loans for MPs. The same 2021 budget that our friends on the other side voted against, when it got to the car loans, they hurriedly agreed and approved for the granting of MPs' car loans. So, Mr. Speaker, when it does not benefit them directly, they oppose it. But anytime it is in their favor and it will benefit them directly, they hurriedly vote for it. Mr. Speaker, I think that the foundation for threatening to vote against the 2022 budget can only be partisanship and unpatriotic grounds. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, hold on. Yeah, the available leader.
Right, Honourable Speaker. he makes mention of our side voting for the car loan and approvals to be made for the car loan. Mr. Speaker, I thought that is a loan payable from deductions from the salaries of members of parliament. What has that got to do with the approval of the 2022 budget? It wasn't in the budget.
Mr. Speaker, the car loans for the MPs were contained in the 2021 budget. And yet they voted against it. And yet when it came to the car loans, they voted unanimously. They joined our side. We agreed to the importance of car loans. So the people you are standing with, the people you claim you stand with, they were fiercely against MPs' car loans. So why did you vote for it? So it is clear, when it benefits your side, you wholeheartedly support it. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely believe that the only grounds for rejecting this 2022 budget, it can only be because it may not be benefiting them directly, maybe for political reasons, it is unpatriotic, and it can only be on partisan grounds. Mr. Speaker, why will anybody claim that they are standing with the people when this Agenkwa budget is for the people? Mr. Speaker, as we speak, should our friends vote against this budget? From January 2022, 700,000 public servants whose salaries, aspirations, and hope are anchored on this budget, they are not going to receive their salaries. Mr. Speaker, 35.8 billion allocation has been provided in this budget for compensation for employees in this budget. And if you vote against them, 700,000 public servants, where are they going to get their salaries from? So which people are you standing with? The people you are denying them their salaries? Mr. Speaker, as we speak, 1.2 million Ghanaian children are in school under the free SHS program. Mr. Speaker, as they are threatening to vote against this budget, what it means is that the 2.7 billion cedis that we have allocated for free SHS cannot happen. About 3.5 million Ghanaian children are going to be fed under school feeding program in this budget. Mr. Speaker, if they are saying they are voting against this budget, what is the fate of these children? 3.5 million children for school feeding, 1.2 million children for free SHS. Where are they going to get their daily bread? Mr. Speaker, let me remind my friends again on a quotation from Pope Francis. He says that it is now more than ever necessary that political leaders be outstanding for honesty, integrity, and commitment to the common good. Mr. Speaker, this is the common good. 2022 budget is the common good. Yeah. It is that the fate of our children are catered for. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, 100,000 NAPCO trainees, about 700,000 Ghana cedis allocation has been made in this budget for NAPCO. Mr. Speaker, are we saying that we are rejecting this budget so that all the nursing training allowances, the teacher training allowances, which when our friends on the other side got the opportunity, they cancelled and have been reintroduced in this budget, 500 million Ghana cedis allocation for teacher training and nursing training allowances. Mr. Speaker, they are telling us that they are going to vote against the opportunities for students who are training in nursing and teacher training colleges to be sent home. How can you say you are standing with these people you are trying to drive home? Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the poor farmers in our country, under planting for food and jobs alone, about 3 million Ghanaians have registered under planting for food and jobs. That is about 10% of our population. And you are threatening to vote against a budget that will enable them to get government subsidy for fertilizers and all the equipment they need for their farming. Is that what we are threatening to do and calling that you are standing with them? Under what circumstance can you stand with a poor farmer when you are denying them government opportunity for subsidies? All the health facilities in our country, Mr. Speaker, under Agenda 111 and all the health budget, we have over 10 billion
cedis provision in this budget for health facilities. COVID is still hanging in the air. As we speak, there are people on emergency beds in our various hospitals. Their hope of ever paying their hospital bills hinges on the continuous NHIS program. All the budgetary allocation on the NHIA in this budget, Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side are threatening to vote against it. So you want the same people you are standing with to die? Is that what you call standing with the people? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to know which people they are standing with. Clearly, it is only when it will favor them directly, and not because it is going to favor any people. This Ajinkwa budget is for the people. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, road tolls have been removed from our roads. And it is because we are anticipating the yield levy to come and bring hope to Ghanaians. Our friends are angry over that, and they are not happy with the inconvenience that we have removed from our roads. Every worker on the road tolls job has been protected. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Ghanaians are enjoying freedom on the road. The traffic, the inconvenience of traffic has been reduced. Go and check Kasua residents. They are happy that we have removed the road tolls, Mr. Speaker. And this is the budget you want to reject, to bring back road tolls and inconvenience to our people. Mr. Speaker, our market women, they struggle every day to feed their household. If you reject this budget, how are they going to feed their household? LEAP, livelihood empowerment for alleviation of poverty. Mr. Speaker, these are the most vulnerable group of our country. An amount of 197 million cedis has been provided in this budget to support LEAP. And you are here threatening to vote against the poor people of our society. You will not support 197 million cedis allocation in this budget. And you are threatening to vote against this. School feeding. You are voting against school feeding. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, 400 million cedis has been provided in this budget for the guarantee-free student loan. Students are anticipating and they are waiting for approval of this budget so that they can also carry on with the education. Mr. Speaker, how can you threaten to vote against a budget that is giving future in education to our children? Mr. Speaker, clearly, our friends on the other side cannot be telling us they are standing with some people. Which people? I want to know those people. Because we are talking about road infrastructure. 16 billion cedis have been provided in this budget for road construction in 2022. Mr. Speaker, every MP in this chamber have requirement for roads. And the way we are going to do the roads is when we approve this budget. So how can you say you stand with the people who need roads in your constituency, and yet you are here threatening to block the budget that will provide the same roads to the people? Mr. Speaker, how about young people? The Statistical Service have just come out with their census, and we are told that majority of Ghanaians are youth. Between the ages of 35 to 0, we have about 27 million Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, these young people are looking for jobs. We are announcing a 10 billion cedis under the Youth Start program in this budget. How can you vote against 10 billion cedis for young people? How can you vote against creating sustainable jobs through entrepreneurship for our young people? Mr. Speaker, that is what they are threatening. And I am very surprised that our colleagues on the other side make a claim that we are taxing ourselves out of poverty. And for me, I completely disagree, especially when it is coming from our colleagues who, when they were in government, introduced nuisance taxes. About 15 of them we repealed and removed, including condoms, cutlasses, and kayaye, and even pampers taxes in our country. Our colleagues on the other side, Mr. Speaker, they introduced all these nuisance taxes, which when we got the opportunity, we removed. And they are telling us that we are taxing ourselves out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind them of the economic theory called rachet and inspection effect, which says that you can tax and build a better future for your country. And we are taxing to provide roads, we are taxing to improve on infrastructure, Agenda 111, and provide Youth Start, which is youth in entrepreneurship, to sustain the future of our children. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly the motivation to vote against this budget is never to do with any people. Who are the people they are standing with, as I have enumerated? This budget is for the people. It is called the Ajinkwa budget. Mr. Speaker, I also want to quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt, who said that the future lies with those wise political leaders who realize that the great public is interested more in government than in politics. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we all recognize that beyond the politics, there's a nation to build. A time will come when we will all do the politics. But when it is time to think about the nation, let's take governance. This budget is for everybody in this country, Mr. Speaker, including our friends who we are with in these chambers. The cleaners who will clean the seats, the members of the parliamentary service. At the end of January 2020, when they are supposed to be paid, their payment will come from the approval we are giving in this budget. Mr. Speaker, how can we threaten to block the same budget that will pay us, members of parliament, when the month ends in January? Everybody's faith is in this budget. So why are we threatening to block it? Mr. Speaker, I clearly submit to our friends on the other side that we must learn, or we must be like the sons of Issachar in the Bible, who understood the times and seasons and were strong burden bearers. Mr. Speaker, every age has its own challenges, and who understand the times and lead the way. We understand the times, which is that our youth need jobs and we are providing them youth start. Our children want education, we are giving them free education. Our nation needs factories and we are building one district, one factory. Our roads have to be fixed and we have already announced years of roads. Our health centers must be built and we are doing Agenda 111. We must reduce the sufferings of our market women, our drivers, our painters and teachers and traders, contractors, security, and several others. And the answers to that reduction is provided in this Ajinkwa budget, Mr. Speaker. So how can anybody say that he's voting against solutions to the problems of this country? Mr. Speaker, I humbly plead with our friends on the other side that it must not be only things that will benefit them directly. We should think about the country. We should think about the benefit of this budget to the entire nation. They should tell us which people they are standing with, because the people of Ghana are waiting on this Ajinkwa budget. I so humbly submit. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Aine.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, as a preliminary matter, the Bible says that for lack of knowledge, my people perish.
Yes.
The Honorable Member, the Honorable John Kuma, Deputy Minister of Finance, either out of mischief or ignorance, has engaged in a lot of scaremongering. A lot of scaremongering that is not anchored on constitutional and political principles. A lot of scaremongering that presumes that it is only one party in a constitutional democracy that is capable of defining the common good. Mr. Speaker, Article 1 of the Constitution is very clear that the powers of government must be exercised in accordance with the Constitution of this Republic. And in accordance with that Constitution, we are a multi-party democracy. The budget is subject to parliamentary approval. Is he telling us that every budget that comes to this House must necessarily be approved? In the history of our constitutional democracy, in 1979, to be precise, the budget of the government of Dr. Hillel Liman was thrown out of Parliament without the support of the Popular Front Party, which your tradition represented at the time. Are you telling us Are you telling us that you are the only ones who are capable of defining the common good? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
members, order.
Mr. Speaker, in the ignorant, as a display of the ignorance of our constitutional democracy, the lack of knowledge of our constitutional democracy, the Honorable Deputy Minister confused two processes of approval in this House. The first one is about the approval of the policies and principles. That is what we are debating today. The fact that you disapprove of the policy and the principles doesn't mean that when it comes to appropriation, you cannot approve the appropriations bill so that government can go ahead. And in any case, you have assumed that we are against this budget because it is not in our interest. Yet you have also said at the same time, paradoxically, that our salaries are part and parcel of this budget. So if we are ready to throw out your budget despite the fact that our salaries are part of it, it means that we stand with the people of this country. We stand with the people of this country. And also note, Mr. Speaker, that the car loans that you talked about, and you know, at every opportunity that your side gets to talk about this budget, you impute ill motives to our side. Okay? And you do so irrespective of whether or not you are telling the truth. Mr. Speaker, we are a constitutional democracy, and this House is a house of deliberation. Deliberation in a constitutional democracy presumes equality, that we are all equals, and that when we talk, in the discourse that we engage in on national matters, you must accord us that respect. So don't assume that we are acting because we think that it will benefit us to throw out your budget. Mr. Speaker, now to my substantive issues. Mr. Speaker, both in this House and within the public sphere, the debate about this budget is all about taxes, and taxes. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Ghanaian public is up in arms about this budget, the reason why on social media, the reason why on mainstream media, the Ghanaian public is up in arms against this budget is because you are putting a tax burden once asking them to tighten their belt. And Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the debate here and outside the precincts of Parliament. Part of why the people are crying is because this government has engaged in taxation without accountability. That is the problem. Taxation without accountability. And when you ask the government for a justification why we should be paying more taxes, the answer is very simple. They all tell you that COVID-19 has done damage to the economy, and so government needs more taxes in order to be able to spend. They have not averted their minds to the fact that the government is profligate with expenditure. When you have a president who is more interested in bathing in the sky than funding your free education, this is what happens to you. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you why. Mr. Speaker, on the back of the same COVID-19, this is very interesting. And the Honorable John Kuma, Deputy Minister, if you can listen carefully to this one, it will do a lot of good. Mr. Speaker, on the back of COVID-19, and this is your own
2020 mid-year review and supplementary estimate. Okay, paragraph 437. This is what you got on the back of COVID-19. Your own finance minister said. You got 1.2 billion from the Ghana Stabilization Fund. All right? You got 5.8 billion from the IMF Rapid Credit Facility. You got 580 million from the World Bank support for COVID-19 preparedness and response support. You got 406 million from the African Development Bank. That is the equivalent of 69 million US dollars. You got 10 billion from the Bank of Ghana as COVID-19 relief bond. And you got 2 billion from the World Bank as budget support through the DPO. This is evidence from your own supplementary estimate for 2020. So you took advantage of COVID-19, made a lot of money from the people of Ghana, made a lot of money from donors and external financiers, and then you turn around and say that we should tighten our belts and absorb more taxes, so that even the little monies we are sending to our constituencies, the little monies we are sending for people to pay school fees and medical bills, you want to take some of that, so that you can continue the profligate expenditure that you have engaged in. That is why you think that today, we, the National Democratic Congress, is not standing with the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the approvals we gave the government during the course of the COVID-19, we were told that over 100 million of that was going to be used as insurance for frontline workers. I have looked at all the budgets from the time we gave you that approval till now, and I haven't seen a budget line, Mr. Speaker, a budget line that shows us which insurance company did the insurance, how many people were insured, what premiums were paid, what claims were made. So you are taxing us and you are not accounting to us for how you use our tax monies. And you want more money from us. Is that what you take us for? Mr. Speaker, I want to sound a note of caution to the government that he represents, which is that years ago, the Roman Empire collapsed on the back of taxation without accountability. The British Empire, which gave birth to the nation state of Ghana in 1957, the British Empire also collapsed on the back of taxation without accountability. Mr. Speaker, the writings are on the wall. The Nana Addo, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government will collapse on the back of taxation without accountability. So, Deputy Minister, that is a warning, and as we say, a word to the wise is from the north. Mr. Speaker, I want to now tackle the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission is the heartbeat of our democracy. Outside Parliament, the Electoral Commission is the heartbeat of our democracy. If all of us will note, in our constitutional history, at any point in time that there is a military coup d'etat, the Electoral Commission is abolished, Parliament is suspended, the executive goes about its functions, and the judiciary will also function till the next constitutional democracy. So the Electoral Commission is very, very important in the conduct of our democratic affairs. Mr. Speaker, this budget devoted only 2 lines to the Electoral Commission in terms of what it is going to do for this fiscal year 2022. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that struck me about the narrative on the Electoral Commission was the fact that in that narrative, in paragraph 2, it is stated that the Commission is seeking for money. Of course, in terms of its budget estimates, the Commission will be conducting by-elections. Mr. Speaker, there is a constitutional duty to conduct by-elections. But we do not have an upcoming by-election to be conducted in this country. Yes, there are case contests in court, but that doesn't mean that
by-elections will be held. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why the contingency vote or the contingency fund has been created pursuant to Article 180 of the Constitution is because of unforeseen situations in which government may need to spend money. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that it is absolutely necessary in the case of the Electoral Commission for us to make a provision against upcoming by-elections based upon court actions that are taking place. And in any case, Mr. Speaker, I am very certain that most of the by-elections will occur on the other side, and that we will be picking up a lot of seats from their side when that is done. But, Mr. Speaker,
member, hold on. Mr. Speaker, to take the chair.
Yeah, it's good.
Honorable Dominic Aine may continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, welcome to the debate. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to address one worrying development.
Actually, I was here. I presided yesterday. So
very well, Mr.
You
Speaker.
can't be welcoming me to the debate.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I was here when you presided. I'm talking about today's debate. Mr. Speaker, there is one worrying development with respect to the Electoral Commission that I wanted to bring to the attention of the House. I read on Ghana Web that the Electoral Commission of Ghana has now decided all of a sudden that its voter ID cards, which were prepared in the run-up to the 2020 elections, will no longer be accepted for future elections. And that from now onwards, we are going to be using the Ghana card. Mr. Speaker, I have no qualms whatsoever with our use of the Ghana card. But I do remember, in the run-up to the elections, the Electoral Commission was advised by well-meaning members of the public who thought that there was no need wasting money on a voter ID card. And then subsequently, having the Ghana card as the card that unifies all identification issues in this country. And they were advised to stop the registration or the registration process so that we can use the Ghana card as the form of identity even for our elections. They never listened to us. And we spent millions upon millions of taxpayer cedis in making the ID card, only for them to now say they are going to abandon it in favor of the Ghana card. That is causing financial loss to the state, Mr. Speaker. It's causing financial loss to the state. And it is something that Parliament must, as a matter of agency, through the Special Budget Committee, inquire of the Electoral Commission. Why is it that its own card, that was a subject matter of controversy even up to the Supreme Court, where the birth certificate was rejected as a form of identity for proving one's Ghanaianness because of our fight on the Electoral Commission's card. Today, they are saying that that card is as good as toilet paper. They must come to this House and justify why they should be causing financial loss to the state. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many minutes I have left, but I want to touch on the issue of corruption. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government were ushered in to take over the governance of this country on the back of, a campaign based upon corruption. In his maiden speech at the Independence Square, His Excellency made a commitment and actually said, if you are looking for money, if you want to make money, you have no place in his government. Mr. Speaker, today, that's the best place to make money. The best place to make money is to join the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And that is why today, Mr. Speaker,
That is why...
Honorable member, you have to conclude.
That is why, Mr. Speaker, they are now doing a vanishing act on us and a disappearing act when it comes to the issue of corruption. Mr. Speaker, look at the budget statements from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. You will see that their avowed commitment to fighting corruption is reducing. And today, corruption has disappeared from the budget. And that is why, for instance, the Right to Information Commission, Mr. Speaker, you were here, you led the debate on the Right to Information, a bill before we enacted it. As we speak now, the legislative instrument to operationalize the RTI Commission and the RTI Act are not yet before this House. And they are using that as a stumbling block for granting access to information for Ghanaians who want to know what is happening with the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So, Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the government to up its commitment on fighting corruption so that this country should not have to bear tax, a lot of taxes in order to fund, a government that is profligate on expenditure. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues that we stand up with the people of this country and reject the underlying policies and principles of this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
It is now the turn of Honorable Andrew Kofi Ejapa Mesa. You have 50 minutes.
Very well. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Speaker, before I even begin, my learned senior, Dr. Ayini, who happens to be my professor at the law faculty, in his submission suggested that the estimates were different from the policy. Well, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I disagree with that proposition that Dr. Ayini put across. Because if you look at Article 179 of the Constitution, it's very clear that, Mr. Speaker, with the permission, if I may read, 1791. The President shall cause to be prepared and laid before Parliament at least 1 month before the end of the financial year estimates of the revenues and expenditures of the government of Ghana for the following financial year. Speaker 2. The estimates of the expenditures of all public officers and public operations other than those set out, then it goes on and on. There is no suggestion whatsoever in this provision of the Constitution that the appropriations or the estimates and the policy are different. Speaker, indeed, it is the policy that bets the estimates. And so you cannot suggest that this Honorable House can disapprove of a part of the budget and approve the other. Yeah. The suggestion really, as is stipulated by the Constitution, is to the effect that when you reject the budget, you are rejecting both the policy and the estimate. So I wish that that be clear for the record. Speaker, I have followed the debate even before the budget itself was read. And clearly, the rhetoric that followed was to the effect that the Ghanaians should expect some hardship to be visited on us following the reading of the budget. Ghana was broke, and that we were going to go to the IMF, and all sorts of comments that preceded the delivery of the budget. Speaker, following the presentation of the budget, clearly that expectation was not met, because the finance minister indicated quite clearly that we are not going to the IMF and that we are going to look for the revenue within ourselves to enable us fund our development expenditure. Speaker, following that, the narrative changed and the talk that I hear is that the budget is insensitive, and talk to that effect. Speaker, even before I proceed to deal with those issues, during the debate by my colleagues on the other side, particularly Honorable Chiwete and Ajay Mensah, words like "you lied your way to power," you came to power based on lies. Speaker, I have consistently maintained that it is important as politicians to desist from bastardizing ourselves in that manner. Why do I say so? Speaker, if you look at the Imani Ghana assessment on campaign promises that political parties make in their manifestos, Speaker, they assessed both the 2012, 2016, and 2020 manifestos of the political parties. In 2012, the NDC is assessed to have achieved 47% of its campaign promises to the people of Ghana. Is it a suggestion that the aspect of their promises that they did not deliver were based on lies? Speaker, the MPP in 2020 was assessed to have achieved 56.77% of its campaign commitments to the people of Ghana. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that we all as political parties have a vision for our country. We articulate those visions in our manifestos. We come into government and for some reason we are unable to achieve all those commitments that we made. Do they constitute lies? So why do we do this to ourselves and brand each other liars, such that today the public is rising against both political parties and see us as not serious, and that we are some people who only come to spew things to them when we want their vote and go into power and not achieve? But we all know that circumstances that confront us when we get into government may prevent us from achieving all the commitments that we made to our people. But what is the response that we get from each other? So I will entreat my colleagues on the other side that let us move away from that conversation, because it doesn't help the political discourse. We make commitments for some reason. Indeed, if you look at the commitments that the MPP made to the people of Ghana in 2016, free SHS has been delivered. Planting for food and jobs has been delivered. Okay, but some commitments, clearly, nobody can run away from them, have not been achieved. But it's still work in progress. The good people of this country have given us another mandate, and we are in our first year. And I'm positive that by the end of the 8th year, all the conversations that we're having would necessarily be put in their proper perspective, so that we all can debate whether indeed you guys deserve the mandate of the people, or that the NPP on this side deserve the mandate of the people. So, Mr. Speaker, just to put in there that admonition, so that we can all be guided in the kinds of statements that we make. Mr. Speaker, again, I've heard that this government is blaming everything on COVID. Indeed, when Dr. Ayini was making his presentation, he made references to some funding that government had to obtain or receive as a result of the global pandemic, and that it is being suggested as if to say either we do not live through the pandemic, or that we do not appreciate the real impact of the pandemic on this country and the entire world. Speaker, if you permit me, only this morning I was reading an article on Bloomberg Business Week, and just for the benefit of my colleagues, especially on the other side, Speaker, I will quote in part: "The pandemic has been a catastrophe in just about every sense, claiming over 5 million lives." Speaker, that's about almost 20% of the population of our country, and plunging more than 100 million people into extreme poverty. That's more than 3 times the total population of Ghana. They've been plunged into extreme poverty. It also traced a new high water mark in terms of government spending on social assistance, a large share of which arrived in the form of cash payments. Of course, in our country, government, rather than cash, provided free water, free food, free electricity to the benefit of our people. Speaker, according to a running tally from the World Bank, 186 countries have spent a combined 1.25 trillion directly to their citizens. About 1 in 6 human beings worldwide has been a recipient. Mr. Speaker, this is the stark reality of the impact of COVID. So let us not deny that COVID was something that did not happen or that its impact on our country was minimal. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the data speaks otherwise, that the entire world suffered from the ravages of this pandemic, and governments, particularly the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is noted across the world to have implemented policies that saved life and livelihoods of its citizens. So let's be clear on that. Mr. Speaker, indeed, if you look at paragraph 245 of the budget, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is clear that, Speaker, if you permit me, I'll read. The fiscal position was strong before the pandemic hit. While a temporary increase in spending was necessary to protect lives and livelihoods, the medium-term policy stance is focused on consolidating the public finances to support macroeconomic stability to avoid entering a debt spiral. Speaker, clearly, we all admit that the debt burden on our country is huge and that we need to take steps to bring it within control. Speaker, following from this, the finance minister indicated in paragraph 247 of the budget the policy measures that he is introducing to deal with the issue of the rising debt. Amongst them, Speaker, interestingly, this morning I attended the 61st annual general meeting of the Association of Ghana Industries. The praise that was heaped by the president of the association on government for the removal of the benchmark relief that was provided some time ago. Speaker, you should have been there to hear it for yourselves. Because its impact on local productivity, industrialization, is huge. One key issue that has dominated public discourse is the imposition of the electronic transaction levy. And I hear my colleagues on the other side suggest that that levy that has been imposed makes this government one that is insensitive to the plight of its people. So, Speaker, surprising, because we all agree that the only two options that we have to raise funding to fund our development expenditure. One is either to raise the revenue internally, or two, to go and borrow. The finance minister has indicated in the budget that, look, all the debts that we've accumulated as a result of the pandemic, if we do not put some stop to that, we are not going to be able to build a sustainable economy. We are not going to be able to build the kind of fiscal consolidation that we need. And so it's important to put some stop on the debt accumulation and look to raise revenue internally so that we can fund our development expenditure. Hence, the introduction of this levy that would seek to help in raising additional revenue to fund critical expenditure items that were outlined in the budget. Mr. Speaker, why I say it was interesting is this, that I recall that it was under the NDC administration that the financial VAT on financial services was introduced. So, Speaker, that tax was imposed on all financial services except mobile money transactions. That tax was 17.5%. Speaker, 17.5%. The people who imposed 17.5% taxes on financial services minus Momo are saying that the government has created that policy and rather is introducing a levy of 1.75% on some financial transactions, and Momo transactions is insensitive. So, Speaker, the difference between 17.5% and 1.75% is 15.75%. In percentage terms, it's a reduction by 900%. You impose taxes on financial transactions 17.5%. This government has scrapped it, reintroduced a new levy that is levied 1.75%. 900% difference. And you are saying that that government is insensitive. Mr. Speaker, as between the two, which government is insensitive? And the object for the e-levy has been outlined quite succinctly in the budget. Speaker, yes, I know that some unintended consequence may occasion some category of taxpayers. But the alternative of not taxing or levying the rest of the greater majority of informal people who are not subject to contributing their quota to the development of our country makes it imperative that those who will suffer the unintended consequences ought to be able to accommodate and bear with government so that we can bring in the requisite funding that we need to enable us to fund our development expenditure. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, is it a suggestion that if we are unable to raise this revenue, we should go and borrow more money? Clearly not. Because we all admit that spending 45% of our total revenue on interest payments is not the way to go. And so it's important that we work to reduce that component of our tax revenue that goes to pay interest payments. And if this government is proposing, as opposed to last year when we went to the real bond market to raise 3 billion, is proposing to raise only 750 million in 2022. Clearly, taking away 2.25 billion of our debt that would ordinarily be going onto the market to borrow, and to suggest that rather than that, let us all make some contribution so that we can do away with the debt and raise the revenue internally to fund our development expenditure. Our friends on the other side are saying that that levy is insensitive. Speaker, that can only be further from the truth. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you look in paragraph 244, and Speaker, when Dr. Apak was debating earlier, he made allusions to suggest that government was making provision of some 3 billion to Office of Government Machinery. Clearly a deceptive proposition, because if you look in the budget, Mr. Speaker, the components of the units that constitute Office of Government Machinery, for which that amount of money has been provisioned for, includes the Public Enterprises Commission, the Scholarship Secretariat, Microfinance and Small Loans Center, Nation Builders Corps, National Identification Authority, Monitoring and Evaluation, Zongo Development Fund, Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program Secretariat, and Home Rental Scheme, and then the Council of State. So to suggest that the allocation that has been made to all these agencies, which clearly put together is clearly more than what has been given to free SHS, suggests that government is spending more on living large rather than investing in education, clearly cannot be true and supported by the fact as contained in the document.
Honourable Member, you may conclude.
Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to re-echo the points that my good friend John Kuma, the Deputy Finance Minister, indicated earlier. It seems to me, and I hope I'm wrong, that the only reason that our friends on the other side are seeking to oppose this budget is because its successful implementation will inure not to their political advantage. And I will urge them, I know that they have this nation at heart, I will urge them that for all the services, for all the goods, for all the development, for all the public sector wages, for all the benefits that this government is providing for in this budget, let us all make a modest contribution by supporting particularly the e-levy and the entire budget so that our development costs can be advanced. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I am trying to discover whether this ends the debate on the independent government institutions and government machinery, or we have the second person from the minority side to contribute. And then that would be Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me use the opportunity to correct some erroneous impression created in this particular House. Mr. Speaker, Honorable John Kuma, in debating the budget, makes categorical statement that the car loan forms part of the 2021 budget, and we hurriedly pass it because it is in our interest. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of record. He has engaged in intellectual dishonesty. In fact, the 2021 budget has nothing to do with the MP's car loan. It was a loan guaranteed by the government, and the government of Ghana is not the NIB who granted the loan. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if this will remain part of the record, because it is coming from no other person but the Deputy Minister for Finance. I least expected the Deputy Minister of Finance to make such a high and guided statement on the floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, let me also state that the Minister for Education, in debating the budget, makes reference to Appendix 10 and stated that this year he will complete or he will do 10 STEM projects. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the budget under reference is for implementation in 2022. Therefore, it is totally impossible for the Education Minister to complete 35 STEM projects. This cannot be correct, and it must not remain on the record. This is a House of record. Mr. Speaker, I will, however, agree with Honorable Afenyo Markins that businesses are collapsing. Banks are collapsing. They are all collapsing under the watch of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, it is stated that if the e-tax is approved, local authorities would have money for local development. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, it is rather the opposite, because if we comply with the supreme law of the land, there will be money available for local development. The constitutional imperative in Article 2522 of the Constitution clearly spells out that not less than 5% of the total revenue must be allocated to the administrator of the Common Fund for distribution by law to the local assemblies. However, persistently, this law is being disrespected. Mr. Speaker, one thing that is expected of a minister appointed by government is to respect the laws of the land, particularly the supreme law of the land. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand the 2020 Auditor's Report on the District Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds for the year ended 31st December 2020, laid in this House and distributed to all members. And Mr. Speaker, I look at page 7 of that particular report. Mr. Speaker, at page 7, it stated that Article 2522 of the 1992 Constitution mandates Parliament to annually make provision for the allocation of not less than 5%
of the total revenue of Ghana to the district assemblies for development. However, the Minister of Finance released a total amount of 1,983,607,293 Ghana cedis, 37 cedis, or only 3.79% of the total revenue of this country. Mr. Speaker, if more than 5% has been released by the finance minister, our district assemblies will be in fund. Mr. Speaker, another imperative is that these monies are supposed to be released by the Constitution quarterly, but with a total disdain to the provisions in the Constitution, the finance minister never distributes these monies quarterly to the district assemblies. Even in 2021, I wonder how many quarters that has been distributed to the assemblies. So the issue does not lie in imposing the e-killer tax, but the issue lies on respecting the laws of the land. Mr. Speaker, in page 68 of the budget, particularly item number 147V, there is going to be a zero toll if the budget is approved. This toll is established by law. We have the Road Toll Act, followed by the Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Provisions Act, pursuant to which fees and charges miscellaneous instrument was passed by this particular house, and the road toll was fixed. However, before the approval of the budget, a minister appointed by government who is supposed to respect the laws of the land give a directive that the toll should not be corrected. Yet, we are saying that it is only e-tax that can save this particular government. No wonder they are referring to the budget as the savior budget. Indeed, the economy is collapsed, and we are now in the hands of God to save us. It is only God that can save us from this bad economy. Mr. Speaker, we are under a regime where international business transaction or economic transaction that is supposed to come to this particular house of the representative of the people of Ghana would not come to the house, and a minister of state who is supposed to uphold the constitution will enter into this agreement without reference to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if you respect our laws, we comply with our Public Financial Management Act, we comply with the Procurement Act, the infractions and the irregularities that the Auditor General is complaining about in the 2020 report, will be able to get a lot of money for development, but not necessarily through this particular e-taxation. So when the Interior Minister said that we should approve this particular tax because it is going to generate employment, I will say, under this government, if you are able to check corruption, the leakages and then the seepages, will be able to have enough money to generate employment. Mr. Speaker, referring to the Auditor General's report, between 2019 and 2020, the irregularities increased to a whopping 135% in the sum of 12,856,172,626 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if within a period of 1 year, the irregularities resulting from cash irregularities, procurement irregularities, payroll irregularities are amounting to almost 13 billion Ghana cedis. Do we need the e-tax
to be able to develop.
Did this one COVID cause this one?
Is this one also caused by COVID-19? I think the answer is no. Mr. Speaker, we do not need this killer tax to be able to develop as a nation. Few years ago, taxation was a lazy man's approach, and we will have to move from taxation to production. Now, taxation has become a workaholic approach under Akufo-Addo. We are now moving from production to taxation. Indeed, it is only the good Lord that can save us under this government. Mr. Speaker, one of the topical issues being discussed is admission into Ghana School of Law. Mr. Speaker, persistently, few years ago, we've always been giving quota in the budget only for legal education in Ghana. Other professions, the government doesn't deem it necessary to give them quota. Mr. Speaker, this can only be discrimination. The Constitution in Article 25 guarantees right to equal education. So why would you give quota in your budget for admission into the law school, but other professions you will not give quota? Mr. Speaker, in 2021 budget, it was indicated that 2,200 will be writing entrance examination, but more than that number wrote the entrance examination, out of which 1,045 passed, and they were all admitted. In 2022, the proposal was that only 2,500 applicants will be writing the entrance examination, out of which 800 will be admitted. If a school has a capacity to admit 1,045, why are we going to reduce the intake of the school to 800? What is more serious is that they are even saying out of the 800 that they are going to admit, 100 have failed in advance because it is only 700 that would have been called to the bar. Mr. Speaker, how can we do budget and be projecting the number of students that will fail and will not be called to the bar?
Honourable Member, you may conclude.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, a budget that can project failure will indeed be a savior budget. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, before we move to the next sector, I have in my hand communication from His Excellency the President, titled Absence from Ghana. The communication is dated 24th November 2021. It reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country in the evening of Wednesday, 24th November 2021, to Kinshasa, capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo, at the invitation of His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo and current chair of the Authority of the Heads of State of the African Union, to participate in my capacity as the AU Gender Champion in the inaugural high-level conference for men on the elimination of violence against women and girls in Africa, to be held on the 25th of November 2021 in Kinshasa. I'll return to Ghana in the evening of the same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo. I'm advised to move to judiciary. Yes.
Speaker, I think we can follow the chronology. We can follow the chronology as was agreed between us. There was an earlier reason for that, but I think the reason is still it's not tenable now. So we can, the next sector is a break, and we can follow that.
Well, the next one is food and agriculture. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had this problem with the sequencing, and you remember this morning when you called me to send the list, there was this understanding that because a lot more people were willing to speak, if towards the tail end of the day, we could just add all those who may want to speak without necessarily restricting them to an area. So, Speaker, our preference is that Speaker just follows the list that we have, calls there's the next person to speak, instead of trying to say it's time for this, because that's what we and I agree. I think we are speaking about the same thing, but not to restrict the persons, because you and I agree, because of the number, we will not necessarily be sticking to sectorial areas towards the tail end. Well, that's what we agree on.
Speaker, I don't think we have to litigate on this. Yes, we had an earlier conversation to the effect to what he said. So, but the only difference is that on our side, we had categorized according to sectors, and my colleague had listed names. So anything that works, we have no problem. But Speaker, if you look at our list, we have exhausted the section for presidential machinery. And next to that is agri. So we can just follow that chronology, and we don't have a problem with it, if it flows according to the list that was provided.
Mr. Speaker,
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's debate on the budget. There is no problem if the whip opposite decides that the person recommended will speak on agri. But as the whip indicated, I wasn't here in the morning. The understanding is that those who have not had opportunity, you will recognize them randomly to debate on any aspect of the budget. That is as relevant and important. So you can do agri, but on this side, any area we are ready, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we haven't got an agreement between the two sides of the House. And so the list we always have is that on the majority caucus, the list is segmented into sectors. On the minority, it's a list of names. It has not done that way. And you realize that when I was trying to call Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, I had to check to see whether he was going to be the second speaker on independent government institutions and the government machinery. Well, that one is what is shown on the majority list, So after Honorable Andrew Kofi Ejapa Mesa, it became clear that they had exhausted their list on that sector. And so maybe you need to discuss it further and guide the speakership as to what to do. Because it somehow, I don't know whether you realize it will be distorting the debate. Well, you agree on the sectors you debate for the day, or you disagree and then you just allow anybody to debate on any sector. But you don't restrict one side to sectors and then the other side to choose any sector. I think that leadership to discuss this further and then guide us. But I saw the Honorable Cletus Avoka, our very senior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without prejudice to what the leadership have discussed, I'm the ranking member for the judiciary, and then I know that we are online to say something in respect of the judiciary. So I wanted to put on record that it should not be seen as there's nobody who wants to expatiate on the judiciary in the country or in the budget. So we are available and then subject to the leadership and then your good self. We want to let you know that we are available.
Well, initially I was told that the Honorable John Osei Frimpong was not available, and therefore I should move to the judiciary. That is why I said the guidance from leadership was for me to move to the judiciary. Now, leadership came back to say the reason no longer holds. And so the reason for us skipping food and agric no longer holds. And therefore we should go back to food and agric. And that's what led to the exchanges we just experienced. So I'm guided. The most senior parliamentarian apart from me, it says he's ready and they should be given the opportunity. Leaders, what do you say? Because I'm going to listen to what you say and then I'll apply that fairly across board. Yes, please.
Speaker, I give a sense and the direction you want the House to go, and we don't intend to drag it. We will leave this at your discretion. We have listed names according to a certain chronology, and our colleagues have done same. The difference is that we attached sectors, so we will leave it to your discretion. But I can assure you that our colleagues are all here. All the names put out, everybody's ready to debate. So, Speaker, squarely in your hands. Thank you.
I'm being guided that when we are dealing with judiciary, it should be 4-4. Judiciary.
Speaker, yes, we had, as I earlier intimated, we had some discussion early morning, and we came to an agreement that we, in fact, as a matter of importance, need to allow more members to comment on the budget. So both sides of the House, both leaders had agreed. So, Speaker, if you take a good look at the list, you realize that beneath the names listed, there are more names. For instance, on the judiciary on our part, originally was supposed to be 2, but we have 4 names there. And it's intentional. It's according to plan and agreement for both sides. For more of our members to comment on the budget. Yeah.
Well, yes, Minority Leader, you have to guide me to know those on the side of the minority who are going to speak on the judiciary.
Mr. Speaker, we have the Honorable Mama Yarga, then Honorable Roxanne, Honorable Cletus Avoka after Mama Yarga. Then the list follows. And Mr. Speaker, just to establish that it is not as if the list from the minority is not sequenced. It is, Mr. Speaker. When you watch, you see roads. After roads, you see education. After education, you see defense and interior. We're just serving notice that...
No, we see list
No,
of
we didn't
names.
write it.
We
But
see list of names. We
list
don't
of
see
names, yes.
sectors.
Yes, list of names.
What you just said about the judiciary,
So
on my
that's
list
fine.
here,
That's fine with
on
us.
my list here, the number 11 has been deleted, and they've inserted Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu. Number 12 has been deleted, and no name has been inserted. That's what I have on the list here.
Mr. Speaker.
So you don't have 4 names for the judiciary.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest, that's what I said. On our list, all we prefer is that the next on the list be called. Because of the understanding he and I had in the morning. So a lot of the members were put there, not necessarily because they were going to speak to a specific area. Because that was what we agreed. So our preference would be to just call the next person on the list. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But the total of their list is 17, and yours is 16.
Yes, because...
Well, you deleted Honorable Richard Achampo.
So, Mr. Speaker, you carry on. We will try and get the 17th person.
All right, so we move to the judiciary, and then we start with judiciary. The name on the list leading the judiciary is Honorable Gifty Chum Ampofo. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, every country, we need the judiciary to function properly to ensure that all other sectors will function very well for the country to be in a balance. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that at the law school, at one point the intake is increased and at another point is decreased, and it looks as if it's political. System has been put in place to make sure that systems work with very little interferences. But it is unfortunate that whenever systems don't work properly, we all rush to say government. And for that reason, we behave as if government rules every sector. However, systems are put in place. Mr. Speaker, in this budget of ours, I want to appeal that to this budget to ensure that all systems, be it education, be it agri, be it health, function very well. And once they are functioning very well, the judiciary will have very little to do and we wouldn't have too much challenges in our country. Mr. Speaker, all loans and all systems are supported by the Attorney General's Department to ensure that the right thing is done, and in the face of the global economy or the global system, Ghana wouldn't be found wanting. And for that reason, Ghana has realized that the earlier we concentrate on the youth to ensure that the youth is comfortably employed to bring absolute peace, to ease the stress on the judiciary system, and give the Attorney General's Department the time to think and concentrate about policies, the better. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, the government of Nana Addo Akufo-Addo in this very budget has enlisted a number of policies to ensure that peace exists in the country, and the most security threat we have in the country is youth unemployment. And for that reason, even though we're talking about judiciary, when the youth are well employed, there will be peace, and systems and structures could be taken care of with all the laws in place, well concentrated by the judiciary in the country. And for that reason, in the agri sector, the Ministry of Agri made a lot of effort to ensure that under the program rearing for food and jobs, and a number of day-old chicks of cockerels for brood have been distributed to ensure that our youth, who are the majority and our future leaders, are employed. And once they are gainfully, we should also make sure and put systems together with attachment to ensure that we balance the system to make them also market their produce. For this reason, the bench values. Mr. Speaker, if a lot of investment has been done and the rearing for food and jobs and planting for food and jobs, then it made logically reasonable sense that we protect them to be able to sell their produce. Mr. Speaker, can we have a country where young individuals have been supported to produce a lot of factory products and the country had invested in them, and then we bring in poultry products from all over the world with benchmark values? How are they going to sell their produce, and how is this going to be attractive to the youth to reduce the unemployment? Again, under planting for food and jobs, quality seedlings and seeds for rice, for oil palm, and others have been given to our young ones to produce, and they are doing fantastically well. Then, why do you bring produce like the palm oil into the country to compete for the local production? Then, our youth will leave their various production sectors and be on the street. Mr. Speaker, it becomes security threat to all of us, and for that reason, the judiciary should complicated issues to come for them to act, but they advise the various sectors appropriately to ensure that there is peace in the system, and once there is peace and our youth are well employed, then there will be little to do. Mr. Speaker, in areas of jobs, in this very budget, the youth who are more adventurous, the youth who have the energy to do everything you can think of, and Ghanaian youth are also well endowed. So for that reason, if you don't give them employment, then they're going to create a lot of danger, and the judiciary will never have their peace. Mr. Speaker, in the area of jobs and skills, under the youth tax, and also with the investment that we have done under the TVET sectors, Mr. Speaker, it is important that all laws that we needed to protect our local investment and our young ones should be put in place. And I'm happy to say that in this very budget, they are in place. Mr. Speaker, under the TVET transformation agenda, last 2 months we went to most of the TVET centers in the southern sector. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised Honorable Apak was saying that the second cycle education had deteriorated. He couldn't believe his eyes when we entered the workshops and the laboratories of our TVET institution, Kumasi Technical University, Cape Coast Technical University, Cape Coast Technical Institute, Brewer, and others, together with the Education Committee. They couldn't believe their eyes. Mr. Speaker, with all these investments, if we don't have the laws to protect our young ones after trained in various sectors to be globally competitive, where due to our youth population, Mr. Speaker, with the right laws in place, other countries like Singapore, who are very industrialized, but their population rate is so low, we need our young people to go there and work, but there should be laws and policies in place, well-guarded, international standard, to ensure that even if they're supposed to travel, they will travel and their certificate will be accepted because we training them to give them certificate that they need and they are well accredited. And for that reason, all that we need to put in place to get the appropriate laws for our youth to work within the country to make profit and also work elsewhere to make profit. Mr. Speaker, when we make a number of laws, we always ensure that there is local content. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to know that in our oil fields and a number of industries we have in the country, we have local segments in there. However, we do not have the people, not because the laws are not good, but because we had not invested enough in our TVET and skills center. Mr. Speaker, with this budget, I'm happy to announce that with the TVET transformation agenda, with the retooling and upgrading of our TVET institutions, one, we having all the TVET institutions under the ISIS, which was under local government, under social and the Ministry of Gender, under community development technical institutions, under the local government. All of them are now under the free TVET policy of the government. And for that reason, we have brought as many as 139 of these skills training institutions under the various ministries onto the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, we didn't do all these because we wanted to take the laws into our own hands. We were law-abiding, and the Attorney General's Department keeps advising us. So we brought into this House last year, December 2020, and now we have the Pre-Tertiary Act, Act 1049, and you have Education Regulators Act, Act 1023, to ensure that whatever is done so far the skill training is concerned is well guided and is well controlled by well-established laws of the land to control the country and also develop our youth. Mr. Speaker, with the agenda of 1D, 1F, and with the industrialization agenda of this very country, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the retooling of our TVET institutions are not just equipped with equipment to teach students. Mr. Speaker, the equipment that we have in our TVET institutions are both second cycle and the tertiary institutions. The Education Committee, both sides can bear with me, they are industrial state-of-the-art TVET equipment, well guarded by international standards and policies to ensure that as the individuals are trained in these institutions, they have the laws guiding them and they will also be globally competitive. Mr. Speaker, with skills that we are acquiring for our TVET institutions, the youth start is in here. As I told somebody this afternoon, the youth start, as you say in tree, but occasionally so just put the head pad on your head, your load is ready, and we help you carry. With the skills that we have provided and we're still providing for our youth, and with this youth starts in the budget, and with all laws put in place to ensure that the government as well as financial institutions support the youth in our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to everybody here that anybody under the ages of 40 had to support this budget, because with this budget, systems are put in place for our youth to get trained and get globally competitive. Mr. Speaker, and all systems are put in place to ensure that laws are put in place to regulate their movement in and out of the country, and with their produce, they're definitely going to have markets out there. And with the market, we live in a country where we have laws together our communication system, and with our communication system, you produce your products even in your bedroom, you market them on the social media platforms, you get buyers, you get courier to send them, and through Momo, you get your money. And all these individuals are many, and for that reason, they need to be taxed a humble tax of 1.7%. 5. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to appeal to my friends at the other end that they should accept this budget for Ghana to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I will want to apply Order 42.1 and then suspend sitting for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, I'll be back. I hope you understand.
recommendation.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, thank you so much for your indulgence. We now move to the minority side, and we give the opportunity to our senior colleague, Honorable Cletus Apul Avoka. Honorable member, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak briefly in respect of the judiciary and then add one or two other areas of interest without delay. Mr. Speaker, there are three arms of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And like you aptly observed in whole last weekend about the marginalization of the judicial legislature, it is an area that I'm going to elaborate on. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget statement, there are 223 pages. Judiciary is captured in page 214. Page 214. And it is only even half a page. We are dealing with a whole arm of government. It's not an agency, but it's a whole arm of government, the judiciary. And there are only 4 paragraphs in relation to the judiciary of this country. If this is not marginalization, without going into the details of what is contained there, just 4 paragraphs in respect of the judiciary of this country. And we expect them to do justice. We expect them to be the arbiter of the people of this country and the institutions of this country. And we expect them to bring a balance in the society so that people do not take the law into their own hands and do justice. I think that it is high time that we give every arm of government its due share of the national cake. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the judiciary, the only important thing that they have said, that basically just described how many cases they have done in a particular year and what is left to be done, etc. The only thing that they have captured is that district assemblies, that the judiciary should link up with the Ministry of Local Government and then MMDAs to build courthouses and then residential accommodation for magistrates and judges at the district level or at the various regions and the districts. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, this type of undertaking, neglecting the judiciary to the fate of district assemblies to build courthouses and then and build their accommodation, is one way of saying that we do not care about you. I say so against the background that the money is allocated to the MMDAs as Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Assembly. It's nothing to write home about these days. The money is nothing to write home about. And they have a lot of responsibility from A to Z. And yet, they have been tasked with the responsibility of building complex courthouses and accommodation for judges and magistrates and other court officials. I think that that would not augur well for the judiciary to deliver as we expect them to do. Besides that, we know that the District Assembly's Common Fund is hardly being paid. We are in the 4th quarter now. The 4th quarter of the year is about to end. 2nd quarter hasn't come. 3rd quarter hasn't come. Many of the District Assembly, particularly those in the rural areas, are suffering financially. And if they are suffering financially, they do not have any money to run, even do a current expenditure. And you say they should build courthouses and then also build bungalows for judges and magistrates. I think that it is unfair. Let me use this opportunity to let the leadership, the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, draw the attention of His Excellency the President and the Minister of Finance that we should change if we want the judiciary to be an arbiter of peace and justice in the country. Mr. Speaker, even there, many of the districts in the rural area don't have courts. You may have one magistrate running 2-3 districts. So he goes to one district. In the case of my district, like in Boku West, the magistrate has come from Bongo. He passes Nafdam district before he comes to Zebila. And he does that once a week. By the time that he comes, you have had 20-30 cases of civil cases, 20-30 of criminal cases. He just says 1 day of the week and goes and comes back another week. So justice is hardly dispensed at the rural areas. Justice is hardly completed, it's hardly dispensed. And we all know that justice delayed is justice denied. If that happens, where is the justice for all? Where is the due process? Where is the good governance? It is against this background that I add to your call that you made at the weekend that 2% budget allocation, even less than 2% budget allocation for the judiciary and in fact for parliament is nothing to write home about. And as a country, we should review that one. It is tried knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that the symbols of democracy, the pivot of democracy, is the legislature and the judiciary. If there's no parliament, there's no rule of law. There's no democracy. And if there are no courts, then we will live under the era of Chaka de Zulu. Everybody by his might and not by right, because there are no courts. There's no arbiter. We do what we want. And I don't think that we want this country to degenerate into that stage. So I want to use this forum to appeal to the President and the government of the day, for that matter, to review the issue of making financial commitments to the judiciary so that we can attract, if their several conditions are good, we can attract young lawyers to go and become district magistrates. Because when they get there, there's a courthouse, there's a bungalow, and then there's good salary for him to stay and work. Otherwise, we continue to train lawyers and it will elude us. I want to make this humble appeal that the judiciary is thinking it's not attractive for anybody. And when you are working there, you are not attracted. Then it prepares you to be gullible. And that is where the corruption comes in. It is against this background I want the Minister of Finance in his mid-year budget next year to review this issue and make sure that uncompleted courthouses are duly completed. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk briefly on the issue of aviation industry. In the last year budget, the Minister of Finance said that every regional capital was going to get an airport. It was the determination of the government of the day to give every regional capital an airport, and they also provide aerodromes in some of these areas. In fact, they specifically mentioned Navrongo and Paga to be provided with aerodrome. As I speak today, nothing has happened on the ground since the budget was read last year. And in this budget for 2022, it is silent about aerodromes and airports. I want to make a case for the Upper East region. Mr. Speaker, we now have an airport in the Volta region. It's good enough for all of us. I think that they are preparing to have one in Cape Coast. It's good enough for us. But Bolgatanga, the capital of the Upper East region, that is the furthest region from the national capital, Accra. The Upper East region is the furthest region from the national capital. Yet, we don't have an airport. And nobody is saying anything about it. Why is in the Upper West? And they have an airport there. But I'm wondering whether it is very efficient. I want to use this forum again to appeal to His Excellency the President as a matter of urgency to build an airport for the people of the Upper East region. Mr. Speaker, I recall that in 2013, I was in the company of His Excellency former President John Dramani Mahama. We went to Sumbrungo, a suburb of Bolgatanga. We identified land there, and it was surveyed. And they started working on it as an airport for the Upper East region, an aerodrome. Up to now, nothing's happened. It's now overgrown by weeds. I do not think that augurs well. And it has become critical, Mr. Speaker, for the following reason, that the Upper East region shares a boundary with two other countries, Togo and Burkina Faso. It is also tried knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that as I speak to you today, the Sahelian region, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Co, are being overrun by terrorists and jihadists. And they are threatening to enter the Upper East region and the Upper West region. It is important that we have a means or a facility so that if something happens there, then troops can be airlifted from the national capital or any other region to the Upper East region so that they can defend this country. In the absence of that, you have to depend on road work alone. It is not enough. We in the Upper East region are suffering. If you want to take a first flight from Tamale to Accra, you have to leave, you have to wake up 3 a.m., take your bath and drive 3 hours to Tamale. You have to leave your house 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and drive to Tamale before you can catch the first flight at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We are one people, one country, one people, and one destiny. Where is one destiny when others can go there 30 minutes, 1 hour, and you have to drive, you have to wake up 3, 4 a.m. and drive 3, 4 hours before you get there. And by the time you get there, you are even late for the flight. I think it is not too late to request humbly that the Upper East region, against the background of security threats from neighboring countries, we deserve and we need an aerodrome, if not an airport, as a matter of urgency. If that happens, then the dissidents across the road, the jihadis and the terrorists will say, oh, the country is well prepared. They can move troops in at any short notice, and therefore we are very alert, and therefore there will not be any threat to us again. But if we continue to ignore the Upper East region and the Upper West region in terms of providing facilities that will make sure that movement of troops and etc. is facilitated, then we have ourselves to blame at the end of the day. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as a sports fan, I know that many regions, in 2008, when we are going to host Africa Cup of Nations, we built many sports stadiums. The Upper East region, Bolgatanga, we have no sports stadium. We don't have. And we know how passionate people are with sports in the country, particularly in football. Football brings unity. It is not business. We don't have that business in the Upper East region. I recall that it was during a Champions era, 1974, that a big wall was built and described as the Bolgatanga Stadium. My very good friend, the Minister for the Interior, has lived in Bolga all his life and knows what I'm talking about. That place, if you go today, is now a car park for articulators and mummy trucks, and not a football stadium. Yet we are one country, one people, and one destiny. Why are we not also entitled to a stadium? How much does it cost to build a stadium for a whole region? I want to use this medium to appeal to my friend who is here, the majority chief whip, to pass it through to the government that the people of the Upper East region deserve a stadium. That the people of the Upper East region deserve a stadium. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the budget curiously. I have looked at it, and then my conclusion at the end of the day is that this budget has no hope for the people of Ghana. It has no what? No hope for the people of Ghana. I would suggest humbly that they rather revisit the budget and make sure that they address the issues that we have been talking about. We are playing the devil's advocate for them to bring a good budget for the acceptance of the people of the country so that they can continue to be in power. We are not being distasteful. We are helping you. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader and then the Honorable Member for Sekundi, when they were talking, the combined effect of what they said was that we don't want this budget like levies and what will become, because when they get those monies, then they will be able to develop the country and we will never come to power. I reminded them, when you were away, I reminded them of what the former J.H. Mensah of blessed memory said when they were dealing with the $1 billion loan that this country was, that they were going to get for this country when they were there and we were here in 2001, 2002. He had this, he was very audacious. And you know, he was very eloquent here. He said, Mr. Speaker, the NDC people they don't know money. They have never handled big money before. They know that if we get the $1 billion, we will develop the country to the extent the NDC will never come to power. It's just like when they said that after they have finished prosecuting us, there will be no NDC left. And we are still here today. Mr. Speaker, he said that the $1 million will develop the country and NDC will never come to power. With the greater respect, you and me know that the $1 million never surfaced because the source of it was from a hairdressing saloon. A hairdressing saloon that we told them and they would not agree. The loan never came. And besides, even if the loan ever came, many other loans came, we came back to power in 2009. So don't think that if you collect these levies, it has the panacea of making you win an election. The 2024 election is already determined. You are here and we are there. You are back here and you are there. In fact, you are more used to this place than this other place. So I'm saying that Oh, why? This one too. But why? What is there that you want to tell me? Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that this budget has no hope for farmers. This budget has no hope for students. This budget has no hope for market women. This budget has no hope for fishermen and fisherfolk and all the workers of this country. And I humbly submit that we refer this budget back to the Minister of Finance to do the right thing before we approve of it. Thank you so much.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, you know we agreed that we should allow the debate to flow. And so I'm very, very, very vigilant. I'm listening to everybody and I'm applying the rules. I don't want interventions.
Not to take you backwards, and I support you in that we should move smoothly. But my respected leader made a comment I find inappropriate. Speaker, maybe you were not very conscious of that comment, but he said the 2024 elections is already determined. Speaker, and ordinarily I will not debate you on this. I respect you a lot. Speaker, I think that was most unfortunate because we are yet to have an election. Is it prejudging the 2024 elections? Because, Speaker, I think that was the most unfortunate comment, and it should. Speaker, I humbly appeal to your wisdom that statement. In fact, I was enjoying his lamentation on the challenges in the Upper East and the Upper West, and I fully associate with you. But the comment he made that 2024 is already determined is most unfortunate. It should be expunged from the records. Speaker, and I humbly invite you to impress upon my respected colleague, a senior member of the House, and he knows what he said is inappropriate, to just take that comment off what he said, and then I think all that you said, very reasonable, and I agree with you. But to say that it's already determined, it's prejudicial, it's most unfortunate, it should be expunged. Speaker, I humbly appeal to you, and I'm fully in your hands for your decision on this.
I'm happy you say you are fully in my hands. I recognize wishful thinking, and I don't see any wishful thinking breaching any rule of the House. And many members have thought that way. In fact, some people even say that some parties will never come to power for the next how many years. So those are wishful thinkings. So that one, I don't think is something that you should take objection to. You are all allowed to think that way. And one side can say we are winning the 2024 elections, and even for the next 30-something years, you will never come to power. That is wishful thinking. And that is not objectionable. That is what moves you and then drives you on to achieve your vision. And so there's nothing wrong with that. You are entirely in my hands.
I just want to thank you for your wisdom and also corroborating your ruling that it's indeed a wild and wishful thinking and should not be taken seriously.
Thank you for your wise ruling.
I don't know which wilderness it is in to be wild. Yes, I recall when we were in power, we used to say that the NPP had been in the opposition for 30-something years, and we don't say opposition. We say in the political wilderness for 30-something years. And then in 2000, they came to power. And then some people were in the leadership. I was in opposition and I was their leader. And then they used to tell us that you never come to power again. You know, those are just wishful thinking. But we came. And so it will be. The ideas will keep on, whether you like it or not. Even if you are doing good and they continue to see your face every day, they get fed up with your face. They want new things. They will change the face again. That is why now you are young. So people are looking at you and admiring you. As you grow old, they don't want to see your face again. You have not done anything wrong, but they don't want to see your face. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you recall when Dr. Obed Asamoah came here for us to pass one of the laws, I think it's causing financial loss or something like that. He said in the most unlikely event that they ever come to power, that in the most unlikely event that they ever come to, nobody raised objection. These are jargons and things that, speculations that we do. So it's not offensive. It's just wishful thinking, wishful hope.
So we move on to the next person to contribute his quota to the debate. And this time I'm told that it should be Samuel Erickson instead of Honorable Kojo Asante. So we are going to listen to Honorable Samuel Erickson. You have 10 minutes. Why are you not asking about the women? You are only asking about the men.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate and the adoption of the 2022 Ajonkwa budget. Looking at the judicial service provision in the 2022 budget at page 269, the sum of 740,629,000 Ghana cedis has been allocated for the work of the judicial service. The debater who spoke before me from the other end made reference to page 214 and lamented the fact that only 4 paragraphs were attributed to the judicial service. I beg to differ on that line because the judiciary does not comprise of only the service but other arms that come under the judiciary in general. If you go to page 210 of the 2022 budget, the Ajonkwa budget, we have the legal education program at paragraph 1071, where the General Legal Council, which also forms part of the judiciary system, enrolled 302 lawyers to the bar. The Legal Council also received 98 complaints against lawyers and settled 83 of them. Entrance to the law school examination attracted over 2,000 candidates, of which 790 passed. Just to remind the Honorable House of the predicament of the 499, but for the intervention of the good policies of this government, these people would have still stayed at home. Mr. Speaker, the budget as we see it has high hopes to ensure that law, which is the cement of society, is preserved. There has been allocation of funds for the construction of buildings for the district courts and the high courts in many district and municipalities. at paragraph 101, it has it that the government has started building 98 courthouses and 121 residential facilities. Mr. Speaker, this laudable undertakings can only be accomplished if we all support the budget that seeks to ensure that we raise sufficient revenue to match the expenditures that we have envisaged. Mr. Speaker, there's no way that we can preserve life and property when the judicial system is not put on good footing. Justice delayed is justice denied. And in that wise, there is the move to continue with automation of the courts to ensure that proceedings in the courts are fast-tracked and that backlog of cases are all dealt with promptly. Mr. Speaker, out of 72,568 new cases that were filed in the year 2021, a total of 63,293 cases were dealt with and judgment passed accordingly, which shows that we still have to encourage the judicial system to find its right footing. We also had a virtual hearing of cases, which helped to offset the problems that the COVID imposed on the legal systems. We know, had it not been for the automation and the implementation of sound policies, which were backed by adequate monetary considerations, we would not have enjoyed the peace and tranquility that has prevailed in this, our dear country. Mr. Speaker, it is my submission in this regard that having seen that the judiciary is one of the tripod or the trinity of our system, which requires that it should be fully resourced, we would speak to the budget and say that any attempt to block the passage of this laudable budget, comprehensive, well thought and engineered to ensure the prosperity of every Ghanaian, then we are getting ourselves, we will then be drifting ourselves to a pandemonium that would spell doom and chaos for our dear nation. Mr. Speaker, I would urge my loved friends here, the honorable members on that side, to ensure that we all do Mother Ghana a service. This is a service that calls for total devotion. It should be devoid of partisanship. The good people of Ghana would wake up sooner than later and say, yes, indeed, it is good that the 8th Parliament of Ghana did Mother Ghana the greatest of service by supporting a just cause where each and everybody has been called upon to contribute his or her widow's mite to the kitty that is going to feed us all. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that if there has ever been a budget that has been human-centered, development-oriented, and job-creating, not job-seeking, youth-friendly, and has the capability of taking Ghana to the next level, then it is no other budget than the 2022 Adequate budget. I submit accordingly.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Member. You used 9 minutes, 26 seconds. So we move on to the next member to contribute to the debate in the person of Honorable Mama Ayarga from the minority side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion to adopt the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the 2022 financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, the crux of the matter and the key issues in this budget statement and economic policy can be found in paragraph 247 of the policy statement. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 247, the government proposes, among other things, to review fees and charges with an average increase of at least 15% in 2022 and thereafter subjected to automatic annual adjustments by average inflation rate as published by the Ghana Statistical Service. So, Speaker, what it means if I vote to approve this policy statement is that agencies under the Ministry of Education, including Cape Coast Technical University, all students there would have to increase their fees and charges by at least 15%. Mr. Speaker, all students at the whole technical university will have to increase their fees by 15% at least. Mr. Speaker, all students of Sunyani Technical University will have to increase their fees and charges by about 15%. All students of Kumasi Technical University will have to increase their fees and charges by about 15%. All students of Koforidua Technical University will have to increase their fees and charges by about 15%. All students of Bolgatanga Technical University will have to increase their fees and charges by about 15%. All students of the University of Education, Winneba, will have to increase their fees and charges by about 15%. All students of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology will have to increase their fees by about 15%. All students of the University of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, all students of the University of Ghana will have their fees and charges increased by about 15%. Mr. Speaker, all students of the University of Health and Allied Sciences will have to increase their fees by about 15%. Mr. Speaker, these are just the agencies under Ministry of Education. I have not yet gone to agencies under Ministry of Health, where all government hospitals, the charges and fees will be increased by about 15%. I haven't gone to the Ministry of Energy. I haven't gone to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. I haven't gone to the Ministry of Interior and all the agencies under the Ministry of Interior. All of them will have their charges and fees increased by at least 15%. And Mr. Speaker, that will not be the end of it. Anytime that we mismanage our economy and there is inflation, then the fees will be automatically adjusted upwards to account for the inflation without coming to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that is the policy implication. Mr. Speaker, these fees and charges are contained in LI 2386, Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Provisions Instrument. And Mr. Speaker, the fees and charges relate to taxes in excess of 29,600 taxes. We are talking about 29,600 different taxes. And all these taxes, which are captured as charges and fees, will be increased by at least 15%. I've heard people on the other side of this Parliament who complain about the NDC government imposing in excess of 20 taxes, which they came and abolished. But by this singular instrument, policy instrument, you will be increasing in excess of 29,600 taxes and levies. Fees and charges, those are taxes. Or you don't know that those are taxes. Those are taxes. Just go and take it. Those are taxes. 29,600. I have taken my time to count. And you want to increase it by 15%. And you say this is a simple policy instrument and that those of us who are against it are not patriotic. Mr. Speaker, the second major policy instrument, which is also contained in paragraph 249, is the introduction of the electronic transaction levy of 1.75% on the value of digital transactions. Mr. Speaker, there is something called policy stupidity. Policy stupidity is when you seek to tax what you want to encourage. You want to encourage a certain behavior, and yet you are taxing that behavior. Mr. Speaker, the Vice President a couple of weeks ago took this country to a harrowing lecture about all the efforts at digitization. What is digitization? Basically, when you encourage people to engage in electronic transactions. So when you are encouraging people to engage in electronic transaction by taxing them, what kind of policy stupidity is that? That is policy stupidity. When you tax what you are, a behavior you are encouraging. So when we are encouraging people to migrate to digitization and conduct their affairs on the digital highway, and yet we impose taxes on them when they get on that highway. Are you not discouraging those people from getting on the digital highway? Mr. Speaker, apart from that, electronic transaction taxation is essentially on capital. Yes, it is a tax on capital. Let me explain to you in very simple terms. Very, very simple terms. when I carry my money from Boku to Techiman to trade in a bus, I take a number of risks. Armed robbers could stop me on the way. If no armed robber stops me, I get to Techiman market with my capital intact, and I trade with it. Mr. Speaker, what government is seeking to do is that there's another highway, which is the electronic highway. Government is going to bet on that electronic highway, and when I'm carrying my money on that highway, government will take 1.7.5% of it. So government has turned itself into an armed robber on the electronic highway. So that when I'm carrying my money on the electronic highway, government will say, hey, bring 1.75% of that money. Without doing anything for me. That is called tax on capital. You haven't rendered any service to me, and you will say that anytime I carry my money on the electronic highway, I should give you 1.75% of that money without doing anything. That is a tax on capital. And tax on capital is not encouraged. It is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House is saying that which a tax on capital. You tax capital gains. You tax sales on electronic media. So that when I'm selling something, you can take sales tax on it. But not when I'm conveying money, mobile phone, WhatsApp, what they call a Momo, then you will stand on the highway and collect my money for no job done. Mr. Speaker, this is a most dangerous policy instrument that should not be tolerated. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that in this budget and policy statement, government would have been announcing the opening of the land borders, because it is a major policy that is destroying the economies of border towns. And my constituency is a border town. 2 days ago, when Honorable Ablakwa was contributing to the debate, he stated clearly that there was an ECOWAS meeting at which the Authority of Heads of States agreed to open their various borders. Mr. Speaker, Mali, Senegal, the Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, Benin, Togo, they have all opened their borders. But the government of Ghana has refused to open our borders. Mr. Speaker, why are they refusing to open our borders? The answer is simple, Mr. Speaker. The answer is simple. It is simply because they have brought somebody and placed that person at the Kotoka International Airport called Frontier Healthcare Services. So they want to compel all of us to pass through the border so that we will be compelled to engage in the COVID test and pay $150 for families or people who are not Ghanaians, and then for those of us who are Ghanaians, we are compelled to pay a COVID test of $50. That is the only reason. Otherwise, why is it that every other West African country has opened its borders, and yet the President of the Republic of Ghana has refused to open the borders, the land borders of the Republic of Ghana? Clearly, the borders are not helping to prevent COVID coming into this country or living in this country. There is already a local spread of COVID. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the President to open the land borders and to remove the testing that is done at the airport. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I have traveled to almost every West African country, yes, and they have stopped testing at the airport. If you test in the country of origin and you present that test results at the airport of almost every country in West Africa, you have access to the country. Why is it that in Ghana you will test in the country of origin, and when you arrive at our airport, you will still have to conduct another test? It is because of the $150 that we are compelled to part with at the airport. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by quoting something that Right Honorable Speaker said in Ho at the opening of our budget workshop. So, Speaker, you said something very profound. You said that, as you are all aware, the average Ghanaian politician has become an endangered species for reason of the perception of the ordinary Ghanaian that we do not work in their interest, but for our own parochial interests. So, Speaker, this is very, very profound. And you said that there is copious evidence to support this perception, and no honest politician can contest this reality. Honorable members, please, we have the unique opportunity as a hung parliament, with a speaker not from the party in power, to win back the confidence of the citizenry by giving them a governance that reflects their collective will. I urge you, for once, colleagues, for once, let's admit that these policy instruments are not in the interest of the people who have elected us to come here. And let us collectively send a signal to the executive that they should find better policy alternatives and bring for us to approve for them. But these ones are so draconian, they are just untenable, and they don't make economic sense. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, will now listen to, on the same topic, judiciary. We now listen to the Honorable Member Akwasi Kuredu. Yes, you have 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion to adopt the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the year ending December 2022. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a forward-looking budget, Mr. Speaker, a budget that seeks to create an opportunity for us to move out of post-COVID effect that this world has gone through, Mr. Speaker. Our friends on the opposite side would always want to tell us that whenever there is a challenge and we would want to raise, we blame it on COVID. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I recall my first time in this house. Just after swearing in, Mr. Speaker, most of the chairs in this room was removed, and that we should observe parliamentary proceedings from our rooms so as to draw down the effect of COVID. If there was no effect and impact of COVID on us, Mr. Speaker, that measure would not have been taken. You now look in the galleries here, Mr. Speaker, and we don't offer people an opportunity to come and observe what we are doing because of the impact of COVID. It tells you, Mr. Speaker, that if we say COVID had an impact on this economy, then it has. And Mr. Speaker, we must acknowledge that. I have heard that for some support that we may have had, some from the annual budget finance, some from the stabilization fund, some from international donors, towards the alleviation of COVID and its effect on this country, Mr. Speaker, that it was misused. But we fail, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge that for a year, most government workers never went to work, but they were paid. Their slates were never left in arrears, they were paid. Mr. Speaker, this is what we did for this country and its good people. Interestingly, just as my senior colleague was speaking today, I've heard a phrase that he calls policy stupidity. Yes. That if indeed you would want to say put a tax or a charge on something that you are trying to promote, it has policy stupidity. Mr. Speaker, we are in this country. When we try to use the ABC approach, which C represents the use of condom on the spread of HIV, we are in this country when we charge and place charges on condoms under their watch. Mr. Speaker, would that qualify to be said to be policy stupidity. Exactly. I would want to rest my case on that. But however, Mr. Speaker, prior to our exit from the MDGs, Ghana attained a percentage of 87% as against the target of 78%, which meant that we performed over and above the target that we set for ourselves. Exactly. Mr. Speaker, it tells us that doing things right, we can always move forward when the time is due and when it's needed. Now we have almost about 1 out of 10 individuals having access to potable drinking water, which beats the global estimate. That does not mean, Mr. Speaker, that we must rest on our oars. Now we have the SDGs, which tells us, Mr. Speaker, that we must not leave anybody behind. We aren't going to leave anybody behind, Mr. Speaker. That is why, currently as I speak, Mr. Speaker, there have been the construction of over 730 boreholes mechanized so as to help people have the opportunity to access to potable drinking water. Mr. Speaker, same may be said for us, Mr. Speaker, to have built almost 767 10-seater water closet toilets, Mr. Speaker. This is to help in addressing open defecation, which according to the Director of Environment and Sustainability at the University of Ghana, causes this country an estimated whooping sum of $78 million. Mr. Speaker, it is something that is worth for us to note. It has often been said, and due to climate change, Mr. Speaker, just as we just came from Glasgow, that if we don't take care, Mr. Speaker, there will be the shortage of food, and food might become a crisis in this country. Government, through some of its flagship programs, Mr. Speaker, embarked on what we term as the 1V1D, one village, one dam, Mr. Speaker, to dug 8 dams. 507 out of the estimated 560 has been done. Mr. Speaker, there is the need for us to do what we term as the wrapping of these dams to create sustainability for these dams so as, Mr. Speaker, we can cultivate all year round. If this is not forward-looking, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. What else can be forward-looking in this budget, Mr. Speaker? This one. Mr. Speaker, let me say, and I've been witness to this, that I had a grand auntie who went on pension, and almost at the tail end of it, when she was supposed to have had her pension, the lump sum she went off. Tossed up and down, Mr. Speaker, for lack of credible identification. She could not assess that. Mr. Speaker, government, through proper policies and implementation, has been able to well integrate the National Identification Authority and its processes into every facet of our lives, Mr. Speaker, into our SNATs, Mr. Speaker, into our DVLA, into DVLA, into GRE, Mr. Speaker. This is to help us to have a proper and synchronized identification system, such that you and I, upon all the things that we do, and the ordinary Ghanaian out there who looks up to us to create policies and implement them so that, Mr. Speaker, they can have a better life, would have that. If I corrupt the word, forgive me, Mr. Speaker. Most people who traveled in the early days to Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, Togo, we have heard the word quarantine, a form of identification that they used during even those days to be able to distinguish between their citizens and those coming from the outside world. Most people who may have traveled to the UK would want to have what they term as an NI, for them to be able to have a job and have some credit on them to come back when we were in school. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of these national identification authorities processes, Mr. Speaker, is to help us to have a proper view of what our population pyramid looks like, so that, Mr. Speaker, we may be able to tailor the provision of social goods and services for every single person in this country. Mr. Speaker, every Friday in this house, the majority leader and leader of government business comes here to read to us what we term as the business statement for the ensuing week. And in that, Mr. Speaker, you find most of us hearing, asking that we submitted this question, that question, and don't find space on the business statement. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you look at this sheet, this yellow pamphlet that we hold, the other paper, it is inundated with questions almost every single day, Mr. Speaker, and the questions go. When is this hospital in my constituency going to be completed? How is it going to be completed? What efforts are being made to make sure that these hospitals are completed? Mr. Speaker, those efforts are here in the Ajinkwa budget. Mr. Speaker, those measures that we would use to implement to make sure that you and I have these projects in our constituencies implemented, completed for the benefit of the ordinary Ghanaian are here in the Ajinkwa budget. After these questions, Mr. Speaker, the interesting thing is that honorable members will go for the clip from the cameras here, take to their constituencies and tell them, we have asked the questions on your behalf. The questions and the clips are not enough. What is enough for us to do, Mr. Speaker, is to help government to raise revenue through the provisions, through the estimate, through all that is being done in the Ajinkwa budget for us to have good revenue, enough revenue for us to be able to finish and complete all of these projects that will benefit you and I. Yes. Honorable former majority leader. Yes. Honorable Kletus Abuka was saying he needed an airport, a stadium. It is here. Let us all approve of this budget and this estimate, Mr. Speaker, so that we can have revenue to be able to provide all the needed goods and services, infrastructural projects, that you and I will go back to our constituencies and tell them, we ask the questions and they are delivered. Through the Ajinkwa budget, let us hold this Ajinkwa budget in high esteem, like the Israelites held the Ark of Covenant in high esteem. To be able to provide for us all that is needed for ourselves and the people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Member, thanks so much. Please, you completed within time, 9 minutes, 30 seconds. We go to the other side and we have the opportunity of listening to Honorable Francis Xavier Kofi Susu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am Kojo Susu.
Kojo, yes.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thanks for the correction.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am very much pleased to be given opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion that the House approves the budget and economic policy statement for the government of Ghana for the year ending 2022. Mr. Speaker, I have carefully listened to the debates in the House, and I find some trend very, very interesting. Mr. Speaker, during the debate by Honorable Giftichum Ampofu, she rightly made reference to USTAT, which is a good entrepreneurial project coming from the government of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this entrepreneurial project has been applauded because we believe that entrepreneurship is definitely one of the ways to go when it comes to youth unemployment. So the assertion that our side saw nothing good in the budget is fallacy of generalization. Mr. Speaker, what is good about the budget will be commended, and what is bad will be squarely condemned and rejected. Right, Honorable Speaker, when the Honorable Member, Honorable Andrews Kofi Ejapa-Mensah was speaking, he said that sometimes we behave as if we don't know the reality of governance, and that we should be able to differentiate between political promises and reality when you are in government. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit that the problem with the MPP government is that they refuse to accept their limitations and their failures. Mr. Speaker, The MPP government is suffering from policy credibility, and that is why it will be very difficult for them to pass this budget. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that promised that one district, one factory. Mr. Speaker, even when they failed, they refused to accept that failure. They are still insisting that they have achieved that policy goal. This is a government that says that one constituency, $1 million every year. Mr. Speaker, for 4 years, you should be having $4 million project in your constituency. As I speak today, in Medina constituency, we have only one public toilet. Mr. Speaker, if you want us to believe you, when you get it wrong, be willing to admit your failures. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is said that it is only when you are willing to accept your failure that you are able to rise above that failure to success. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that when the NDC government, those days, promised a one-time premium, and the NDC government felt that it was impossible, the NDC government at the time admitted and ate their humble pie and said that in opposition we thought we were going to do one-time premium, but in government we believe that we need to do it we need to do it differently. Mr. Speaker, for almost 5 years, this government has made promises upon promises that they have failed, and yet they are refusing to accept that failure. And that is why it is very difficult for them, Mr. Speaker, for us to believe whatever this government is proposing in this budget. Mr. Speaker, when you look at youth unemployment and government commitment to youth unemployment, in the 2021 budget, government said that they seek to promote entrepreneurship through the CARES program and earmark 100 billion cedis for that program. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you want to be sincere with Ghanaians, this is the time for you to account to the people of Ghana that under the CARES program, we sought to create 420,000 formal jobs between 2021 to 2023, and that at the end of 2021, these were the number of jobs we've been able to create. Mr. Speaker, as you are speaking now, the budget statement failed to account for the people they promised they were going to create jobs for, and yet they quickly replaced it with New Start. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that say owo akawuda na wo osunosuna ube shuno. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana language you say that keji onufu ekoboda ni onatiti amoto yen obase legbe. Mr. Speaker, to wit, if a snake has bitten you before, when you see a worm, you will be afraid of the worm. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit that this government has consistently taken the people of Ghana for granted and has deceived Ghanaians, and that is why we cannot believe their promises in this new budget. Right, Honorable Speaker, every single promise by this government in this budget statement is carefully worded to lure Ghanaians to accept the very obnoxious e-tax, and we will not stand for that. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are too wise to be deceived by those promises. Mr. Speaker, when you take the allocations carefully,
honorable members, you may have to stop the cat calls, or else in respect of this matter, are you listening? I will be compelled to come and mention the names of honorable members that are being requested to be investigated. It's not on one side, but these are privileged information, so I don't share with people. You better advise yourselves. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a second very important aspect of this budget that I want to touch on, and that borders on government commitment to separation of powers. Mr. Speaker, James Madison, on the need for separation of powers way back in 1788, said, men are not angels, and that is why we require separation of powers. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at his write-up, he said, separation of powers has to do with how to guard against the very people who were created to guard us. Mr. Speaker, the reasons why we insist on separation of powers is that this House, by law, confers powers on others. And that is the reason why this House has a duty to hold anyone that he confers powers on to account for those powers. And indeed, Right Honorable Speaker, this year, when His Excellency the President was sworn into office, this was what he said when it came to separation of powers and empowerment of both judiciary and the legislature. He said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, it is time to make sure that we have true separation of powers between the various arms of government. Our parliament, the legislative arm of government, must grow into its power, into its proper role as effective machinery for accountability and oversight of the executive, and not its junior partner. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look consistently at allocations of national resources to the legislative arm of government and to the judiciary, it is obvious that we are not committed to the dictates of separation of powers, and this is something we need to deal with, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the last 5 years, allocations to the Office of Government Machinery alone increased by 937.37%. That is how much it increased. Allocation to the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, within the same period, allocations to Parliament increased by only 48.71%. Allocations to the judiciary increased by only 18.49%. Mr. Speaker, how we allocate national resources, how are we going to ensure that there will be quality separation of powers and we are indeed committed to accountability of the various institutions? Mr. Speaker, when you look at this year's budget, as I bring my submission to an end, in the 2022 budget, particularly when you look at page 237 of the budget, the Office of Government Machinery was allocated 3,130,636,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is compared to what was allocated to the Parliament of Ghana, which is 510,777,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, compare that to what was allocated to the judiciary, which is 555,104,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I did a simple mathematical analysis, and this is what I found. Between the Office of Government Machinery and Parliament, the variance is about 83.18%. That is the difference. When you compare it to that of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, it is 82.26%. Mr. Speaker, this is happening at a time that government is telling us that in order to cut down their budget, government scrape off some ministries from the Office of Government Machinery. For example, the Ministry of Special Initiatives, the Ministry of Procurement, Planning, the Ministry of in charge of tertiary education. All these ministries are being scraped off
from the office of government machinery, and yet allocations continue to increase. So you see why we will oppose the e-tax? It is because we believe that the collection of this tax, instead of servicing these lofty promises in the budget, is only going to fund the office of government machinery. Government is going to continue to live large at the expense of the ordinary citizen. And that is why I will stand with this group and ensure that the e-tax will never pass. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
It's now the turn of Honorable Dakwa Newman.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on page 6, paragraph 10 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, the government is an extremely important tool in the delivery of public services, in the provision of economic goods, the creation of jobs, as well as ensuring that there's shared prosperity for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I'll start by saying that this is exactly what the 2022 budget seeks to accomplish for the greater good of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the NPP and the Nana Akufo-Addo-led government have embarked on many social intervention programs, which we are all aware of. Mr. Speaker, all of us here as members of Parliament are aware that the government has undertaken key projects under the IPEP program in order to reduce poverty in our constituencies. We have all been beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, if any member of Parliament here tells us that the Nana Akufo-Addo-led government is not sensitive to the plight of Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker, they are throwing dust in the eyes of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I refer to page 115 and paragraph 504 of the budget statement, and I quote, "The Centre projects to disburse," this is under Maslock, "to disburse 64 million cedis in micro and small loans and 20 million in vehicle and tricycle loans." Mr. Speaker, we welcome this provision in the budget fully. Mr. Speaker, currently due to COVID-19, we are all aware that businesses have gone down. Mr. Speaker, this will ensure that we get the right injection of the much-needed cash into businesses in the Ghanaian society. Mr. Speaker, this is what government seeks to do through this budget to ensure the continued survival and the revival of businesses. Mr. Speaker, allow me to touch a bit on education. Mr. Speaker, I refer back again to the budget, page 190, paragraph 948. And Mr. Speaker, I quote, "The government is expanding the free SHS program to cover all first-year students in public, technical, and vocational educational training schools." Mr. Speaker, Benjamin Franklin, a founding father of the United States, stated that an investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Mr. Speaker, I must say that it is on the backbone of this that the Akufo-Addo-led government has invested heavily into education more than any other government in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that this has benefited more than 1.2 million students under the free SHS program, and we are proud to say that, Mr. Speaker, in a few years to come, these graduates will be the drivers of Ghana's continued economic transformation. We'll do more. Mr. Speaker, a country like Singapore has developed with education and investments in the youth at the forefront of their development agenda. Mr. Speaker, even today, Singapore spends 20% of its national budget on education. Mr. Speaker, in Malaysia, who gained independence the same year as Ghana, in 1957, has provided free education, secondary education, since 2012. Mr. Speaker, the same can be said of South Korea, who has been providing free middle school education since 1985. Mr. Speaker, we must understand that the allocation of 2.3 billion cedis into the educational sector in Ghana is an investment into the future of this country. And this laudable idea, this laudable intervention, this laudable policy that has been included in this budget must be supported by both sides to ensure that our youth, to ensure that our students one day will also grow to have a Ghana that is just like Singapore or Malaysia that they are experiencing now, Mr. Speaker. The NPP-led government has set the foundation, and we know, Mr. Speaker, that all these interventions that have been set up will all bear fruits in the near future. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to touch on gender and social protection. Mr. Speaker, it is a topic, or it is an issue that I'm very, very passionate about, Mr. Speaker. Persons with disability, or those who have been born with disabilities, are less than 30% of all the disabled people in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this leaves more than 70% who, in one way or another, became disabled during their lifetime. So this applies to each of us in this chamber today. Mr. Speaker, I'm very passionate because the NPP government has also continued to invest in persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, it is welcome, and I refer to the budget in page 203, paragraph 1040, and I quote, "The ministry monitored the management and disbursement of 3% of the District Assembly Common Fund for persons with disabilities in 29 MMDAs. And Mr. Speaker, in the 2022 budget, the ministry will continue with the monitoring and effective management of disbursement of the Common Fund for persons with disability." Mr. Speaker, if persons with disability will reach their full potential, if persons with disability will be able to reach their highest ideals, Mr. Speaker, it's as simple as the government being able to resource persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, and in this 2022 budget, we can all see that the current NPP, the current Nanado-led government, is still committed to the welfare of persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw our attention to a brilliant intervention called U-Start. Mr. Speaker, as an MP with the National Youth Authority in my constituency, on a daily basis, I have a lot of youth knocking on my door, asking what opportunities are there for them. Mr. Speaker, an excellent intervention like U-Start has been thought of and has been included in this 2022 budget, knowing very well that it creates the opportunity, or it lights a fire in the youth for entrepreneurship, and we know this is the way to go in the future. Mr. Speaker, I know for the U-Start intervention, Mr. Speaker, it's not just for the youth. Mr. Speaker, access to funds through the U-Start is open to all. Whether you're an individual, it's an organization, it's an association, whether you're a startup or you're an existing company, Mr. Speaker, you have access to the funds through U-Start. Mr. Speaker, creating 1 million jobs over a period of 3 years, Mr. Speaker, will reduce unemployment drastically. And we know that this is the only way we can continue with our development agenda in Ghana. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is also a very laudable policy by the Nana Akufo-Addo-led government. And once again, Mr. Speaker, I call on this House that we all support this policy and, in the larger sense, support this budget so that Ghanaians can benefit from this policy and we can continue to contribute and grow our industries, our small-scale businesses to the development of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to say I'm very optimistic about the policies outlined in the budget, and I'm convinced these economic policies will steer us on the continued course of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the key economic indicators show that we are on the course of recovery. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that in 2020, inflation was at 14%, and currently in 2021, it has come down to 11%. Mr. Speaker, economic growth moved from 0.8 in 2020 to 3.5, averagely 3.5 in 2021, 3.5% in 2021. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, allow us to say that we cannot accept the opinion that our economy is facing stunted growth. Mr. Speaker, rather to the contrary, our economy is still recovering. And we believe that the 2022 budget statement and economic policy will continue to steer the country in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, although the NPP government has done a lot to ensure that Ghanaians were catered for during the COVID, Mr. Speaker, there's still a lot to do since COVID has not left our fabric yet. Mr. Speaker, the Nana Akufo-Addo government is sensitive to the plight of Ghanaians. We assure Ghanaians that just as a mother will comfort her child, Mr. Speaker, this 2022 budget will bring comfort to the much-needed comfort to Ghanaian businesses through the U-Start. It will bring much-needed comfort to pensioners through our pension scheme. It will bring much-needed comfort to the youth through Ghana Enterprise Agencies. It will bring much-needed comfort to senior citizens through LEAP. Mr. Speaker, the budget in totality is laudable. And Mr. Speaker, this laudable budget, as other members in the chamber have already said, is for and solely for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we do not speak on political lines here. And Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, as we come in to vote on this motion, Mr. Speaker, I'm appealing to all members. Let us put our political divides aside. Let us understand that this budget is the budget that will continue to steer our recovery trajectory in the country. And let us all come together and vote for the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for your kind attention.
Yes, Honourable Member, you did 10 minutes, 40 seconds. The last speaker on the judiciary, from the minority, from the list I have, is Honourable Dr. Godfred Seydou Jesau.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I'm not speaking on judiciary, on agriculture.
Agriculture?
Yes.
Well, then let's start agriculture. Was from the list they give to me, your name is next.
Okay. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion to approve the budget statement and economic policy presented to this House by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I got to understand that Ajinkwa means savior. And I think it's ironic that after 5 years, we are starting to be given a budget and policy statement that is now coming to save us. Mr. Speaker, what have we been doing in the last 5 years that we need to be saved now? Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of policy incoherence that I find in the wording of this budget in several areas. For example, Mr. Speaker, we are aware of this economic mantra of let's move away from taxation to production. Today, as I listen to most speakers, including the member for Sekendi and also the member for Nandom, I hear them say we have two sources of revenue, and that we either have to generate it from taxes or we go to borrow. Mr. Speaker, what happened to production?
Mr. Speaker, I see that it is not genuine, and so the argument of from taxation to production must hold. This budget is shifting us back into taxation, and I think that I call on well-meaning Ghanaians to reject this principle of moving us from taxation, from production to taxation. And so going back to taxation is retrogressive, and we must not accept it. Mr. Speaker, if you take the budget statement on page 32, paragraph 117, it deals with the constriction recorded in the fisheries subsector. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of resource in the marine and water resources that we have, and yet I don't see any policy, deliberate policy arrangement to be able to utilize that resource that we have as a country. There are a lot of issues that are in that industry. If you read the last 5 budgets from 2017 till date, one thing has always been emphasized, and it looks like copy and paste. They basically talk about the aquaculture for food and jobs. They talk about marine diseases and vaccinations, and nothing new. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at that subsector, there are a number of governance issues. One of it is the pre-mixed fuel subsector. Mr. Speaker, the pre-mixed fuel is handled by the National Pre-mixed Fuel Secretariat. Now, they tell us that improvements have been made and that these vehicles that carry these fuels are tracked, and so where they are destined for, the farmers and fisher folk should be able to access the fuel and go into fishing. Mr. Speaker, news abound. Every day we hear that this pre-mixed fuel do not get to the farmers who need them, do not get to the fisher folk who need them. That is a big issue. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there is allegations, and I invite us to investigate further, that even these pre-mixed fuels that are tracked in tankers are tracked to the destination, they stay for a while, that they do not discharge, and they go back and they are hoarded. Mr. Speaker, we need to think about the subsidy that Ghanaians are paying on subsidizing this pre-mixed fuel, only for them to be diverted the way they are. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that this budget statement will come out with a policy that will address this big challenge in the industry. Mr. Speaker, the other challenge is about outboard motors and their distribution. And there's a lot of allegations that these are distributed by a section of fisher folk and not to the generality, and equality is not ensured for the sector. Mr. Speaker, I was thinking that we will hear something in this regard to be able to address the inconsistency that is being recorded in the subsector. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of talk about planting for food and jobs, and we've been hearing it. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, for the 2022 budget, we just find that it is only in the first paragraph in the agri subsector section that you see planting for food and jobs. Mr. Speaker, this is the last year of implementation of the Canadian Fund. We don't have any information here of any successor plan or funding arrangement to continue with crop and food production in this country. And so, succession plan is not being given, and so no wonder they are not talking about planting for food and jobs. What is happening, Mr. Speaker, we find it in paragraph 671 of the 2022 budget, where they talk about SAPIC, which is Savannah Agricultural Improvement Project, which is funded by the African Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, that is talked about in most paragraphs of the budget, and that just tells you that some subtle succession of SAPIP is taking over from planting for food and jobs that nobody is prepared to talk to us about, to disclose to us. Mr. Speaker, for the fact that these disclosures are not clear enough in the policy statement, I have questions about the credibility and sincerity of the policy that we are being invited to approve. Mr. Speaker, the other reason why I think we should reject this budget is that statistics that are even bandied around on the planting for food and jobs is suspect. Mr. Speaker, if you take the media budget review statement on paragraph 242 on page 43, it talks about 405 metric tons of fertilizer being distributed to 1.5 million farmers. Mr. Speaker, this budget, 2022 budget, talks about, in paragraph 658, a report of 259,500 metric tons of fertilizer being distributed. Mr. Speaker, just a few months ago, we were given the figure 405 metric tons of fertilizer. Today, in this statement, this budget statement, we are giving 259 as the quantity of fertilizer that has been distributed. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with those statistics, and I don't know why the ministry will be giving us inconsistent figures. On that basis, Mr. Speaker, I think that the statistics on even fertilizer figures is problematic, and it's difficult to convince me to accept this budget and policy statement from the government. Mr. Speaker, if you see, the other challenges that we had was also about the availability of even the fertilizer. We're told that the suppliers of this fertilizer were owed a figure of around 730 million Ghana cedis, and that on that basis, the suppliers were not able to supply fertilizers in a timely manner for our farmers to utilize. Recently, the Minister for Agri was here, and he tells us that about $500 million have been paid. The balance is still outstanding. Mr. Speaker, I don't see any arrangement in this budget that is telling us how suppliers will be timeously paid so that fertilizer can continue to be available for farmers' use for the next cropping season. Mr. Speaker, in the same budget, in the same media budget review, I raised the issue of utilizing the digital space to be able to diversify the services that the agri sector throws out. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that even the COVID year, that's year 2000, agri sector was the most robust sector. It grew by about 4.6%. Mr. Speaker, today, our soils are poor, and one important input that we need to ensure that production goes on is fertilizer. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you do not have a budget arrangement to have these fertilizers provided and paid for, budgeted for, then you will have a problem of supply, and that will affect the planting season. Mr. Speaker, if you go to irrigation, Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the President of the Republic was sent to Northeast region to inaugurate what they call the Kwalugu multi-purpose dam. This dam is supposed to give a three-legged objective of controlling floods, providing irrigation, and also power generation. Mr. Speaker, the budget amount for the irrigation component is $50 million to be executed in 4 years. Mr. Speaker, in the 2021 budget, $27 million was budgeted for and expected to be disbursed. Mr. Speaker, as we sit, it's only $11 million. And as we speak, this year, 2022, we ought to have a $94 million that is supposed to be allocated to Kwalugu Dam. Mr. Speaker, only $26 million has been provided for. There is no commitment to the irrigation. And on that basis, using the objective, judging from the objective of the project, and the non-commitment, the lack of commitment to the project, I call on this House to reject the budget. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the proposed subsector...
Honourable Member, you may conclude.
Mr. Speaker, if you come to the cocoa, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you come to the cocoa subsector, I think the biggest problem is the mismanagement that we find in the subsector. Mr. Speaker, we approve syndicated loans, and what has been happening from the last 3 years Auditor General's report, the cocoa board has been reported to be running at a loss. 2017, there was a loss of $161 million. Million Ghana cedis, I beg your pardon. 2018, 78.4 million Ghana cedis. 2019, 320.6 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, on this basis, I don't see anything in this budget addressing these challenges that I've espoused. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, I call on this House and my colleagues to reject the policy statement.
I hope we have Honorable John Osei Frimpong to kickstart the debate on the food and agriculture from the majority side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion number 10 at page 6 of today's order paper, that this House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, providing sustainable and nutritious food to the global population of about 7.9 billion, with about 700 million people undernourished in 2021, is a global challenge which engages government, researchers, and all those involved in food production, processing, and trade. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 pandemic tested the functioning and resilience of our food supply chain. Most countries in the world fumbled in this regard, but thanks to the prudent measures put in place by this government, at least Ghanaians are better off in the midst of the global challenges in the South region. Mr. Speaker, I say so because we all can attest to the fact that the neighboring countries came to Ghana in the course of this year to buy food items and farm inputs. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the deputy ranking member who spoke on the other side, made mention that what have we done as a government over the 5 years to merit the classification or the naming of this budget as the Ajinkwa budget. Maybe my brother was not here during the first step, so he's not aware of what transpired in Ghana. Because this house is a house of records. Mr. Speaker, planting for food and jobs, as he put it, that has come to an end. At this time that we are presenting a new budget for the 2022, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my friend that the Planting for Food program, which forms part of the flagship programs of the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is still continuing.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the allocation of about 1.103 billion cedis in this budget is not coming to do anything apart from supporting the structures and the infrastructure that we have put in place to move food production and productivity forward in the nation, to take care of our food security issues. Mr. Speaker, the Planting for Food and Jobs program is a flagship agricultural campaign of the government with 5 implementation models. that is food crop, also called the planting for food and jobs, rearing for food and jobs, planting for export and rural development, greenhouse technology, villages, agricultural mechanization services. Mr. Speaker, the government continue with the implementation of these 5 models for job creation in the country. Mr. Speaker, this budget that we're talking about, looking at the spirit and the letter, points to the fact that the government is thinking about the youth of this country. And we all know the youth forms the basis for our future in this country. Mr. Speaker, the aim of is to sustain the gains made in increased productivity of selected crops, food security, job creation after a successful first phase from 2017 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, we can look at this at page number 38 of this budget. Mr. Speaker, the ministry implemented crop and livestock development program to increase productivity and incomes, as well as improve livelihood of beneficiary farmers. Under this program, Mr. Speaker, the ministry procured and distributed 31,797 metric tons of improved seeds comprising maize, rice, soybean, vegetables to farmers across the country up to September 2021. In addition, Mr. Speaker, about 259 metric tons of various fertilizers were also distributed to the planting for food and jobs beneficiaries. This can also be found in page 38, paragraph 658. Mr. Speaker, the supply of fertilizers suffered a hit that made it difficult for farmers to get enough to apply for their production. Mr. Speaker, it was a global situation. On the 18th of this month, the Honorable Minister for Agric was here to answer questions to that effect, and he gave the breakdown of the cost of fertilizer during the pandemic period. Mr. Speaker, it is for these reasons that I call on our friends from the other side to support this particular budget, because from what my brother said, we need food for our people.
Yes.
We need food for our poultry industry. We need food to even export to reduce the burden on government through the importation of food items. Mr. Speaker, the concerns of our poultry farmers, which became an issue in the media recently, can be solved by this particular budget that we presented. Mr. Speaker, I'll focus on the planting for export and rural development. Mr. Speaker, from the time of Governor Gattisberg, through the early stages of our independence, cocoa production, Ghana was leading in the world. Mr. Speaker, there was a proposal that the government diversify the cocoa-driven economy by bringing on board some other cash crops. Mr. Speaker, subsequent governments have made their efforts to implement this policy. Little or nothing was achieved. But due to the prudent management put in place by this government, a visionary leader, Nana Addo Dankwa, that we have, His Excellency, we have been able to put together the Tree Crop Development Authority, which has been charged with the mandate to develop 7 cash crops, namely coffee, coconut, rubber, oil palm, cashew, mango, and shea. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board has also done a marvelous work in the research regarding the shea. It was announced here, and even in the budget, that Cocoa Board, through the research, scientific research, has been able to reduce the gestation period of shea from 20 years to between 3 and 4 years. Mr. Speaker, with this, coupled with what the government has started implementing under the PED and the authority, Mr. Speaker, Ghana, in the near future, will earn a lot from the tree crops that have been enumerated here, especially the shea. We all know the contribution from the oil palm, Mr. Speaker. Those of us from the eastern region, western region, and those places, we do cultivate a lot of the oil palm, and that is also supporting the economy, giving some raw materials to deliver in the production of soap and other things. Mr. Speaker, the Tree Crop Development Authority will establish zonal offices, train community agents to serve as supervisors, embark on community sensitization, and engage private sector industrial mills, such as oil palm processors, to raise and distribute seedlings to our farmers who are interested. Mr. Speaker, this can also be found at page 139, paragraph 662. Mr. Speaker, I'll mention modernization of agriculture along the entire value chain, including expanding the agricultural mechanization, digitalization, and irrigation. My colleague, Honorable Jesau, in his presentation or debate, made mention of Kwalugu multi-purpose dam. Mr. Speaker, your committee, the Agri Committee, visited Kwalugu site, dam site, about a month ago, and we all saw for ourselves what they are doing there. Mr. Speaker, the provision by the government in the previous budget, the 2021 budget, which my brother put at $11 million, has been utilized by the people or the contractors, as was made aware, to us at the meeting. Mr. Speaker, this year we are producing or providing additional $9 million to support the activities of the people. Mr. Speaker, what we saw on the ground pertains to the fact that the feasibility studies and all other preliminary works that they needed to do have not been completed. Mr. Speaker, without that in place, much cannot be done. But it is proper that we all support this budget so that even in the mid-year review, we can request for additional funds to support the multi-purpose dam in Kwalugu, which is also going to make, upon completion, available about 25,000 hectares of irrigable land for agriculture. And this will boost agri production in the northern region. Mr. Speaker, with mechanization, the ministry procured about 220 tractors to support farmers. Mr. Speaker, what was made known to us in this parliament when the minister attended to answer questions was that only 10 out of the 220 tractors have been procured by farmers. On that note, he has decided as a policy to send the remaining 210 to valleys in the forest region for farmers who produce rice to make good use of those tractors. Mr. Speaker, I will veer into...
Honourable member, I've given you more than enough. I think you have to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, in the cocoa sector, in the cocoa sector, Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of cocoa farms.
Have you heard me?
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I will urge this House to support this budget for us to have what Mr. Speaker, in his wisdom and the love he has for the parliamentary service and parliament, that's the legislature, made an appeal to the president what he demanded for our good use. Mr. Speaker, for the two arms of government, the legislature and the judiciary, to have the 2% that we deem fit to solve the problems we have here as parliamentarians, the offices that we need in our constituencies, Mr. Speaker, the offices that we need in our constituencies, the staff we need.
Honourable member,
the
are you now talking about Parliament or
that chamber? We made an attempt in the previous Parliament to build a chamber for members. Mr. Speaker, that was shut down because the people in the country, looking at our budget, realized it was not going to solve the problem for them. Mr. Speaker, when this budget is passed,
Honourable member,
Mr. Speaker,
when was cocoa brought to Ghana? Can you tell us when cocoa was brought to Ghana? Do you know the year? In the 20th century. I want the year. You only know the person who brought it. So far, what have we done to honor that person? Mampong Hospital. For what? What is that Mampong Hospital for? Come on. That is one of the challenges in this country. We don't honor our own. He took a serious risk to bring cocoa to Ghana. You only name a runabout after him, and the hospital you are talking about is not meant to be doing research in cocoa. And when you have Cocoa Day, you never celebrated it at that place. That is one of the challenges in this country. We don't value what Ghanaians contribute. You say the backbone of our economy is cocoa. The backbone of our economy is tetekwa, not cocoa. You and the committee on agri, take it up with the ministry. He must be honored properly to encourage other people to take up this meaningful risk. You know, the search they did, and they saw it was tools. It was the Basel mission that took him as a workman, artisan, to work in Fernando Po. Fernando Po is now called what? Equatorial Guinea. And after that, he saw the cocoa seeds and put them in the bag where the tools were. And so when they were searching and they saw it was tools, they left it. And he brought the seeds here to start the planting. Now you are celebrating and enjoying, and you don't recognize, you don't honor him. I'm against that. We have to, Committee on Agri, take it up and get the ministry to honor him and his family. I have visited the first cocoa farm that he established. It's still there. I've been there. You haven't visited it as members of the committee, have you? You have done that.
Mr. Speaker, I take you from what you said. Mr. Speaker, I promise you I'll present a statement on that, and from there, I pick it up.
Go and do proper research, or else I have it there, my fingertips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I'll take it on. Yes, honorable members, really we're getting tired. We have to finish this sector, food and agriculture. But on the other side, we move according to the list. And the next person on the list is Honorable Ricketts Hagen Kweku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion to approve the budget statement and the economic policy of the government for the 2022 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that the COVID pandemic affected every country in the world. Almost every corner of the planet suffered from this pandemic, including Ghana. But some countries, Mr. Speaker, fared better than others. Those countries are the ones who had solid and good fundamentals, and Ghana is not one of them. Mr. Speaker, before the pandemic, we were given all manner of economic indicators and statistics. They were telling us that our debt was 200, this is pre-pandemic, 2019. We were told that our debt was 214 billion. When we were telling them that the debt was actually 245 billion. The IMF also told them, but they disagreed. When they were telling us that the deficit was 5%, we were telling them the deficit was 7%. Mr. Speaker, every number they came up with, we tried to correct them, but they wouldn't have any of it. They were happy with the numbers that they were turning out. Mr. Speaker, if you go to growth, we told them that the economy was growing around 4%. They said, no, you grew at 3.5 in 2016. We are doing 6.5. Mr. Speaker, we told them that that could not be the case. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 20 of the budget, table 1, which gives you the economic growth of most of the ECOWAS countries. Mr. Speaker, our growth in 2019 was 6.5, which we told them cannot be correct. If you look at the other countries, from Ghana onwards, 2019, Ivory Coast were growing at 6.2. And in the pandemic year, it was 2%. In Guinea, 5.6. They grew at 7, surprisingly. Burkina Faso, 5.7. They grew at 1.9. This is the pandemic year. If you look at all the countries who had a growth rate of 6% to about 4%, their growth was around 2% or above. Among them, growing at 6.5, but in the pandemic, 0.4. That clearly tells you, pre-pandemic was not 6%. Mr. Speaker, one famous economist, or an infamous, depending on who you speak with, that if your fundamentals are weak, your exchange rate will expose you. Mr. Speaker, in a post-pandemic economy, there are many factors that will expose you. But particularly in a post-pandemic economy, if your fundamentals are weak, your inflation will expose you. And Mr. Speaker, inflation has exposed this government. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the inflation rate, and I will show you the graph, very interesting. From the beginning,
all the way to the end, at the beginning of the year to the end, you realize that the inflation, Mr. Speaker, I will table this when I finish. You realize that what is driving or what drove inflation from the beginning of the year to now is, number one, food inflation. Food. This is the country planting for food and jobs. The more food we plant, the more expensive food becomes in this country. Food inflation is always going up the more we are planting. The more we are going to put into this project, the less we are getting. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is to do with exchange rate inflation. That's the second one. The third one, Mr. Speaker, is fuel and utilities, which is just coming recently. That is why from May, you realize that the graph of inflation was moving from 7.5% up to the 11% where we are now. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the pandemic affected everyone. And as we have come out of, or we are coming out of the pandemic into a post-COVID economy, what you realize is that inflation is going up around the world. For a different reason from Ghana. Ghana's inflation is also going up, but for a different reason. Our inflation is going up because of food inflation, because of fuel, and because of exchange rate. For the rest of the world, inflation is going up because of demand, proper demand. The economy of the rest of the world is growing, except Ghana. Economies around the world are recovering. Demand is going up. Companies are bouncing back while Ghanaian companies are collapsing. People are hiring while Ghanaian companies are firing people. So the demand that is driving the post-COVID economy is real demand, not demand from food, not demand from fuel, and definitely not for exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, you realize that, as I said earlier, we are planting for food. If you look at the agriculture sector, it's quite an interesting one. And it's unbelievable. If you look at page 224 of the budget, you realize that, Mr. Speaker, the more they grow, the more their contribution, agriculture contribution to GDP is going down. Start from that's page 224. 2017, you realize that the agriculture sector was 6.2. 2018, it went down to 4.9. They were growing more. In 2019, it went down to 4.7. 2020, they claim they grew by 7.4. They have not been able to confirm this figure. It's still provisional. Mr. Speaker, if you come to 2021, 5.3. In 2022, they will do 5.3 again. So they are not growing. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, they start doing 5.5 all the way through 2025. So I don't know what they are growing actually. Because if they are growing for food and jobs, why is it that their contribution to growth in terms of GDP is actually going down? They are not creating any jobs in the agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, just look at youth unemployment. It's now around 12%. Mr. Speaker, I have the graph here from World Bank. And since NPP came to office, it's been a flat curve and it's now jumped to 12%. So the NAPCOs, the recruitment that they are doing into security forces, the planting for food, the 1D, 1F, who are they creating jobs for? Mr. Speaker, this is worrisome. And something really needs to be done. Now they are talking about
they are going to impose these yield levies, and because of that, they will not be borrowing. I don't think they read their own budget. Because if you look in the budget, in the medium term, because the budget is actually written for about 3 or 4 years, not only just for 1 year. So if you go to the section, when they say they wouldn't borrow if they get the yield levy, which they have factored in here, I just want them to have a look what they are doing in borrowing. And Mr. Speaker, the borrowing that they are going to do going forward, if it doesn't frighten you, I don't know what will frighten you. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page, which is page 232 in the budget, appendix called 3A, summary of central government operations. This is foreign borrowing alone. In 2022, they intend to do 12.4 billion. That is if they are getting the yield levies. Mr. Speaker, when the yield levies increases, hopefully in 2023, in the budget they say it will go up, they are rather borrowing more. In 2023, they are going to borrow externally 20 billion. Mr. Speaker, 20.6 billion. In 2024, they are going to be borrowing 12.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, God forbid, if this government should break the age and become a government in 2025, God forbid, they are going to be borrowing, Mr. Speaker, they have said it here, the finance minister, he is going to be borrowing 22 billion. But Ghanaians will not make that happen. Mr. Speaker, if you look at it in total, from now until 2024, this government is going to add 84.7 billion into the already debt that we have. Our debt now will end the year at 350 billion. And then they are going to be adding this to it. Mr. Speaker, I don't see why we should even continue to look at this budget, because there's nothing to write home about in this budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to say something. When you build, and this is a fancy saying, when you build your house on a clay and the storm comes and blows your house apart, when you get out of the storm, you're first of all going to blame the storm for blowing your house apart. But when you look at your neighbor's house and you realize that the house is standing, maybe the roof is off, the windows and other things are off, but the house is there, you begin to question the clay that you used in making your foundation. In pre-pandemic, Ghana's economy was built on clay. The economy was in intensive care, as my brother Honorable Atuforsen said. Economy was in vegetative state, Mr. Speaker. The economy was on life support machine, but they were tickling themselves with false figures, claiming that Ghana's economy was actually doing well. Mr. Speaker, this government has wasted so much money, and they keep asking for more. They collapsed, Mr. Speaker, almost 300 about 300 financial institutions in this country needlessly. They collapsed 9 banks needlessly, and they have spent more money. Mr. Speaker, they spent almost 20 billion in doing this. 2020, they said they finished with a banking issue. 2020 in the budget, they are spending another 1 billion. Meanwhile, the banking crisis is supposed to be over. Banks that could have supported the entrepreneurship that they are creating, they have collapsed businesses set up by entrepreneurs. They have collapsed banks, indigenous banks set up by Ghanaian entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, the entrepreneurs that they are trying to bring, I don't know who the role models for these entrepreneurs will be, because the ones who are standing They have now collapsed them. And they are going to start new ones. And they've come up with all these schemes, all these monies that they are looking for, including the e-levy, which at the end of the day will not amount to anything. Mr. Speaker, they raised the capitalization of the banks to 400 million, but they used 10 billion in collapsing banks. That could have satisfied about 9 of the banks that they collapsed. Mr. Speaker, I want to caution the government. There is something I've seen in this budget which is very dangerous, and I hope they don't go ahead to do it. Now they want to go into the pension fund money, the people's pension. They say they are creating derivatives so that the fund managers can invest pension money in it. Nobody in this country, Mr. Speaker, should invest their pension money in derivatives. It's a high-risk investment. It's a gap. Returns may be high, but we are talking about pension money here. People who will live on money when they finish working. That money cannot be gambled, because the government actually wants to use that money, collateralize it, and collect more money from somewhere. It's in the budget. They should read their own budget. It's in the budget. They should read their budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has nothing, absolutely nothing to offer. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, all of us in this house, all of us, maybe they haven't read the budget, they should read it and reject the budget with us. They have not read the budget. They have been pushed into accepting the budget. But if you read it, you will suffer. Your constituency will suffer. Everyone in Ghana here will suffer from this budget. Mr. Speaker, they said a word to a wise, I think, is enough. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank you.
Yes, it's a turn of Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, my dear friend or colleague made copious reference to a certain World Bank document. And he had also promised to tender sale. Speaker, we demand of him to do that, and then we need copies of the document he referenced accordingly.
Actually, in his contribution, he said he was going to lay it on the table. So it will be so laid, and copies will be made to members. You can cross-check, verify whether they are really from authentic, authoritative source. Yes, let's now allow Honorable Habib Idrisu to make his contribution.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by the Finance Minister on the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year. Mr. Speaker, in actual sense, listening to our colleagues from the other side, I don't know if it is the same budget we are all debating. I agree with my colleague. One thing is reading the budget, and another thing is understanding the budget. You can read the budget, and if you don't understand it, you might probably misinterpret the budget. By far, in the midst of COVID, if you study all African or West African countries closer and read their budget, you understand that this is the best budget ever produced in West Africa amid COVID. Mr. Speaker, building a sustainable entrepreneurship nation, physical consolidation and creation of jobs. I don't think my colleagues in the other side can talk about anything when we talk about job creation. When you were in charge, public sector employment was frozen. No government in the history of this country have actually bring any policy that has employed people that NAPCO did. 100,000
graduates have been engaged under the NABCO program. This is to tell you that the debt he keeps. I think you should contest former President John Mahama again so that you can make the economic policies that you ought to make available to us. When you talk about public debt and government want to borrow, we shouldn't borrow and we shouldn't tax. If you want to know how government expenditures work in any budget, you go to goods and services. And that can actually be manifested in every election year. Mr. Speaker, in 2012 general election, the NDC government in your budget estimated 969 million budgeted for goods and services. At the end of the day, you spend 1.322 billion. That is 37% of what was actually budgeted for in an election year. In 2016, you budgeted for 2.53 billion and you ended up spending 3.211 billion. That is 51% more than what you have spent. Coming back in 2020 election, the government had budgeted for 8.233 billion and ended up spending 7.722 billion. That is 11% less than what was actually budgeted for. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget we all have to hail. It is a budget we all have to support. Mr. Speaker, I don't think if you go to Appendix 10D, you will see that the 21st century schools have been captured here. My constituency, Nyankpala, is a beneficiary of this. If I don't support this budget, they will never forgive me. Because they are going to benefit from the 21st century school. When the MDC was in power, including His Excellency John Mahama, Nyankpala promised them a secondary school. It has never been delivered. This budget will deliver that. It's going to bring hope back to the people in my constituency. And Honorable Sasu, my colleagues, Member of Parliament for Medina, in actual sense, we know the drama that was going on. That you need to do your parliamentary duties by demonstrating that roads need to be contracted. So tell the people of Medina that you are rejecting what is coming to fix their roads. That is exactly what we are doing here. Because this is a budget that will come to fix the roads that you are talking about. Mr. Speaker, planting for food and jobs. Planting for food and jobs. Planting for food and jobs. During the NDC time, Agric was developing at a negative rate, negative 4%. At the moment, it is projected in 2021-2022 that the growth in agri sector is going to be 5.3%. As at the moment, it is growing at 4.9%. But during the NDC time, it was a negative growth rate. And fertilizer subsidy, it was during the regime of President Kufuor that fertilizer was subsidized by 50%. And when the NDC was in power, you mismanaged it. And the subsidy came about 21%. And you have to take a voucher, whereby if you are favored, then they will give you the voucher. If you are not favored, they will not give you the voucher. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this budget and you go through this budget very well, you read it and you understand it. And you know the current economic happening in the world. Many high-powered economics in the world are now borrowing. Many power economics need bailouts. Japan, the economy was in its knees. It has to go for international aid for them to be able to survive and meet COVID. So if we don't tax, how will we be able to raise funds to be able to fix the roads in your constituency and be able to fix the roads in my the minority leader constituency in Tamale South? Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about taxes, you should see time. Sanitary part, Mr. Speaker, it was being taxed. Natural flow of women every month, that is natural. It's not out of their own thing. Mr. Speaker, it was taxed by that. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I know my colleagues look at this is condom. Condoms. This is condoms. You put tax on condoms. This is condom and you put tax on condom. Honorable Ayarga and Co can be able to attest to the fact that there was tax on condom. Why are we singing that let's reject the budget? Let's reject the budget. Why? Mr. Speaker, I want to ask them a simple question. And the question is that, is it the case that the former President John Mahama have asked you to come and reject the budget? Is it the case?
Or why are you bent in saying that let's reject the budget, let's reject the budget? When you were the very people who were even taxing cutlasses that farmers needed to use in the farm. In the villages in my constituency in Tolo, it is one of the tools they use to farm. Then you were taxing it. Now you come and say that let's reject it, let's reject it. Is it the case that John Mahama have asked you that you should not come and approve the budget? Because when this budget is approved, good things will happen. And when this budget is approved, development will happen in this nation, and then the power of breaking the aids that the NDC or the MPP seek to do, it will also go through. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I am at a loss when we are debating about this budget, and others want to make the assertion that this government is just trying to tax more. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Ghana at the moment, we have 30.8 million Ghanaians, and out of that, less than 10% of Ghanaians pay tax. 2.4 million persons are registered for personal income as of August 2021. 45,109 entities are registered at corporate tax, while 54,300 are registered. Mr. Speaker, out of 30.8 million Ghanaians, less than 10% are paying tax. So now we ask yourself, is it that the less than 10% have to carry the burden of the over 30 million Ghanaians? No, that is not the case. And when you don't ask them, when you don't understand the e-levy, you don't come to argue that it's a bad tax. No. What is the e-levy? You need to understand and be able to understand that what we seek to do is to help you. Is to help you. Honorable Aveji constituency students are in the final of the science and maths school because they are beneficiary of the free HSS. If free HSS is not good, Keta Senior High are in the final of the science and maths quiz. Mr. Speaker, to clarify certain things with regards to the e-tax, it is not everything that is going to be taxed. If you care to know, if you are transferring money from your personal bank account to your own memo, you will not be taxed. If you are going to send less than 100 Ghana cedi, you are not going to be taxed. Yes. Then what is the point of us telling our constituents that we don't need to be taxed, we don't need a levies and other things to be able to develop this economy? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sometimes it baffles me that we are here to represent our people. Yes. And we are here to make sure that we speak, we make laws, and be able to bring development back to our constituents. Where you have bad roads in your constituents, youths have finished school, entrepreneurs are trying to survive. When this budget contained the youth tax, it contained the youth tax. And when it contained the youth tax, for it to be able to use to help young businesses to start up in your constituencies, you want to reject such a budget. I think this budget is the best budget that we can ever have. And I'm urging my colleagues that if you want to know the truth, consult your constituents. Ask them what to do. Ask them what to do. Explain the budget to them and explain what is contained. If I send memo now, I am charged 1 cedi per every 100 Ghana cedi if I send memo. And in other circumstances, when the one who is going to receive, if I'm sending 2,000 Ghana cedi, I pay 20 Ghana cedi to send the money. And then the receiver, even though we have been explained to that they are not supposed to pay when they are receiving, but in certain circumstances, they are asked to pay to withdraw the money that you have sent. So that is 2 cedis. You ask yourself, where is that 2 cedis going? And you don't have problem with that. Yes. When government is charging 1.75% to fix your roads, to create jobs, to be able to make sure that free senior high is looked after, to be able to make sure that planting for food and jobs works, to be able to make sure that one district, one warehouse works. What is the case? So are you saying that we should rather be happy to send 2 or to pay 2 cedis to the telecoms for free and it will go out of the country than us paying the money to be in our country and develop this nation? Mr. Speaker, I cannot say anything much than to say that if we actually mean business in developing this nation and moving it ahead, Honorable Ablakwa should be able to know that this budget contains a lot. Unless it's the case that John Mahama have asked you to against this budget.
If that is not the case, this is the best budget economic policy that any nation, any government can prepare. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to support that we should all come and vote for this budget that will build a sustainable one nation and be able to create jobs. With these few words, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, with your kind permission, we can take the last contributor for today. I think we now have to listen to Honourable Gisela Tete Aguchi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in for the ranking member on the Committee on Works and Housing, Honourable Bedra. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once again to contribute to the debate. I'll start by talking about water. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, about 23 water systems in 11 regions were constructed, including the one in my constituency, that the President commissioned in November 2020. And it is being touted as, by the Honourable Minister for Water and Sanitation, that the water is flowing wah, wah, wah. As a matter of fact, it is not. The town alone may have, but the catchment area does not, because as a matter of fact, only 10% of the demand is catered for. That is not what the slogan Water for All was meant to stand for. Water for all means that everybody should be able to have water. It does not mean only that during the COVID or whenever time that the government feels that they are being charitable, then they decide to give free water, which will eventually be paid for anyway. In this document, the government also, the Ministry of Finance also indicated that they have the intention of drilling a certain number of boreholes, 654 boreholes. Mr. Speaker, if we are to divide this number by each constituency, 275 constituencies, that will be 2.3. Everybody get on the average 2 boreholes. I need at least 40 boreholes. My colleague in Tain also needs about 40 boreholes. New Edubiasi also needs about 40 boreholes. That is woefully inadequate. If the government wants to say they are going to give water for all, let it be water for all. Let it be sufficient such that we ourselves can verify and validate that, yes, the government has been able to give us water for all. It is inconsistent. The inadequate peri-urban water supply needs to be seen to. And the policy, then this document lacks the direction for that. Mr. Speaker, there's also the rampant drilling of boreholes. And what is the information and the database on the boreholes? Who has that? Who knows? We're talking about the safety and security of our water resources. Nobody has that information. Dr. Baumia talks about the data. Where is the data even on those? Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to the sanitation because we don't have time. Mr. Speaker, we'll talk about sanitation. We've also talked about, they also touted toilets for all. But sanitation does not involve toilets alone. There were, maybe the chief whip will help me with the number of toilets with standard design, one with the round eyes. The numbers of toilets that have been constructed around the country, almost every constituency may have some, but you and I know that they are incomplete. And so our citizens are yearning for the toilets, and they must be completed. That was not really stated in here. That was not really stated in here, and you and I know that. I think that means that there's a lack in your policy direction. Mr. Speaker, there should be new systems for schools, hospitals, and so on, where there are high volumes of sewage are manufactured. And there should be much more innovation in that area. Mr. Speaker, there was also silence on the policy direction for fumigation. In the Auditor General's report, I think that was mentioned quite a few times, but nobody talked about what the direction is for fumigation. It cannot be a rampant, we just go and spray a market here and there, because the point is that fumigation now becomes a health and safety matter. That fumigation was mostly for the markets. But what exactly is the policy direction that the Ministry of Sanitation, for example, wants to carry on, or local government, in the area of fumigation? And that is not clear. That is where most of our food products are purchased, and the government can do better than that. So health and safety is also an issue. Mr. Speaker, last week we went to the constituencies, Works and Housing Subcommittee. We visited Ketu South and Law and Keta. Mr. Speaker, this red wall right behind you, just look at the height of it. That was the approximate height of the tidal wave that hit those places. The Minister of Works and Housing has not visited the location yet. Yesterday, as he was here, I just decided not to, because I thought maybe today he will go. The tidal waves of this height have never been seen before. It was a natural disaster. But the point also is that after these tidal waves have happened, we were given enough warnings. There was a warning in March, there was a warning in May. Nature does not give you further than that. What is the action that the Minister of Works and Housing is going to take against these high tidal waves, which are natural occurrences? But something has to be done. Is it a sea defense, or what intervention are they actually going to do for that? Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that the government, the Ministry of Finance, would have taken this so seriously. So I was appalled to find out that, as the minister came to say, that he himself was surprised that it was not in the budget. So what is the intervention? The point, Mr. Speaker, that with all the mix of sea defense walls along our 550-kilometer coastline, there are sea defense walls, there are landing beaches with breakwaters, there are other interventions. What is the full picture? The policy should have given us that direction. By now, with the GIS systems and so on and so forth, you should be able to map out the coastline and tell us what models or what interventions you intend to make. Because maybe it's not the whole coastline that needs an intervention. But by now, we should know which are the priority areas, and we should be able to get that picture from this document. I was also very surprised to see that a drainage intervention will be that they will, in paragraph 848, a fence will be constructed along the Odo drain to prevent the dumping of solid waste into the drain. A fence is the laziest approach to this. Have a holistic approach to this and have a campaign on solid waste management. People should stop throwing rubbish to the drains, because Odo is just in Accra. What about every single regional capital? What about every district capital? What intervention is government making in there? It's not a fence wall. Otherwise, you just now create another channel, a higher gutter, a huge one, and everybody's rubbish will now be in the Odo channel. Please. Other countries have beautiful rivers and so on flowing through them, and they are used for touristic purposes, and they have touristic value. And I expect the government not to decide to put a fence wall around the Odo, but rather convert it for much more touristic value for us. Mr. Speaker, the Population and Housing Census 2021 indicated that, in the provisional results, indicated that 10.7 million structures were counted. 20% of them were metal kiosks, wooden kiosks, and basically kiosks. That is a sign of worry, because we also know that many of these are occupied at night by people. Mr. Speaker, they said that 6 out of 10 structures that were counted were residential. That means that at the bottom of the pyramid, there's a need for a lot of housing. Very, very low income housing, because that is what some people unfortunately can afford. But we must be a bit more proactive in this and not allow rampant development. Because if we don't take care, we're going to have a maze of housing development, and then you're not going to have the beauty of a planned settlement. And so we must pay more attention to the communities. And most of the communities, 6 out of 10 structures are residential. That means that there's a large number of them that are for housing. And so our planning and our layout and so on and so forth should kind of tie in, just to make sure that we have a bit more rationality in that. Mr. Speaker, I'll also talk about State Housing Corporation. I would say that they have done well. They have done quite well to be able to compete in the private sector-led real estate industry. And I think that they must be commended for that. But the housing efforts, unfortunately, are woefully inadequate. If you don't take care and don't have a proper scheme, whether it be sites and services, such that the services are properly mapped out, you have a maze or spaghetti lines of services that nobody can even track. Mr. Speaker, the last one I'll talk about is about contractors. The ministry is responsible for registration of contractors. There are various classifications, D1, K1, and so on and so forth. But the point is that after the registration, what else is done? What else is done for them? How is their performance assessed? How are their assets assessed, equipment, efficiency, and so on and so forth? You must be able to build confidence in our local construction industry. Mr. Speaker, in the appendices, a huge amount of money goes on capex. And the people who use up that capex are our contractors. If you just leave it to a registration desk where people just come and collect their certificates and then pay a certain amount for their certificates and leave them off, you're not building the confidence in the industry and you're not building a proper construction industry. And I thought that the ministry would make a bit more effort in that policy direction for us to know that, for people to know that their money is safe. Government's money is safe with the people who are using the most of it. And we believe that they could do a bit more in that direction. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope that the writers of this document will realize that we are all interested in the best for this country. It is not because we want just to abolish the e-levies and so on and so forth, but we just want the right thing to be done. If it means that you have to take this document back to go and work on it again and resubmit, then so be it. But for me and my house, we will make sure that we serve the people's interest and make sure that they are not overburdened by beyond what they already are. Ghana is hard, and I think that we should be a bit more sensitive to that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think it's proper to thank you for your endurance. We've tried to finish all the names. There are still some outstanding, but I think we should continue tomorrow. I'm very tired myself. I'm sure you can see it from my voice. And so I want to, at this time, adjourn proceedings. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Respect. Before we adjourn, I had earlier called for a document to be tendered in by my good friend, Honorable Hagan. Speaker, that has been done.
It was tendered, yes?
Yes, I've cited the document.
And it's from,
I cited the document. Speaker, I want to put it on record that what I saw is not from the World Bank. So I support him. He wants to leave.
What you saw is what? I didn't hear you, so I just wanted.
Speaker, the document I saw from the table office is not
from World Bank.
From the World Bank, as he claimed. And he made copious reference to it.
World Bank.
So I demand of him, Speaker, with the greatest of respect, and I'm not litigating on this matter, he should submit a World Bank document he cited, copiously cited from. I don't understand why you at one breath say that you are citing a World Bank document, and then another breath you tender in a document from Ghana Statistical Service. You want to lead the NDC, we support you, but do the proper thing.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what my honorable friend is talking about, but we will verify the document and see where it's coming from. So I have tendered because there's World Bank document and also there's Ghana Statistical Service document. So I tendered all the documents in, but the unemployment document I cited and the other one I cited that I said were from the World Bank, but the other supporting document which supports the same position. So we will look at that and see where my honorable friend is from. But I don't know what he checked the document against. If he and I will have to walk to the World Bank, we will do so. Please.
Speaker, I can accede to him. I'm ready to make a compromise. I only want to put on record, but the document he tendered in are indeed not from the World Bank. And if he will concede, we can make progress. What we saw and what he tendered in are from Ghana Statistical Service. That's the fact. And my dear colleague should just accept that, and then we can make progress.
Just a minute, I'm just verifying the documents. It's not Ghana. Yeah. Well, the documents before the table office, which were attended by the honorable member, from two sources. You have a document from the World Bank, and you also have documents from the Ghana Statistical Service. The World Bank document is the one that dealt with financial contents and trends, dealt with country ranking, and on Ghana youth employment, historical data and the rest. That is from the World Bank. But the one that dealt with inflation in the country is from the Ghana Statistical Service. And then also you have another that dealt with unemployment. The unemployment from 1991 to 2021. So these are the documents that he tendered in. And so we have both from the World Bank and also from Ghana Statistical Service. Yes, please.
Speaker, in this House, and from the short period I've been in this House, we members will always defer to you. And Speaker, I will defer to you on all matters and at all times. I insist, this is the document that was given to me. And I'm not overly litigating on this matter. This is a reputation matter here. It's about reputation. This is the document that was shown to me by the table office. This document is not from the World Bank. You have to prove to me what is the evidence on this documentation showing that from the World Bank. This is from the Ghana Statistical Service. That's the first. Speaker, forgive me my tone if I'm a bit loud. Speaker, except to say that what I have.
Majority Chief Whip, I will not be part of the debate. You know it, I will not be part of the debate. The last document here is clearly stated there, 11/17/21, 9 a.m. Data source, World Bank, and the site is there. That is the one I refer to as coming from the World Bank. The others are from Ghana Statistical Service. So I will not be part of the debate. That is what I've seen. That is what I've read. Now, if you doubt the authenticity of the document, the site is there for you to go into to see whether it's from the World Bank or not. So, but on the face of the document, it says from the World Bank. If you doubt it, then you investigate further. That is the only advice I can give. But let me listen to him because he's been standing for some time.
I just want to say that the Speaker is right. Speaker, you are right. And if there should be any subsequent findings or need for us to engage our colleagues on this same matter, we will. But on this note, I want to defer to you and say that you are right on this note.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the verification that you did. And I will urge my honorable friend to, if he wants to do further investigation, the World Bank has an office here in Ghana. He can actually go there and find things out. Mr. Speaker, I don't suffer from credibility issue. And I will demand an apology from my honorable brother. And next time, if my honorable brother wants to engage me on data, you should check his records properly.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, we are in your hands. But I'm surprised that the whip of government was at this point, because Mr. Speaker, even if you look at the document which was tendered, it says data source, World Bank, HTTP, data topics, worldbank.org, World Development Indicators. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, because of the standing of the Honorable Ricketts Hagan, when he referred to that document, he specifically spoke to the matter of youth unemployment and quoted verbatim from that report. The Minister of Finance quoted same standing here and in his budget statement. So one will be at a loss when you are questioning it. If you are questioning it, then it means that what Ken Ofurata told this House about unemployment at the same rate using the table should be dismissed in limine by this House. But Mr. Speaker, that is not the matter. We are in your hands. I'm serving you notice that tomorrow I intend to invoke the letter and spirit of Article 104 of the Constitution when leadership concludes on this matter, and a vote will be taken where we stand on this budget policy principles and what it contains. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, you said you intend to invoke Article. Sorry?
104 of the 1992 Constitution.
You want to invoke it tomorrow?
Tomorrow. It's in the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, Article 104. Notice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thought the majority caucus, I keep on referring to you as majority caucus. But clearly, when you look ahead of you, you see you are not in majority. And I thought that there are lessons to be learned in these matters. But it seems that the lessons are not being learned. If you look at your number now and look at the number there, who is in the majority? So please, I'm just drawing your attention to lessons. I decided to call you majority group because the independent agreed to do business with you. But there is no majority party in this parliament now. But there's a majority group, and as a result of that, you have a minority. And so please, let's take notice of this. I would always want us to go by the concept of the founders of the Fourth Republic. And I've drawn your attention to that concept to see how we have to work together to develop Ghana. But you are so steeped in your partisanship that it's addictive and difficult. But as we move along, I'll do my best to hold the balance and make sure that we get there. So I wanted to adjourn the House. Do I have your permission to do so now? Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Indeed, you do have the permission, except to say that we heard our colleague, our friend, our respected leader, when he made the point quite clear that tomorrow they intend to evoke Article 104. We've taken a cue, and as such, we will also position ourselves properly. But Speaker, your comment on our side, we find it quite interesting, and we've also taken a cue accordingly. But if you look at the nuance of parliamentary work, and Speaker, you have better experience and exposed in these matters. So we can see it. We appreciate the difficulty, we appreciate the challenge, but we are guided. And Speaker, I can assure you that tomorrow you will have a full packed house here. Ready, a full packed house ready to do battle and do proper battle with our colleagues in the minority. So we'll be ready. Evoke Article 104 and we'll be ready to meet you accordingly. Speaker, we are grateful. On that note, Speaker, we are fully in your hands, and you may say,
I just want to remind you that there is no decision day in this parliament. And so when you decide that on major days that we take decision, you pack the house. Every day we take decision. And that is why I say you must learn lessons. You will not get the time every day to pack the house to get through your decision. And so if you continue that way and the others decide not to do business with you, you will be losing some critical matters by surprise. That is why I said, let's learn lessons, please. And I think it's important we do so. Tomorrow will be a very critical day. We take a very serious decision tomorrow. We haven't concluded the debate yet. So with this, honorable members, I adjourn the House to tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, where we shall reconvene to try as much as possible to conclude the debate and take the critical decision for the country. The House is accordingly adjourned.